I suspect that the system I bound to has a serious illness. I just went to the market to buy 2 pounds of celery. The system insisted that I obtain the rare spiritual herb, the jade spirit root. I casually picked up tomatoes priced at 4 yuan per pound. The system stubbornly claimed that I acquired the rare fruit, the red rock fruit. Finally, I bought some men's favorite black fungus. Yet the system insisted that it was the rare spiritual herb, the dark abyss ear. Listening to the inexperienced voice of the system, I felt extremely embarrassed. I slapped myself twice directly, wanting to delete this stupid system. As a result, the old man selling vegetables thought I was a mentally disabled person in need of care. He even chased me for 8 blocks, insisting on returning the money for the vegetables. Back in the neighborhood, I remembered to check the panel of the stupid system, only to see in my mind's eye, a tattered ancient book slowly appearing. On it were the 4 large characters, Compendium of All Things, emitting a golden light. Reading down the book, I grinned in anger, seeing the binding event date of August 31st, 2026. I bought a watch last year, but this stupid system can't even be used as a watch. Today is clearly August 31st, 2025, yet it mistakenly added a year. Closing my grumbling mouth, I walked home, as tomorrow is the start of my senior year. Can't let this affect my mood. Just as I took a few steps, a kitten emerged from the bushes beside me. Orange, come here. I bend down and habitually reach out my hand. This orange stray cat, I always pet it when I pass by, and often feed it. Warning, warning. Detected the approach of the Lord and creatures, please evacuate immediately. That voice appeared out of nowhere again, but compared to previous times, there was a hint of urgency and fear in the tone. My hand suddenly stopped in midair. Where is the danger? Just then, the orange rubbed its head against my leg. Successfully marked the Lord-level creature, Shadow Cat Demon. Danger level 4, please evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, my eyes widened in disbelief as I looked at the little cat on the ground. What is this thing? A cat demon? Orange seemed unaware of my abnormality, emitting a gentle meow. Warning, warning. Shadow Cat Demon is using the skill Shadowy Howl. Shadowy Howl contains extremely strong mental power fluctuations, incredibly terrifying, can cause mental breakdown in listeners, blood flowing from 7 orifices. Stupid host, please evacuate immediately without hesitation. What the hell do you care about horror? Orange, I won't play with you today. I have things to do. After saying this, I stood up. The things happening now are too bizarre, I need to sort them out. And this kid clearly hasn't had 9 years of compulsory education, artificial idiot. The kid seemed to understand my meaning, tilted his head, and ran off. Indeed, the host is extraordinary, incomparable. Faced with a Lord-level creature, he remained calm and successfully retreated. Due to outstanding performance, the exciting commentary function has been activated. Wow, the change was so quick. Could it be that my system is mixed with fake alcohol? The boy activated the wonderful explanation function. I tried to shout a sentence, a bit afraid that the boy wouldn't understand. The wonderful explanation function has been activated. The current exciting material is from the afternoon of August 31st, 2026. In this desolate place, the sky is shrouded in eerie black mist. An orange cat accidentally entered here and, due to the black mist, lost its way, unable to find an exit for several days. As time passed, the power in the black mist began to erode his body, ultimately transforming him into a terrifying ghostly cat demon. Meaning him, calm in the face of danger, clever and brave, using mouth escape to drive him away. Truly impressive. After watching the wonderful explanation, I laughed in exasperation. Whether it's appropriate or not isn't my issue, but it seems this boy has a bit of a problem. While I laughed, I still clenched my fist. This system may have some issues, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's fake. If what was said is true, then it means binding oneself a year in advance. In this desolate place, shrouded in black mist, with a leading creature, what will the world become after a year? Spiritual energy reviving, mysterious intrusion. It doesn't sound simple at all. What kind of drama is this supposed to be? I'll comment on it. Then I looked at my shopping bag. Are there really any special meanings behind these vegetables picked from the market? I took out several ingredients. Boy, can you tell me what these are? A cowhide ancient book slowly opened in my mind. Currently, Material Catalog 3, Biological Catalog 1. Are there different categories? I admit I have some interest in this. Material Guide, the category of jade spirit roots belongs to the wood and life attributes, grown in places abundant with spiritual energy, takes 100 years to mature, possesses the effect of purifying the body and mind and prolonging life. Its leaves can be refined into spiritual medicine, the roots can be used to set up a spiritual gathering array, greatly enhancing cultivation efficiency. Red rockfruit belongs to the fire attribute energy category, born by absorbing the earth fire energy, contains intense fire attribute energy. Its use can enhance physique, especially effective for practitioners of fire attribute techniques. If its energy can be refined, it can help practitioners break through bottlenecks and reach new realms. Ghostly class belongs to the dark attribute spiritual category, grown in extremely in places, formed by absorbing the essence of the moon, has a strong spiritual purification effect. Its use can enhance consciousness, resist mental disturbances, and assist practitioners in reaching higher levels on the spiritual plane, making it the best choice for cultivating spiritual power. Seeing the contents on the guide, I feel a bit dazed, as if encountering something real. Not only that, there is a reward under these 3 guides. Extraction options. Extracting rewards, I mutter softly. How does this system work? I seem to understand a bit. Extracting Jade Spirit Root Guide adds 2 to physique. Extracting Red Rock Fruit Guide adds 2 to strength. Extracting Ghostly Class Guide adds 2 to spirit. In an instant, a warm stream surged from within me, flowing through my whole body, sweeping away fatigue, my mind clear, filled with vigor. Even the muscles on my arms seem to have become a bit stronger. This broken tube is really useful. I'm in high spirits and feeling great. The world may undergo major changes in a year, but so what? I'm alone anyway. Not only have I leveled up now, but I also have a year to prepare. I won't just randomly kill when the time comes. Thinking about this, I couldn't sit still. I opened the biological category guide again. The guide classifies the Shadow Cat Demon as a dark attribute assassin, a cursed lord-level creature, born from the mutation of Black Mist, possessing dark attribute power. It is agile, with sharp claws that can cut through iron like mud, emits sharp cries that can penetrate the soul, and has extremely strong psychic attack capabilities. One creature has so many categories and even specific professions. I marveled at the guide. Of course, these are not what interests me the most. The Shadow Cat Demon guide also has a reward extraction option, which is the most important. Claiming the reward, extracting the Shadow Cat Demon guide grants the ability Shadowy Piercing Roar. It emits a sharp cry, launches a soul attack, briefly stuns enemies, with higher mental strength resulting in greater damage and longer control duration. This is truly amazing. It's freaking awesome. My hands are trembling, feeling somewhat excited. Compared to the attribute bonuses provided by material guides, the skills have a higher level of coolness. Who wouldn't want to control the wind and rain, soar through the clouds, and master both ice and fire? Several tens of minutes passed, and I finally calmed down. During this time, I boldly explored the role of the child. In short, even freeloading can make you stronger effortlessly. Besides that, the child also thoughtfully prepared a data panel for me. Strength 7, Constitution 7, Spirit 7, Agility 5, Charisma 7. With the ability Sly Smile of the Underworld, I mock myself, being quite useless in all aspects. Almost reaching a will of 7, I personally comment on it. As for that evaluation, I simply ignore it. However, this data indirectly proves that I'm quite handsome, considering the top 3 attributes have been enhanced. Surpassing 2 points, I'm barely on par with Charisma. Immediately, I turned on the computer. Now, lacking the mood to play games, I recalled a recent news story that happened nearby. The disappearance case of the Jiangzhou subway on the night of August 15th. It was a trial-operated subway line. According to surveillance footage, the last train, just before leaving the final station, was empty. Subsequently, the surveillance inside the train malfunctioned. However, upon reaching the final station, several passengers mysteriously appeared inside the carriage. When these passengers were discovered at the final station, they were in a state of unconsciousness. Upon waking up, they had no memory of how they ended up on the subway. The whole incident seemed suspicious. According to the technician's subsequent investigation, the subway's automatic control system experienced a brief malfunction during the incident, leading to an unexplained stop for several minutes. However, this situation did not occur again after the malfunction was resolved. Witnesses claimed that on the night of the incident, they saw blurry figures lingering on the subway platform. However, when they approached, these figures suddenly disappeared. Near the subway station where the incident occurred, there is an ancient graveyard rumored to be haunted. As a materialist, I definitely don't believe in these things. This should be a case of human-made crime. The missing passengers were likely drugged without their knowledge and then transferred to the subway by criminals. The passengers don't seem to have been harmed, nor have they lost any belongings, so the situation didn't escalate. Now that I think about it, something seems off. Why go to such great lengths? If there are indeed criminals, what could their motive be? What are they trying to achieve? They can't just be fooling around and playing with people. If the situation didn't escalate, there's another possibility, that they were pressured from above. I took a deep breath. I'm not an ordinary person now, so naturally, I think a bit more. The whole afternoon, I've been browsing related information online. The more I read, the more alarmed I become. The frequency of these strange occurrences recently, compared to the past, seems to be higher. Fishermen along the eastern coast captured a huge black shadow on the water's surface while fishing at night. Its size is comparable to that of a ship. Preliminary analysis by experts suggests that this may be related to recent water pollution. In the sky above the western desert, a series of geometric shapes suddenly appeared, with clouds and birds gathering in circles. These strange circles gradually dissipated after several hours. Some believe this to be the work of aliens. In an old residential area in Jiangnan City, residents reported hearing the sound of raindrops outside their windows late at night. However, the sound would disappear whenever they investigated. Can't rule out issues with room soundproofing. The growth rate of plants in the tropical rainforest has nearly doubled compared to previous years. Experts believe this may be related to global warming. In a park in Manhwa City, the flowers seem to defy natural laws, as they continue to bloom profusely even after the peak flowering period. Botanists have already begun studying this phenomenon. Looking at the messages, my scalp feels a bit numb. The channels releasing this news are not personal accounts, but local small media outlets. This implies there is some official tacit approval, not all made up. If it's not for sensationalism or hype, is it possible that some real changes are happening in this world? Like boiling a frog in warm water, ordinary people wouldn't suspect a thing. Releasing this news is also the country probing and exploring. Rubbing my slightly sore eyes, I stood up from my seat. I'll grab dinner first, then head to the subway station. Half an hour later, happily enjoying my dinner, a text message interrupted the peace. I picked up my phone and was slightly stunned. My school beauty girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, who hasn't contacted me in over a month since summer vacation started. At this moment, when she reached out to me, I already had a certain guess in my mind. My girlfriend is not only youthful and beautiful but also a true academic genius, the dream girl of girls and the unattainable crush of boys. As for me, just an average undergraduate, with no notable family background besides being good-looking. The distance between us is like that of unreachable stars and the dust at my feet, too far apart. If spiritual energy revives, everything will change. Knowledge and textbooks will be as worthless as money, all reduced to waste paper. With my golden finger, I am no longer the person who can only gaze at the stars. Although hesitant, I opened the New Zealand conjecture and got confirmation. I've been happy these past 2 years knowing you, ergo, I believe you have been too. But we all need to grow up and face a wider world. I have received the admission letter for Tsinghua University, found my own path. I believe you can find your own path too, but our paths are no longer the same. I hope you can understand, this is not a decision made impulsively, but a choice made after careful consideration. Compatibility and mutual love are more important. Let's break up. I finished the messages one by one, feeling a bit emotional. To be honest, this breakup plot is not melodramatic, not filled with jealousy. It's very real, even reasonable. I can only shake my head, smile lightly. Thank you for these 2 years. As for the future, everyone has their own fate. Holding on is impossible. With emotions settled, I start to reply to messages. Time to move on. The first thing is to cut off the person in mind. I respect Liu Ruyan's choice. In the sunset's afterglow, Liu Ruyan's silhouette appears gentle, sitting by the villa's window, like the most delicate porcelain, delicate and perfect. Liu Ruyan is somewhat speechless at this moment. The word good on the phone screen makes her tremble inside. She had imagined countless breakup scenes, but never thought it would be like this. She could only reply with one word, unable to believe, unwilling, not even a punctuation mark. He thought I would try to keep him, that I would make an effort, try to narrow the seemingly unreachable distance between us. He even prepared for my persistent pursuit, but now it seems all unnecessary. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Originally, he should have felt relieved, but now he's a bit troubled. Are you playing hard to get, ergo? I won't give you a chance. In the end, we are not from the same world. Liu Ruyan's face turned cold and she drew the curtains. On the other side of the sneeze, I had just finished washing the dishes and sneezed. Who's thinking of me? I can't quite figure it out. It couldn't possibly be Liu Ruyan remembering the good times with me and regretting it, right? Women are too complex, I can't figure them out. I quickly finished tidying up, hummed a tune, and went out. Since it was summer, it didn't get dark so quickly. Why wasn't there a reminder when I bought eggs earlier? I rode my bike, feeling slightly puzzled. Even at home, I touched rice, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and more, but still couldn't trigger the bucket. They are all ingredients. Why can some be identified, while others don't get a response? I haven't figured out the pattern yet. There must be some negligence somewhere. Passing through the bustling alleys, I arrived at the subway station. In the empty hall, I recalled my footsteps, the ticket machines, and the entrance gates. They stood cold and lifeless. When there are no passengers, they seem like soulless shells. Isn't there a staff member around? I furrowed my brow slightly, passed through the gates, and headed towards the platform. Soon, I reached the platform, staring into the darkness of the tracks, feeling a strange sense of loneliness. Were those passengers sent up from here? How did they manage that? Although the lights on the platform are bright, they cannot dispel the gloom in my heart. After observing for a while, I slowly walk along the platform, trying to find a clue in this desolate environment. Inside the subway control room, a tense and serious atmosphere fills the command center. This is Control Room 3. The target has entered the platform area, exhibiting unusual behavior. A clear and sweet female voice is heard over the intercom, followed by a brief and forceful response. Continue monitoring, we are analyzing her intentions. The young woman in the control room nods, her fingers swiftly operating the control panel, adjusting the cameras to capture every subtle movement of mine. In the hot summer, it feels cold here, like the air conditioning is on. I look around curiously, like an inquisitive baby. Of course, this is intentional because I am aware that many people are watching me. The more natural my behavior, the less likely I am to arouse suspicion. As I walk on the platform, I ponder, but there is nothing. Could there be no issue here? The real suspicious place is the last platform or maybe on that train. Warning, high concentration of black mist ahead, extremely dangerous, restricted area level. Host is strictly prohibited from approaching. Survival rate is 0. At this moment, the silent child finally comes back to life, repeating the same message with an unprecedented sense of urgency and panic. Black mist shrouding? I hear this term again, but I am not overly panicked. I simply find this child annoying, getting on my nerves. I slightly slow down my pace, trying to appear extremely normal, not daring to test myself under surveillance. Those eyes may be closely watching my every move. I slightly raise my head, gazing towards the front area where the streetlights seem dimmer than elsewhere. These phenomena don't seem to correlate with what Confucius described as extreme danger. Looking at it now, the child spoke of events that will happen in the future due to time distortion. This place will become a restricted zone in the future. What exactly are those black mists? Despite my thoughts, I still took a step forward. Ordinary people might think there's an issue with the circuit ahead or the light bulbs, but I know this is a faint sign of revival. Warning, within the black mist, there seems to be a powerful group of creatures hidden. Do not approach. Warning, the black mist possesses strong corrosive and mental interference properties. To shake, evacuate immediately. Yet, I continued forward. The system's warning grew more urgent. My mouth twitched, trying hard to control my emotions. I'm not afraid of being scolded, but being insulted by such an idiot is still somewhat hard to accept. I casually swatted and killed 2 mosquitoes. The fourth host is awesome. Class used his meager strength to kill 2 leaders and the void fong mosquitoes. The first kill of a leader-level creature rewards 30 points. Do not take it lightly. According to detection, there are branches nearby, and the void rift fangs are showing signs of activity. Hearing this, I raised my head and glanced at the streetlights by the road, where branches and mosquitoes were swirling. Without hesitation, I walked along that stretch of road. Besides the slightly dim light and a slight chill, it was no different from elsewhere. Who would suspect this door? And this was even when I intentionally heightened my awareness. The host actually managed to pass through the area shrouded in dense black fog, just like Mundo, eager to go wherever he wanted. The scene-type illustration has been unlocked. The voice of the boy came, full of astonishment and excitement. There was a little bit of pride. He was like the master who met me, such a talented boy, so humanized. Why is he so silly? As I complained, I returned the same way. I had already walked to the end of the platform just now. Although I didn't see the truth, the gains from this trip were still not bad. Suddenly, my expression tightened. A bright figure walked over from not far away. In the dim light, this figure appeared somewhat blurry. As the distance shortened, I saw the appearance of the visitor clearly, a woman in uniform, and quite good-looking. The woman walked up to me in high heels, her voice softened. "What are you doing here?" I felt a bit nervous, with a hint of vigilance and unease in my eyes, hesitating to respond immediately. Seeing my reaction, the woman was slightly taken aback. She took out an identification card from her pocket, her tone also softened. "I'm a staff member of the subway station, responsible for security patrols." I focused on the identification card. This woman's name was Wang Qian. I breathed a sigh of relief and spoke somewhat hesitantly. "Sister, I heard them say this subway station is very strange, so I wanted to come and see before school starts." Wang Qian smiled as she heard me address her. "You must have seen the news before, right? Yes, there are indeed criminals lurking here, so we have stepped up patrols. You're a student, so it's better not to wander around at night. I'll escort you out. Thank you, sister. I behaved very obediently. We walked side by side towards the outside of the subway station without saying much. After leaving the platform, I thanked her again and rode my bike. Wang Qian watched as my figure disappeared into the night, her gentle expression replaced by seriousness. The target has left the subway station area without any abnormal behavior. Wang Ju is just an ordinary student, there's no need to follow him. As soon as the words fell, a response came through the walkie-talkie, immediately ordering them to follow up, without any negligence allowed. The higher-ups take this matter very seriously, with no room for error. Any oversight is not tolerated. Wang Qian could only smile helplessly, not quite understanding why so many resources and energy were being wasted on this. Although the missing persons case is mysterious, there's no need to be so tense. The people sent to follow up are of special forces caliber. In the past half-month, it's not just one student who has come here. There have been other adventure anchors, a few who got drunk and stumbled over. Every time, the same process has to be followed, secretly checking where they go next, if there's any abnormal behavior. Each time mobilizing a large group, each time returning empty-handed, it's really tiring. On the other side, I rode my bike towards the direction of the residential area. That Wang Qian shouldn't be as simple as she seems. Is she from the police? That kind of spirit isn't something an ordinary employee would have. Although my academic performance is average, after so many years of living alone, I've experienced quite a bit. Compared to my classmates' carefree lives, I struggle every day. What are the points for? Those 2 mosquitoes he casually killed earlier gave him 30 points. Every 10 points can be exchanged for an attribute point. It's a straightforward function, but knowing the nature of the child, who knows what kind of point shop there might be in the future. Then I opened the new illustrated book, Void Fisher Toothmark, categorized as dark attribute flying creatures living in groups. Assassin class leaders and creatures, originating from the Void Fisher Toothmark of the Black Mist, are known for their sharp fangs and high agility. They can silently approach prey in the darkness. Once they lock onto a target, they launch attacks swiftly like thunder, sucking blood. They often group together to attack, making it hard to defend against. Sounds impressive. I chuckled and was only interested in extracting the illustrated book rewards. Extracted the Void Fisher Toothmark illustrated book, gaining the ability Shadow Assault locks onto the target, accelerates instantly, and launches an attack. Another ability acquired. One word, damn cool. Luckily it's not bloodsucking, otherwise, it would be a bit creepy. I breathed a sigh of relief. However, the child is still pushing forward. Currently, according to the attribute illustrated book, 3 Shadow, 2 Shadow Cat Demon Void Fisher Toothmark, activating the current dark attribute illustrated book. The effect enhances the host's power by 30% in the darkness and increases movement speed by 10%. Damn, this is a bond. At this moment, I really can't sit still. I've played a lot of games, I'm familiar with this stuff. The bike under me flew up because of excitement. The child may be silly, but the benefits are really good. With a sudden crisp sound, the chain of the makeshift bicycle broke due to my excessive force. The inertia carried the bike forward for a distance before slowly coming to a stop. I propped one foot on the ground, my expression somewhat strange, suddenly unable to laugh. What's going on? Fortunately, not too far away. I shook my head, got off the bike, gently patted the seat, and took a shortcut home. The path under the night sky seemed especially quiet, accompanied only by occasional insect chirps and distant lights. I pushed the bike at a steady pace, contemplating the new abilities brought by the boy. If I remember correctly, there's also a new scene type guide. Suddenly, a slight disturbance broke the silence of the night, awakening me from my contemplation. I looked ahead, and under the moonlight, 3 figures gradually became clear, blocking the path ahead. The leader, a burly man, had a hint of malice in his eyes. Slowing my pace, a certain suspicion arose in my mind. Late at night in such a remote place, these people seem to view me as easy prey. Like a few scoundrels in a lawless society, in the past, I would have run without a second thought. But now, I plan to observe first. These kids nowadays have no safety awareness at all. Running to a place like this alone in the dead of night, have they lost their minds? It's a good opportunity to teach them a lesson, and who knows, maybe they'll learn something. What if they're here to have fun with pretty girls? A few of them approached me with a smirk. In the next moment, the creepy man pulled out a sharp dagger, with a sinister smile. The young kids didn't hesitate, hand over your money, phone, and payment passwords. Then get lost. If you don't want your parents to collect your corpse, don't play tricks. They've targeted this little lamb. In the distance, 2 men dressed in black blended into the night. One young man frowned and muttered, in this day and age, Why are there still so many shameless people ruining the country's image and harming their compatriots? They must be severely punished. Liga, let's hurry over. It's lucky for this kid that we're keeping an eye on him. Stay calm. An older man held back the young man who was speaking, his eyes revealing experience and composure. Let's observe first. At times like this, we can better understand this kid's true colors. Robbers like these usually don't resort to violence. As long as you pay up honestly, they won't take lives. The two of them discussed quietly as they stealthily approached me. I took a deep breath, trying to appear nervous. Starting with a weaker opponent, I converted all 30 points to attribute points, plus 1 strength, plus 2 agility. I can't give them money. If these people don't wise up, I'll treat them as corpses. Torches are hard to come by these days. I increase strength to knock out these scoundrels with a punch. Boosting agility is to avoid getting dirty, as it disgusts me. With attributes far beyond normal, coupled with cunning abilities, I stand invincible. I don't have much money on me, and I don't want to give up my phone. Could you let me go this time? I'll come back to thank you with expensive incense. I spoke slowly, my voice slightly weak. Upon hearing this, the three men exchanged glances, reading a hint of doubt and disbelief in each other's eyes. The boy in front of them spoke innocently, yet there was a hint of insult in his tone. What did you say, kid? Let me tell you, there's no surveillance in this place. The creepy man's face darkened, his voice revealing a mix of anger and impatience. I remained calm, sensing the hostility from the few men, but more importantly, I could feel how strong I am now. Every attribute is extremely rare for ordinary people, with huge improvements. Can't you understand? I said I have no money on me, don't want to give my phone, and screw you guys. I have no patience for these scumbags, not bothering to be polite. Damn it, the creepy man's attitude towards me completely infuriated me. The three men almost simultaneously rushed towards me, ready to beat this outspoken kid, slowly fading into darkness. Holy cow, this kid is so bold. Even the old police officer couldn't sit still at this moment, taking a step forward to save someone. How did such a brave person survive until now? And what happened next made his brain glitch a bit. How is this kid even possible? Someone not far away was injured and fell, but it wasn't me. The three men fell asleep peacefully, a scene beyond the old police officer's comprehension. Under the moonlight, my figure moved like a black lightning, darting between the men with ghostly speed, leaving them bewildered. The few men had virtually no room for response or resistance, like marionettes with cut strings, falling to the ground wailing. The young police officer's voice trembled, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The lone lamb actually charged into the wolf pack and wreaked havoc. Brotherly, are we still going out? His voice carried a hint of uncertainty, turning to the old police officer, waiting for instructions. The old police officer sighed, shaking his head. The situation on the scene had completely exceeded their expectations. This seemingly fragile young man had deceived them all. It's unbelievable. I'll continue to follow him. You stay here and don't let anyone enter the scene. I'll contact the higher-ups. In an instant, the old officer made a decision. It's time to invite someone. After so many stakeouts, there's finally a harvest. Judging from the combat power displayed by this kid, it's not as simple as it seems. Maybe there is indeed a connection with the subway station incident. This kid may have done something wrong. If we could incorporate him into the combat zone. The old police officer's eyes revealed a hint of complex emotions. This kid has great potential. The country needs talents like him. Soon, the old officer reported what happened here to the higher-ups, and a commissioner was rushing over. Brotherly, how does this guy compare to those military kings? The young police officer swallowed hard, continuing to ask. He prided himself on being strong and considered a good hand among the younger generation in the special forces. However, what he just witnessed made him doubt life a bit. High school students nowadays are this powerful. The officer fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. It's hard to tell, but the speed he just displayed was faster than the two of us. I can't judge him just based on online information. Only those military experts know. Of course, the overall strength of those experts is definitely stronger than this kid. If he were to unleash his full potential, the only one who would end up dead is this kid. He has no doubt about that. Guns cry blood, physics ascends. No matter how strong a person is, they can't withstand the power of firearms. I was a bit careless. The recording should have been done earlier. The veteran officer sighed, then prepared to leave. You had already hopped on your bike not far away, calmly continuing on. On the other hand, I continued forward with a calm expression. Dealing with those scum just now, besides feeling a bit relieved, I have no psychological burden. After all, I'm alone and not afraid of any retaliation against my family and friends. Only real combat is the true test of strength. I didn't even use my abilities just now, completely overpowering him in terms of stats. No tactics involved. Is this the power of Kulao? There's a hint on my data panel. Supermodel strength 8, physique 7, spirit 7, agility 7, charm 7, ability 7. Shadow of the Netherworld, shadow assault. Judging by the low-level attribute guide, if the average person is rated at 5 points for each standard, I'm like a sharp knife. Why would you want to pick a fight with me? The rest of the journey was uneventful. I returned home smoothly. In the darkness of night, the old officer watched me go upstairs, then quietly left. On the other hand, after returning home, I took a shower and collapsed on the bed. Only in the darkness, with my other senses closed off, is my mind the clearest. As I left home and headed towards the subway station, I didn't encounter any hints from the child spirits on the way. However, at the platform, there was a warning about a forbidden area shrouded in black mist, and I encountered mosquitoes that had revived. It seems the conditions for triggering the guide are much clearer now. As I turned over in bed, the original ingredients at home did not trigger the guide because they had not started to revive fundamentally, not meeting the conditions. However, the tomatoes, mushrooms, and celery bought at the market already showed signs of revival. While they may seem similar at first glance, they are actually completely different. It's like a newly pregnant woman, where no differences can be seen on the surface. I thought about the text at the subway station again, the judgment given by the child spirit. It's not just encountering a new thing that activates a new guide, but rather whether the thing itself has started to revive. In this light, the market may be as unusual as the subway station. Otherwise, how could there be so many things showing signs of revival? If I want to develop quickly in the future, I need to focus on the abnormal places. Where things are not right, that's where I'll be. In that moment, it felt as if a beam of light had shone into the depths of my soul, dispelling the thick fog. In the alley, a black car drove into the nearby street under the cover of night. Several figures remained inside the car, their demeanor distinctly different from ordinary people. The man at the front wore a black overcoat, its hem swaying gently in the wind. Every movement exuded extraordinary charisma, powerful and confident. In his hand, he held a uniquely shaped square device, with strange patterns engraved on its surface, giving off a futuristic vibe. At the place where I had a conflict with someone before, 2 police officers were standing there. As for the 3 attempted robbers, after a brief interrogation, they were taken away by the local police. Brotherly, I've actually been confused all along. What exactly are we supposed to investigate? That overly strong kid from before, the suspicious subway incident, and the extreme attention from above. This young police officer is increasingly feeling that what they are investigating is extraordinary. The old police officer glanced at him, smiled mysteriously, and even I am not very clear. But remember, being chosen to participate in this series of tasks is our honor, it's recognition of us. You should have also heard that recently, many strange incidents have occurred all over the country, and even worldwide. Once or twice can be considered a coincidence, but when the old police officer mentioned this, he suddenly fell silent and looked to the other end. Someone is coming over there. The 2 made eye contact, quickly became alert, and soon both sides gathered together. A hint of surprise flashed in the old police officer's eyes. Among the newcomers, there was one he recognized, an absolute high-level figure in the officialdom, quite prestigious and famous. But even with such status, he was now following behind that man suspiciously. Who is this person? It was mentioned on the phone earlier that an expert would call. Now it can be confirmed that the leader of these men is the so-called expert. Upon receiving the message, they immediately took a plane and arrived in their city without delay, swift and decisive. Lost in his thoughts, the old police officer still briskly approached and exchanged greetings with a few people. The man in charge nodded at the 2 officers, exchanged a few words, roughly outlining the situation. They had already communicated over the phone before. The man then headed straight towards the conflict area, walking briskly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly closed his eyes. What is he preparing to do? The old police officer was slightly taken aback, just like the young officer beside him, both looking puzzled. Apart from them, the other 3 newcomers had much more serious expressions. No one spoke, and the atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. In the center, the man with closed eyes seemed to be sensing something. Not sure if it's an illusion, but the air around seemed to gently sway with his breath, perhaps due to heat waves. After several tens of seconds, the man opened his eyes. His brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head gently, appearing somewhat puzzled. The old police officer opened his mouth but remained silent. Since the big shots hadn't spoken, he just obediently observed. Any luck finding the surveillance footage around here? The man asked. The old police officer nodded helplessly. We've checked thoroughly, indeed there isn't any. It's also my fault, there was no on-site recording at that time. The man waved his hand, no longer dwelling on this issue. He still had some doubts. Can that kid the two mentioned really achieve the speed described? Currently, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Let's activate the device. The man made up his mind and then focused his gaze on the device he carried with him. This thing is extraordinary. The instrument isn't large, with a deep black main body and intricate silver circuits on its surface. These circuits shimmer faintly in the moonlight, somewhat strange, resembling the veins of a living being. At the center of the instrument, there is a transparent crystalline sphere filled with slowly flowing blue liquid, the nature of which is unknown. The man lightly touches the instrument, his movements ritualistic. His fingers glide gently over the silver circuits, each touch precise and perfect, as if playing a silent melody. As he operates the instrument, everyone's eyes widen. The blue liquid within the crystalline sphere unexpectedly begins to flow faster, emitting a bright light. What kind of advanced technology is this? The radiance from the sphere gradually becomes dazzling. The man closes his eyes once more, seemingly perceiving the world around him through a different means. The silver circuits on the instrument begin to emit a faint blue light, reflecting off the radiance of the crystalline sphere, enveloping the man in a halo of light. This scene is somewhat sci-fi, leaving the two police officers speechless with shock. Has the country's technology advanced to such a level? They may not understand it, but it's truly mind-blowing. After a few minutes, the radiance finally dims. The man opens his eyes, his brow furrowing deeper. How is Mr. Wang? At that moment, Director Yuan inquires. Yuan Chang is one of the three major leaders in the southeastern war zone, having ventured to the front lines multiple times in previous years, earning great military achievements and renown. That's not the key point. The crucial part is that he heard Director Yuan addressing this man as Mr. Is this extraordinary man not someone from their police station? The situation at the bureau is a bit strange. The man muttered softly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. From the description, that child is indeed extraordinary. The judgment of two special forces soldiers surely wouldn't be wrong. However, I truly did not sense any fluctuations in abnormal energy, even when using instruments. That child should just be a very talented ordinary person. Upon hearing the man's words, the former bureau chief and others looked somewhat puzzled, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. After a moment of contemplation, the former bureau chief began to speak. Long Pingan is to stay here and assist in the investigation of the subway station matters. The man who was named quickly stepped forward. The old police officer was once again surprised and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He had also heard of this name, Xingxiu, who had risen to fame in the southeastern theater. His speed, strength, and combat skills are all top-notch, with few rivals among the younger generation. A strong competitor for the title of future military king. The younger generation surpasses the older one. The old police officer's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. People like them are born to admire the strong. At the same time, his curiosity grew even more. These are all truly tough characters. The level of importance placed on this matter from above gave him a new understanding once again. He felt like a change was coming. Following that, Yuan Chang and his team first followed the old police officer to the local Special Investigation Bureau. During the visit, Mr. Wang once again used the instrument at the subway station, and this time, a faint red light appeared on the instrument. Apart from us, no one else can know about this matter. It is a state secret. If leaked, it could lead to charges of treason. The group arrived quickly and left just as swiftly, departing in the early morning. The schedule was full, leaving Long Pingan alone in Jiangzhou. As for the results of my investigation, it's fine to be a bit more vigilant, but it shouldn't affect people's lives. To put it bluntly, there's no need to pay special attention. After all, we must trust Mr. Wang, trust the specially equipped machine provided by the country. It's just a somewhat powerful ordinary person. The moonlight of Bailong River spilled onto the river's surface, shimmering with ripples, as if numerous pearls were leaping on the water. The willow trees by the river swayed gently in the wind, their branches swaying gracefully in the moonlight, dancing elegantly. At this moment, no one noticed that a faint silvery mist rose above the river, gently circulating on the water's surface, seemingly alive, swaying gently with the breeze. In the depths of the river, occasionally there came a deep and melodious sound, like ancient golden weapons piercing the water's surface, echoing in the night sky. On the willow leaves by the river, tiny dewdrops began to shimmer with a strange light, as if embedded jewels among the branches and leaves, swaying with the willow branches. At the same time, under the willow trees, some unknown grass began to grow rapidly, with peculiar patterns on their leaves, emitting a faint fragrance. The behavior of insects nearby started to become somewhat abnormal. They seemed to be attracted by some force, either drawing strange patterns on the ground, or piling up small mounds of soil in the corners, seemingly unintentional. yet it appears to be following some unknown rules. On the other side, I had already fallen asleep, perhaps due to the excitement of the day. I had a dream, where it all began in a vibrant forest. The trees soared into the sky, their branches shimmering with a verdant glow. Deep in the forest, a pure white deer, with a gentle and wise light shining in its solitary eye. I walked with brisk steps, each footfall accompanied by tiny sparks rising from beneath my skin, along with the crisp sound of bells, healing everything around me. Above the sky, a massive phoenix soared, its feathers radiant with all colors. Each beat of its wings brought forth flames and light. It circled and sang in the sky, its cry piercing through clouds, shaking the entire grassland, making all creatures bow and worship. I continued forward and arrived at a lake. On the surface of the lake, two graceful water cheetahs frolicked in the shimmering waves. With a light leap, they soared from the water column into the sky, transforming into magnificent rainbows of various colors. I also saw martial arts masters performing miraculous feats, moving swiftly and effortlessly between tall buildings, seemingly unaffected by gravity. Their movements carried the power of heaven and earth, with each strike accompanied by the sound of breaking air. Finally, I arrived at the peak of a towering mountain shrouded in clouds, as if it were a stairway to the heavens. In the sky, a giant dragon roiled within the clouds, accompanied by thunder and storms. Its roar made the heavens and earth tremble. I stood at the cliff's edge, holding a long sword in my hand, an ordinary-looking sword. In the next moment, the giant dragon moved, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Rocks tumbled from the mountaintop, the earth split under its pressure, as if the whole world trembled under its impact. The dragon that shattered the void, how could mortals dare to strike? In my dream, it seemed like I also moved, with slow and calm movements. There were no fancy sword techniques, no exaggerated actions, just a simple swing of the sword, as if bidding farewell to an old friend. It cut through the air gradually, without stirring a breeze or causing any ripples. The giant dragon's claw had already touched my head. At that moment, its body paused in midair, split in half, and turned into countless points of light, dissipating. The dragon spread its wings with a sword, and the me in the dream was terrifyingly strong. As the giant dragon dissipated, the dream began to collapse. At this moment, I faintly heard a gentle call, stirring my mind. I quickly looked up, my gaze piercing through the shattered scenery, and saw two blurry figures in the sky. Their faces were unclear, as if shrouded in a thick fog. I opened my mouth to respond, but found my voice trapped in my throat. Feeling anxious, I struggled, only able to let out a silent roar. In the next moment, I moved, flying towards the sky, hindered by an unknown restraint. But so what? I reached out, desperately trying to touch the figure ahead, but the distance seemed to mock my efforts. Just out of reach, just out of sight, so close yet so far. I felt a newfound sense of powerlessness. My heart was pounding wildly in my chest, cold sweat drenched my forehead, my eyes reddened, my face contorted. It was almost too late, this world was on the brink of further collapse. Finally, I let out a roar, but amidst the crumbling dream, the sound seemed insignificant. Fragments flew past me like a meteor shower, and I tried hard to grasp those pieces, attempting to piece together this world on the verge of shattering. But it was all in vain. "Don't leave me." The sound echoed in the vast dream, but those two figures had vanished without a trace. I woke up abruptly from my bed, sitting up with my heart pounding, sweat soaking the sheets. After about 10 minutes, I finally regained my composure. Pondering during the day, dreaming at night. I shook my head with a bitter smile, a hint of desolation in my tone. Upon learning about the revival of spirits, I naturally pondered all day. Dreaming is not unreasonable, as who doesn't yearn to become stronger, to reach the peak and overlook the world? That voice is so gentle, it brings a smile to my lips. The call in my dream feels so familiar. My parents have always been hidden deep in my memories. I just don't want to think about it, and I dare not think about it. According to the newspaper records and my grandmother's account, my parents died in a car accident when I was 1 year old. The whole car fell off a cliff, and my impression of my parents only exists in a few photos. Later on, my grandmother raised me alone, and 2 years ago, she passed away. Since then, I have been living alone in this familiar yet unfamiliar city. After calming my emotions a bit, I got out of bed. I have to live well to live up to my grandmother's years of hard work and teachings. After this ordeal, it's already 6 a.m. Time to get ready to report to school. Today is September 1st, and I am now a true senior student. In Class 8 of the senior year, I walked straight to my seat. My deskmate, who was once my girlfriend and now is admitted to Tsinghua University, was already there. Lu Rian sat at her seat without looking at me. My heart stirred slightly. In the past, she would always notice my arrival right away, then lift her head with a sweet smile. Things have changed now. Of course, none of this matters. It actually lifts a burden off my heart, making me feel much more relaxed. Let's each do our own thing and not disturb each other. Time passes by, and I feel restless. It's not that Lyurian is ignoring me, but I just can't focus on the textbook material. Isn't it a waste of time? I decide to scroll through my phone in the drawer, checking out any recent news and stories to be prepared in advance. I don't know how long it's been when suddenly a cold voice comes from the side. I turn slightly to see Lyurian looking at me with a face of indifference, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. We've already broken up, Ergo says calmly, without a hint of emotion in his tone. I'm even more confused. I know that, didn't I reply back then? Could it be that Lyurian didn't receive it? Despite my thoughts, I nod in agreement. Seeing my reaction, Lyurian's expression shows a hint of disdain. I know you're upset, but this is the reality. Give up. Do you think acting indifferent and self-destructive in front of me will grab my attention and make me change my mind? Or are you trying to emotionally manipulate me, saying that if I don't get into a good school, it's because of my influence? I'm even more puzzled. What is this woman talking about in such a confusing manner? Is it really like that? I'm speechless. Lyurian, seeing my reaction, becomes even colder. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Acting like this won't make me change my mind, it only confirms that my decision is right. Lyurian pauses and continues, studying is not for others. Your future, your life, they are yours. I hope you can mature a bit and not be so naive. I couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. It's really hard to suppress. It turns out that in his heart, this is how he sees me. Miss, stop cursing. Rest assured, I have no relationship with you now. Just as you said, we are ultimately not the same kind of people. Let me continue to focus on my phone, as the last traces of special friendship I had for Lu Ruyan vanish without a trace. It's quickly approaching 9:40 in the morning, and the students in the class have already gathered. The homeroom teacher at the platform starts speaking. Everyone, take a 20-minute break, tidy up what needs to be tidied, and class will officially start at 10 o'clock. I've already posted the schedule for you all. We're all in our third year of high school, no need for a lot of preamble, let's get straight to the point. Take him away. The class instantly became lively, students chattering among themselves. Even though the pressure is high in the third year of high school, after all, we are all students. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, there will always be topics. Many people's eyes also turn towards the direction where I am. Of course, they weren't looking at me, but at Lu Ruyan next to me. Have you heard? Lin, the class monitor, received a notice of direct admission to Tsinghua University, exempting him from the college entrance examination. Isn't that obvious? Everyone knows this news, it can only be described as envy. Not even a hint of jealousy is allowed. Even if I'm not worthy of being the class monitor, I am the class monitor. Not only good looking, from a good family, and excelling in academics, how can such a person exist by my side? This question should be directed at Ergo. What kind of luck did he have to become the class monitor's boyfriend? Just because he's a little handsome? As everyone whispers around me, I, the person involved, continue playing with my phone. My mental strength has increased by 2 points. Although the voices around me are not soft, I can hear them all. But how others talk is their business, it doesn't matter to me. Whether it's from above or below, it's not that important. My mindset has already changed. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly slammed the table, stood up from her seat, and the entire classroom instantly quieted down. Lu Ruyan was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. She cleared her throat, and began to speak. Classmates, we are at the most crucial turning point in our lives. Senior year is the battlefield of our youth, the best opportunity to prove ourselves. His gaze swept across everyone present. In this senior year where every moment counts, we have no time to hesitate, no reason to indulge. Our hearts should only be filled with studying, progressing, and pursuing our ideals. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath as she reached this point, her tone turning cold. Everyone knows that I have been in a relationship with Ergo for 2 years. As the class monitor, I admit my mistakes. But now, I lead by example. Ergo and I have officially broken up. We cannot be selfish. We carry not only our own futures but also the expectations of our families and the teachings of our teachers. I hope all classmates can focus wholeheartedly and give their all. Senior year class 8. With fervor and righteousness, Lu Ruyan's words resounded like morning bells and evening drums in the classroom of senior year class 8. Each sentence was powerful, full of passion, and carried undeniable authority. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted like thunder. The applause is for their monitor, not only an outstanding student academically, but also a spiritual leader. However, when everyone's gaze turned to me, their eyes couldn't help but show a hint of mockery and schadenfreude. After all, being in a relationship with Monitor Lin for the past 2 years has made many jealous. Now, it's only natural for me to pay the price, and everyone is excited beyond measure. Next to Lu Ruyan, I also lightly applauded. The performance by this woman is so wonderful. I couldn't help but clap and laugh, smiling more brightly than anyone else. Is he crazy? While Lu Ruyan was enjoying the applause, he glanced at me from the corner of his eye. I was slightly surprised, as this kind of smile of mine was the first time he had seen. Unintentionally, it made him feel a bit cold and uneasy. Could this guy still be thinking of retaliating against him? Just then, the head teacher walked into the classroom again. Lu Ruyan quickly sat down. He had said what he wanted to say. With classmates behind him, this incident would naturally spread. His words would surely earn the teacher's praise. Furthermore, he indirectly announced the news of our successful breakup to the world, a well-thought-out strategy with dual benefits. The head teacher at the podium began the Chinese class. When it comes to composition, it relies on talent, emotional appeal, and humor. If you lack talent and can't evoke emotions, you at least have to entertain the examiners a bit, blending in some ordinary and unremarkable content. Who wants to watch from below? I didn't hear a word, but now I'm angry. I used to have no bias against Lu Ruyan, parting on good terms, each going their own way. At worst, we won't interact in the future. However, Lu Ruyan's recent actions have made me feel disgusted for the first time. Using me, huh? Whether it's to show authority, motivate classmates, or break up, all of these are understandable. But choosing to use methods that hurt one's self-esteem, completely disregarding others' feelings, makes me feel a bit estranged. Time and time again, this enmity has been established. I can't stand it, I can't bear it. The class quickly passed. Su Chen didn't play with his phone during this class. After all, it was the first class of the school year, and he was still sitting in the front row, which was not very convenient. Of course, he wasn't paying attention either. He took out his notebook and started writing and drawing on it. He was planning the development route and organizing the context. After class, the classroom became noisy again. Many students' eyes once again turned in this direction. Everyone wanted to read some loneliness and discomfort from Su Chen's face. After all the studying was so hard, only by seeing others not doing well could they find some comfort and amusement in their hearts. Of course, they were destined to gain nothing. Su Chen ignored the gazes around him and walked straight to the back of the classroom. Chao Gu, don't sleep. The boy who was sleeping was awakened by this sudden voice and raised his head. An obvious impatience appeared on his face. If even the teacher didn't care much about him, who else dared to bother him now? His eyes were half open, revealing a hint of hostility. Obviously, he was extremely displeased at being disturbed from his sleep. What? Wang Chao asked coldly, with a tone of obvious displeasure. Su Chen ignored Wang Chao's attitude and said straightforwardly, I want to switch seats with you. No, wait. Wang Chao's refusal was about to come out, but he held it back. The last row, with a single seat, was a treasure land earned through his long-term efforts. Ordinary people wouldn't have this kind of luck. Normally, he wouldn't agree to switch, but a thought flashed through his mind. Su Chen's seat was next to Lin Xiyu, the beauty that the whole class of boys, including him, regarded as an unattainable beauty. Su Chen's seat seemed even better than his. He usually didn't study and didn't bother to interact much with his classmates. But sitting next to a beauty like Lin Xiyu was still very attractive. A hero's anger for a beauty. For someone like him, having a beauty by his side would make him more perfect and prestigious. If I can really sit next to Lin Xiyu, I can smell her faint fragrance every time I sleep. Even my dreams would probably be sweeter. Wang Chao began to calculate in his mind. Although he had no interest in studying, if he could use this opportunity to get close to Lin Xiyu, it would undoubtedly be a rare opportunity. Say something you shouldn't. He even, in many nights, when practicing his skills alone, saw the graceful and ethereal figure of Lin Xiyu in his mind. With my unique charm, coupled with a financial offensive, maybe I can make her gradually fascinated by me. The overbearing CEO and the sweet obedient top student, TSK. Wang Chao became more and more excited as he thought about it. So what if his grades were not good? Directly getting a top student girlfriend would prove his strength even more. Okay, deal. Wang Chao finally nodded, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. But will she agree? Why does she need to agree? It's me switching seats with you, it has nothing to do with her. Su Chen replied with a smile. It seemed like the deal was done. Soon, the two began to pack up their belongings, preparing to switch seats. Both were very satisfied. For Su Chen, as long as he sat in the back row, it would definitely reduce the attention from the teacher and classmates. He could brush his phone, record, and plan things more conveniently. The surrounding students naturally noticed the commotion over here. Curious, they began to whisper to each other. Hey, look, Su Chen seems to be switching seats with Wang Chao. Su Chen is willing to switch? Isn't Lin the class monitor sitting next to him? Is he out of his mind? What else can he do if he doesn't switch? Embarrass himself alone? Lin, the class monitor, has probably dumped him. He must be feeling down and out. Is he doing this to gain the class monitor's sympathy and then reconcile? The class monitor is beautiful and kind-hearted. She wouldn't really agree, would she? Damn, that's harsh. Also, Suchen deliberately switching seats with Wang Chao. That's really mean. What does Wang Chao look like? We still don't know? He's acting all high and mighty just because his family has some money, acting like a fool. Shoo, keep it down. If that guy switches seats, can the monitor still focus on studying? To be honest, Suchen is going too far. Instead of trying to improve himself, he's scheming and seeking revenge behind the scenes. If he can't have it, he wants to destroy it. We never saw this side of him before. He's actually that kind of person. The classmates' gossip faintly reached the ears of Suchen and Wang Chao, but neither of them cared. Wang Chao has never had any shame, he's used to it. Suchen just treated them like barking dogs. Let them say what they want, he only needs to grow stronger on his own. No need to explain, strength is the only truth. When the day comes, these people will turn around and start flattering, pleasing, and fawning over him. That's how society works, survival of the fittest. Dignity and reason are qualities only the strong deserve. Lin Shiyu slightly furrowed her brows. She didn't expect Suchen to act this way. It's quite amusing. Does he really think this will get my attention? Does he really think he's worthy of me? Lin Shiyu remembered Suchen's mocking smile. Is this your way of revenge, Suchen? Low, childish, and boring. She was starting to look down on him more and more. Instead of trying to improve himself and closing the distance between them, he kept playing tricks one after another. Suchen is beyond redemption now. It was at this moment that Wang Chao sat down next to Lin Shiyu and smiled at her. Lin Shiyu suppressed her annoyance and nodded in acquiescence. This made Wang Chao's face light up even more. If she didn't refuse, does that mean she's interested in him? There's a chance. Lin Shiyu was actually very unhappy sitting next to someone like him, but for some reason, she just wanted to annoy Suchen again, even if it meant enduring some grievances. She wanted to foil Suchen's plans, make him frustrated, and let him despair. What's with the act of not caring? Just replying with a simple good. Feeling uncomfortable now? Can't control the situation? Can't wrap it up? No matter what means you use, it's just self-entertainment, like an ant challenging a tree. The last class of the morning began. The students put away their distractions and listened attentively. Even Wang Chao, at this moment, wanted to show off in front of Lin Shiyu and didn't continue sleeping. Only Suchen sat at the back of the classroom, scrolling through his phone. As time passed by, Suchen's eyes felt tired, so he took a break. Just searching online, it feels like there's still a lack of information channels. Many important information might be hidden and not disclosed. Even some seemingly bizarre news, it's hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Suchen sensed some drawbacks. With his current means and status, wanting to obtain more useful information was still too inefficient. This won't do. Suchen felt worried, unsure of what to do. Personal power is ultimately too insignificant. Not only that, he was also restricted by his identity as a senior high school student, unable to wander around freely. For now, sitting here quietly, collecting relevant information, organizing his thoughts, and making plans wasn't a waste of time. But it couldn't last long. In a few days at most, there wouldn't be anything new. He needed to go out and practice, go to the scene. If it continues like this for the next year, wouldn't he be wasting away, no different from being imprisoned? I need to find a way, can't be restricted here. Just saying I want to drop out, it would be troublesome, and not guaranteed to succeed. Doing so might also arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. After all, I was already noticed at the subway station before. Suchen muttered to himself, seeking a solution. What if I cause some trouble? Fight with some classmates? Whoever he doesn't like, whoever gives him a bad look, he'll beat them up, slap them hard. After all, these students are no match for him now. Then I'll face some punishment. Getting expelled would be justifiable. Suchen's eyes sparkled brighter the more he thought about it. So smooth, so reasonable. The bell for the end of class rang. Already? Suchen was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit nostalgic. Classes were usually dull and lengthy. Now, he just checked his phone, and the class was already over? After class, classmates made plans to go to the cafeteria. Suchen was ready to go out to eat. Although the school cafeteria was free, he no longer needed to worry about saving money like before. He must eat well. Suchen, wait. Just then, Wang Chao called out to him. What's up? Suchen tilted his head slightly. Wang Chao put his arm around Suchen's shoulder, looking affectionate. Suchen, let me treat you to lunch at noon, let's have a good chat. Wang Chao's tone was casual, trying to make himself look like a big brother. Su Chen calmly shook his head. No need, I have something to do. What's there to talk about with this guy? Just a waste of time. A hint of displeasure flashed across Wang Chao's face, but he held his temper. Su Chen, you've been in a relationship with Lin for 2 years. You should know what she likes, right? Hearing this, Su Chen understood Wang Chao's intention. He was trying to impress Lin Xiyu, seeing if he could punch above his weight. What a joke! He now understood what kind of person Lin Xiyu was. With someone like Wang Chao, once you get involved, you'll only end up playing yourself to death. Su Chen showed no emotional fluctuations in his eyes, his voice still indifferent. I'm busy, and I don't know. With that, he turned and walked away. He couldn't muster any interest in this matter. Whatever happens between Lin Xiyu and Wang Chao is their business. It's none of his concern, and he doesn't want to hear about it. Wang Chao stood still. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so cold and disrespectful. Watching Su Chen walk away, a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Su Chen, huh? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he really thinks highly of himself, huh? How dare he refuse him? This kid, does he still think about getting back together with Lin Xiyu? He's dreaming. Wang Chao's voice was low, a sly smile appearing on his face. From now on, Lin Xiyu is mine. If he's plotting against her, don't blame me for disregarding classmates' feelings. Just an orphan without a mother, he should just go die. Wang Chao picked up his phone and made a call. He had to teach Su Chen a lesson, make him remember. On the other side, Su Chen had already left the school gate. He had no idea that Wang Chao now saw him as a thorn in his side. He was unaware of the revenge being planned against him. At this moment, he had entered a Chinese restaurant called Green Bamboo Pavilion. The restaurant was elegantly decorated with a theme of bamboo and wood. Several ink paintings hung on the walls, creating a tranquil atmosphere. A faint tea fragrance wafted through the air, bringing a sense of peace upon entering. Nice place, Su Chen commented casually. This Chinese restaurant was not far from their school. He had only passed by before because he didn't want to spend money. Su Chen chose a seat by the window. The afternoon sun shone through the window, providing a hint of warmth on the table. It turns out that life in senior year could be so comfortable. Since it was noon, there weren't many people in the restaurant. A waiter quickly approached and handed him the menu. Su Chen browsed through it and ordered some of the restaurant's signature dishes. Steamed base, kung pao chicken, seasonal vegetables, and a bowl of fragrant rice. The total was less than 80 yuan, not too expensive. This is the life, Su Chen sighed. What kind of hardships had he endured before? Soon, the kung pao chicken and seasonal vegetables were served. The kung pao chicken was spicy and fragrant. The tender chicken pieces paired with crispy peanuts were simply amazing, leaving a lingering taste. The seasonal vegetables were minimally processed. The simple cooking method retained their original sweetness. No wonder so many people enjoy dining out. The taste really seems better than what I can make myself. This sentence, he meant it sincerely. After about 10 minutes, the steamed base finally made it to the table. Perfect. The base lay quietly in the pristine porcelain dish, adorned with slices of ginger and scallions to enhance the flavor. Beneath the fish, a layer of vibrant green lettuce was arranged. Judging by its appearance, Su Chen could give it an 8 out of 10. Looks good, let me taste it. Su Chen's index finger moved eagerly. The flesh was tender and melted in the mouth. Delicious. Wow. Host in danger. No. Hiss. Warning. Host actually devoured the lord-level creature, the blue ocean melody fish. The flesh of the blue ocean melody fish contains extremely powerful energy, posing a risk of body explosion to the host's current trashy physique. Host, farewell. Ah. Su Chen was completely bewildered. The sudden voice of Tonzi startled Su Chen. He never expected that even during a relaxing meal, Tonzi could be summoned. He almost choked. Does this Tonzi have no sense of boundaries at all? Su Chen put down his chopsticks, feeling a sense of absurdity rising within him. He looked back at the steamed base on the plate, his gaze carrying a hint of complexity. Is this it? It's actually a lord-level creature? And it was slaughtered, cooked, and then eaten by me? But it does taste really good. Su Chen was starting to lose his composure. Following that, Su Chen took another bite. It tasted even better. He simply ignored what Tonzi said about energy overload and exceeding the limit. This little fish hasn't even grown up yet. What kind of energy could it possibly have? It would probably struggle to even boost his kidney. Thanks for the gift of nature. Su Chen silently prayed, feeling like the meal was even more worth the money. At that moment, the waitress who had served him earlier approached again. Sir, would you like some water? She had seen Su Chen almost choke earlier. Normally, she wouldn't bother with such trivial matters, but with fewer customers at lunchtime and this handsome young man, she thought she might as well strike up a conversation to pass the time. Su-chen thanked her softly and she poured him a glass of water. The fish is so fresh, it's the first time in my life I've eaten such fresh fish. Su-chen didn't hold back his praise, hoping to make some conversation. The waitress covered her mouth and chuckled, nodding with a hint of pride in her tone. The bass in our restaurant is freshly caught from the river, those farm-raised bass can't compare. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su-chen became even more interested. The river. Which river? Following this topic, Su-chen chatted with the waitress while enjoying his meal, feeling very content. 20 minutes later, Su-chen walked out of the restaurant, feeling the heat wave hit him. Just a moment ago, the waitress had even added him on WeChat. The sun was scorching, its rays beating down on the asphalt road, making the ground scorching hot. It's almost 1 in the afternoon, the first class in the afternoon is at 2:20. Su-chen squinted slightly, feeling conflicted. He was contemplating whether to go to the White Dragon River now. According to his conversation with the waitress earlier, the bass in their restaurant was specifically caught from the White Dragon River. At this moment, the trees by the roadside stood quietly, their leaves sun-drenched and no longer as lush and green as in the morning. The streets were deserted, as the heat prompted people to seek rest in shade. Occasionally, the faint chirping of cicadas under the shade of the trees continued to tell the tale of the summer heat. Cicadas, everyone else is resting, why do you keep chirping? If you're so persistent, I can't just slack off. Su-chen chuckled wryly, making up his mind even though time was tight and the weather was hot, he decided to take advantage of this lunchtime to go and see the White Dragon River. By evening, many people would bring their families to the riverside to cool off. At that time, with so many people around, it would be inconvenient for him to operate. Tongzi, check the new creature guide. Su-chen silently commanded. Biological guide, Azure Ocean Melody Fish category, water attribute, priest, marine creature rank, lord level creature also known as the ocean songstress. It often dwells in the depths of spiritually abundant waters, sustaining itself by absorbing the essence of water and the spiritual energy of the moon. Its song possesses a magical power to purify the soul and heal wounds. After reading the introduction, Su-chen was slightly stunned. Priest? It seemed to be a healing-type creature. With this in mind, Su-chen felt a bit excited. Whether in battle or daily life, ensuring the safety of life was always the most important thing. Having healing and restorative abilities undoubtedly was crucial for survival and development in this world. Just look at how much money those hospitals make to understand the importance of this stuff. Moreover, with the advent of the era of spiritual resurgence, various creatures and environments would undergo drastic changes. In such a grand context, having the ability to heal would give him a significant advantage. The rewards in this creature's guide should also be related to healing. Tongzi, I want to extract the guide rewards of the Azure Ocean Melody fish. Su-chen's heartbeat slightly accelerated, feeling a bit nervous. Extracting the guide of the Azure Ocean Melody fish, obtaining the ability Tide Song. Tide Song, passive ability, affinity with water elements, enabling more convenient and swift movement in water. Tide Song, active ability, by chanting, it revitalizes the wounded, and the restoration effect, chanting range, and spiritual power are related. Tongzi is awesome. Su-chen's mood was greatly lifted, unable to help but praise. May all go as planned. This ability not only had healing effects but also came with proficiency in swimming. Truly a comprehensive development of virtue, wisdom, physical strength, beauty, and labor. Calming his emotions slightly, Su-chen scanned a shared bike and headed towards the White Dragon River. The power was quite sufficient. The White Dragon River was a bit far from here. Even riding a bike would probably take about 20 minutes. Su-chen rode along the streets but couldn't feel any hint of coolness. Even the wind was hot. Passing through several streets, Su-chen finally arrived at the edge of the city. The buildings here were noticeably sparse, and the view was more open. However, the weather seemed not as hot. Su-chen also saw the river in the distance. The broad surface of the White Dragon River shimmered in the sunlight, like a silver dragon winding along the edge of the city. Speeding up, Su-chen raced the bike along the riverside path. The river breeze gradually grew stronger, carrying a coolness with water vapor, making him feel a long-lost chill. Now with no one around, it's crowded at night, luckily I came early. Finally, Su-chen arrived at the bank of the White Dragon River. A new place, what did it signify? Naturally, new opportunities. Su-chen parked the bike, stood on the riverbank, gazing at the vast river before him. The river surged, shimmering silver in the sunlight. This shared bike is quite a good thing. Su-chen wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, feeling a bit emotional. Unlike his shoddy homemade bike that he broke yesterday, the quality was too poor. Home was indeed not as comfortable as the outside world. Shared bikes not only saved effort but could be used anytime, rode faster, and felt more refreshing. It seems I also need to keep up with the times and get some new stuff. Su-chan made up his mind. Grandma left him some money, around tens of thousands. He had been reluctant to use it before, thinking about going to college, living expenses, and so on. Now with fewer worries, he should eat, drink, and change. As long as he could make himself stronger, he wouldn't worry about these material things in the future. Tongzi, is there a problem here? Su-chan rested for a moment, trying to communicate with Tongzi. No response. This Tongzi of his often ignored him completely. Only liked to startle. I have to rely on myself in the end. Su-chan shook his head and started walking along the riverside. The waitress sister said before that the sea bass he ate was caught from here. So, this place should already show signs of revival. The area where this river is located is very large and vast, so he may not necessarily have any gains. After walking along the riverbank for about 10 minutes, Tongzi still had no response. Even Su-chan's own observations showed nothing unusual. Could it be that the problem lies only with the river? Nothing can be seen from the shore? Or perhaps that base revived elsewhere, then swam over here and was immediately caught? Su-chan began to doubt. As he walked, Su-chan suddenly stopped in his tracks, feeling something in his heart. If there were indeed signs of revival here, then he seemed to know where it was. Or rather, he hoped it was there. Up ahead on the river was an ancient bridge. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but that was only to outsiders. Anyone who grew up in Jiangzhou, even if they had never been here, had heard stories about this place. And the story of this bridge. The ancient bridge lay quietly across the river. The stone structure of the bridge appeared ancient and dignified, like an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, silently recounting the changes in history. According to legend, in ancient times, the Bailong River was not as calm as it is now. It wasn't even called the Bailong River back then. The river surged and often caused disasters, bringing deep calamity to the people of Jiangzhou, until a woman named Bailing appeared. Bailing was the daughter of the Lord of Jiangzhou. She was beautiful, kind, and had a compassionate heart. Whenever the river flooded, she was always the first to step forward to organize relief efforts, earning the people's deep admiration with her good deeds. Until one day, Jiangzhou faced an unprecedented flood. The sky resembled an angry sea, with rolling black waves. Under this turbulent sky, Jiangzhou faced an unprecedented disaster. Thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. The raging river surged like an unbridled wild horse, ruthlessly pounding the embankments, threatening to destroy everything. The water level of the river continued to rise, threatening the homes of the people on both banks. Just a little more, and everything would be submerged. On the brink of despair, a figure stood alone by the river. It was Bailing. By now, she had exhausted all means and was mentally and physically drained. But mortals were still mortals. She couldn't bear the wrath of the heavens. Her clothes rustled in the fierce wind, her long hair danced in the pouring rain. Yet her gaze remained firm, hands clasped in prayer to the heavens. Tears mingled with rain, her cries seemed so faint amidst the thunder, yet so clear. She screamed, she shouted. She said she was willing to sacrifice her own life to ensure the safety of Jiangzhou. She wouldn't run away. Even if it meant death, she would face it with the thousands of people. The people of Jiangzhou felt this despair. Their homes teetered under the threat of the flood. But in the face of natural disasters, they chose to stay, to face fate's punishment alongside Bailing. By the river, countless figures knelt on the muddy banks. Helplessness and fear were written on their faces, but more prevalent were determination and resilience. The elderly, children, women, and even the strongest men knelt in unison at that moment. They followed Bailing's example, hands clasped in prayer to the heavens. Cries, shouts, and thunder mingled together, forming a tragic symphony. In this moment of despair and prayer, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly churned more violently, thunder resounded. It was as if the gates of heaven had been opened. A dazzling light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the dark world. A massive white dragon emerged from the light, its silver-white scales glistening in the lightning. The white dragon's eyes held complexity, and it let out a deafening roar that echoed through the skies. Under the gaze of the crowd, it descended to the mortal realm. With a gentle flick of its tail, the white dragon carved a deep trench into the earth. The river water was guided into the trench, diverting the surging flood and gradually calming it. The crisis seemed to have been averted. However, at that moment, Bailing had exhausted all her strength. Her body, like a kite with a broken string, fell by the riverbank. Can man truly overcome the heavens? Her voice was soft, only a few people heard her murmurs. The efforts, sweat, blood, and tears of the myriad of people couldn't compare to a gentle wave of the heavenly gods. The white dragon circled in the sky, letting out a deeper dragon chant. It seemed to be conversing with the heavens, yet also communicating with the fallen white silk. This dragon chant carried a hint of sorrow. Then, the white dragon's figure gradually became transparent, its massive body turning into countless points of light, falling towards the great river. The imagined plunge into the riverbed did not occur. Its body transformed into a stone bridge, spanning across the river, becoming a connection between the two banks. At that moment, the body of the white silk also turned completely transparent, disappearing without a trace. From then on, prosperity returned to Jiangzhou, and there were no more floods for years. In memory of the white dragon and the white silk, the river was named White Dragon River, and the bridge was named White Dragon Bridge, and their Jiangzhou, locally known as Lingzhou. At this moment, Su Chen stood on the White Dragon Bridge. Beneath his feet were weathered stone slabs, and by his ears, he heard the gentle sound of the river water lapping against the bridge piers. On the railings of this stone bridge, a poem was engraved. The river rages as if the sky is about to collapse, clouds surge and the night remains dark. White silk stands alone at the crest of the wave, tears shed, startling the river and sky. The dragon soars through the heavens, breaking through the firmament, silver armor gleaming in the lightning. A roar that dims the mountains and rivers, the raging currents suddenly calm their angry voices. The bridge itself, born from the dragon's soul and the silk's spirit, stone arches with the moon's reflection in the heart of the waves. From then on, Jiangzhou added a scenic spot, vowing peace on the White Dragon Bridge. Su Chen lightly touched the engraved poem on the railing. His eyes seemed to have sand in them, his eye sockets slightly reddened, but then he smiled, like the dawn sunlight, dispersing the darkness in his heart. Why am I suddenly looking forward to the revival of spiritual energy? Su Chen looked up at the sky, murmuring softly. He wanted to see the dragon that calmed the flood with its own strength. He wanted to see that woman. Su Chen blew the river wind for a while. It was comfortable, but it didn't attract Tongzi. Hasn't it revived here yet? Did the fish really come from elsewhere? Su Chen felt a little disappointed, not because of the wasted trip, just a sense of regret for some reason. Soon, Su Chen descended from the other side of the bridge, and at that moment, Tongzi came alive. Hiss! The host has a deep connection, defying fate, actually discovering a hidden paradise. It's like a walking treasure map. New scene-type illustrations have been collected. In an instant, Su Chen became spirited. His guess was correct. In that case, could those rumored stories also be true? Since spiritual energy was reviving. If it didn't exist before, what was there to revive? Hidden paradise? Su Chen looked at the willow tree in front of him. The willow tree stood by the river, its trunk seemingly thicker than its surrounding companions. The bark displayed a deep brown color, marked by the passage of time. The willow branches were soft and long, swaying gently in the wind towards the ground. These were not the focus. The focus was that the willow leaves were covered in dewdrops, shimmering in the sunlight. Under the scorching midday sun, there are still dewdrops? It's almost like abnormality is written all over its face. With that thought, Su Chen walked a few steps closer and lightly touched the willow branches. Discovered a precious fairy wood, the azure wave fairy willow. Exactly. Su Chen's spirit shook. His previous judgment was correct. For most things to revive, the environment they were in had to have already begun to change. Su Chen didn't rush to check the illustrations. He crouched down, carefully observing the small grass on the ground. It seemed there was something there. Although conclusions could be drawn by touch, not everything relied on Tongzi, only oneself was the most trustworthy. Paying more attention, observing more, and using one's brain more was never wrong. Is this faint fragrance coming from these inconspicuous grasses? After observing for a while, he could basically confirm that these grasses were also beginning to revive. And the extent of their revival should be no less than the vegetables he bought at the market back then. Because there were strange patterns on the leaves, indicating some changes in appearance. It's still the pregnant woman theory. If those things in the market were just conceived half a month ago, then these must have been at least 3 or 4 months along, showing some clues. Discovering rare immortal herb, emerald spirit herb. Su Chen reached out his hand, and Tongzi's voice came through decisively, without any delay. Yesterday at the market, those things seemed similar to it, all rare materials. Currently, this willow tree is identified as a treasure, so its grade should be higher, right? Check the new material guide. Su Chen didn't hesitate anymore. Current material type guide, 5 Azure Wave Immortal Willow category, wood attribute, spiritual attribute born by the river's edge, bathed in moonlight, elegant in form, with swaying branches and leaves. The bark is tough, containing the essence of water, the leaves are lush green, exuding a fresh aura. The leaves and branches of the Azure Wave Immortal Willow can be used to refine elixirs, with the effect of clearing the mind and focusing the spirit. Additionally, cultivating under it aids in nurturing one's character and advancing in cultivation. Emerald Spirit Herb category. What attribute? Life attribute. The Emerald Spirit Herb grows depending on the Azure Wave Immortal Willow, nourished by its aura, its dew possessing the ability to nourish all things. Practitioners who consume its dewdrops can nourish their bodies, accelerate healing, and extend their lifespan. Both of these are good things. Su Chen marveled. However, it seemed that the little herb had not yet produced dew at this point. It probably hasn't revived to that extent yet. Once it revives for a while and grows larger, won't I be able to come and collect dew to drink every day? He felt it was feasible. It seemed like there was hope for the future. In the next moment, Su Chen stood up and claimed the guide rewards. Claimed Azure Wave Immortal Willow Guide, plus 3 Spirit. Claimed Emerald Spirit Herb Guide, plus 2 Constitution. So, rare materials add 2 attribute points, and treasures can give 3 points. Su Chen was in a good mood. This wasn't over yet. Current Wood Attribute Guide, 3, Azure Jade Spirit Root, Azure Wave Immortal Willow, Emerald Spirit Herb, activated Current Wood Attribute Guide effect. Host's self-healing ability is enhanced, wound recovery speed increased by 20%. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a roar. The taste of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. His muscles became firmer, his mind clearer. He even felt that ordinary fruit knives might not necessarily pierce his skin now. If my constitution is stronger, could I withstand firearms? Su Chen's heart burned with excitement. Not to mention chewing grenades, he should be fine vacationing in a hail of bullets, right? He had to get stronger quickly. Open the scene type guide. Su Chen continued to mutter. This time, he almost forgot due to his excitement. Back at the subway station last night, he had obtained a scene type guide. But just as he was about to open it, he encountered those 3 reckless thugs. After dealing with them and returning home, he started thinking about reviving matters, completely forgetting about this incident. Then he fell into a deep sleep and had a long dream, feeling a bit out of it all morning. During breakfast, he heard 2 elderly people talking about strange occurrences in the western woods. Shortly after arriving at school, Lin Xiu gave him a hard time with several questions, leaving him speechless. After enjoying a good lunch, he even managed to catch a glimpse of a blue sea ripple melody fish showing signs of revival for free. Following that, he chatted with the waitress to gather information and rushed all the way to Bai Long River without resting. His schedule was pretty packed. If it weren't for the new scene type guide arriving this time, he would probably have forgotten about it. Memory really deteriorates with age. Current scene type guide, 2 Black Mist Death Domain Absolute Forbidden Zone. The black mist, like the cloak of death, shrouds this cursed land, silently eroding living beings. Daylight dims here, under the endless night, only the eerie light flickers, as if countless lost souls wander within. Immortal Spirit Paradise, truly a utopia. Spiritual energy surged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, nourishing every inch of the land here. Exotic flowers and plants bloomed in competition, celestial birds and spiritual beasts frolicked among them, and the essence of the sun and moon converged here, a coveted land for cultivators. Practicing here not only greatly enhances cultivation speed but also offers the chance to comprehend the supreme laws of the world. Sounds pretty awesome, doesn't it? These 2 illustrated guides, 1 black and 1 white, presented a stark contrast. Claim rewards for extracting scene-type illustrated guides. He was quite curious about what kind of rewards this type of guide would offer. It couldn't be attribute points again, could it? Tonzi quickly followed suit. Extracting the illustrated guide of the Black Mist Death Domain rewards the special item Key of Wu-Wei. Key of Wu-Wei, a seemingly ordinary key, yet it is the only substance in the Black Mist Death Domain that remains uncorrupted, as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. Key of Wu-Wei characteristics, pure essence, malleable form, attribute bestowal, spiritual resonance. Extracting the illustrated guide of the Celestial Spirit Paradise rewards the special item Seed of Lingxi Divine Tree. Seed of Lingxi Divine Tree, a rare source of spiritual plants in the world, nurtured by the spiritual energy of the Celestial Spirit Paradise, capable of growing into a towering divine tree that provides a continuous flow of spiritual energy to its surroundings. Hiss! After reading the descriptions, Su Chen took a sharp breath. These scene-type illustrated guides rewarded items. This was really good stuff. Su Chen looked at his hands. On each side, there was an item. The key on the left was just as described, very ordinary. Its material seemed to be somewhere between transparent and solid, which was quite strange. In his right hand, there was a small seed that appeared unremarkable. Tonzi, you wouldn't have randomly picked 2 knockoff goods to fool me, would you? Su Chen was uncertain. The next moment, his expression slightly changed. Some information automatically entered his mind. It was about the key. With the characteristics of the key mentioned earlier, things suddenly became clearer to him. So, this key can transform into any shape and form according to my will and needs? From weapons to tools, it's highly malleable. Moreover, based on my manipulation, it can bestow different attributes on it. It's like enchanting a blank weapon in a game. Suchin's eyes sparkled more and more. This was definitely a good thing. However, for now, it seemed that he could only transform the key into one form, so he needed to think carefully. He would keep it for now. How to use it specifically, how to develop it, he would think about it slowly during class. The key only needed to change its form. He had a lot to consider. Haste makes waste. This included the mysterious seed, which he couldn't plant for the time being. He couldn't just bury it anywhere, could he? What if it died prematurely or someone dug it up while he was at school? Where would he go to cry? The restrictions of being a student are too great. Suchin shook his head and walked towards where the shared bicycles were, preparing to return to school. Quite absurd. The world was undergoing drastic changes, yet they still had to attend classes. Suchin entered the classroom to the sound of the bell. At the podium, the male teacher with a Mediterranean look glared at him but didn't say much. The class began. The teacher was passionate, the students were attentive, and Suchin wanted to escape. After sitting down and looking at his phone for a while, he felt the urge to go out again. Staying here was too much of a waste of time. I need to leave as soon as possible. School will only restrict my development, and I'm not the same kind of person as them, so there's no need for much contact. Suchin played with the key in his hand. What should I transform this thing into? How should I enchant it? And this seed, it definitely can't be planted in crowded places, too risky and easily exposed. Should I rent a house in a remote area? I definitely can't buy one for 100,000, but renting one would be more than enough. Suchin ruminated, passing the time with his wild thoughts. The scorching sun of summer hung in the sky like a merciless fireball, baking the earth relentlessly. Suchin sat in the classroom, feeling the searing heat of the sun outside the window, feeling somewhat annoyed. Despite the fan spinning non-stop above his head, it seemed like a drop in the bucket, unable to dispel the stifling heat. The students were all focused on the podium. But under this sweltering torment, tiny beads of sweat involuntarily formed on their foreheads. 2 class periods quietly passed. When the bell rang for the end of class again, the students all breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had found a momentary escape. This weather is too hot, feels like being in a sauna. Yeah, just yesterday I was at home with the air conditioning on. Now I have to endure this torture. We haven't adapted yet, but from now on, every day will be like this. The bad days are just beginning. I really wish for a heavy rain to wash away all this heat. Hang in there, in a year we'll be free. I heard college life is awesome. The students grumbled, trying to relieve their restlessness and catch their breath. Soon, the bell rang for the start of class again. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still 2 full class periods to go. In class, Suchin continued to scroll through his phone. The benefits of sitting in the back row were fully displayed. After fermenting over lunch, it seemed like the teachers had also caught wind of the situation between Lin Shiyu and him. It seemed like they were starting to turn a blind eye, but that was normal, and suited him just fine. In the eyes of these teachers, a student's future and prospects had long been classified by their grades. Students like Lin Shiyu, the cream of the crop, were treasures in their eyes, objects they were willing to invest time and effort in cultivating, even to please and flatter. After all, students like her had a brighter future than they did. As for him, Suchin, no family background, no money, and now he had a conflict with Lin Shiyu. If they didn't kick him while he was down, that would be considered good. Grades were the bottom line. Differentiated education was just a slogan. Suddenly, the classroom's light seemed to dim slightly. Then it intensified. The once bright blue sky was quickly covered by surging dark clouds. The change came too fast, as if a giant hand was smearing ink in the sky, gradually devouring the light. The scorching sun was completely obscured. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? Oh my, is the end of the world coming? Do I finally not have to go to class? The students began to whisper to each other. Even though they were in class, such changes always managed to excite their otherwise dull lives. Beside Lin Shiyu, Wang Chao slowly woke up. Despite having a beautiful girl by his side, the teachers' voices were truly hypnotic. He was a bit confused. What's happening? Did I sleep until night? Can the scent of a girl really make someone sleep so peacefully? Suddenly, a gust of wind howled in. Like a roaring beast, it slammed against the windows, emitting sharp noises. The once noisy classroom fell into a momentary silence. They felt an unprecedented chill. The wind chilled them to the bone, sending shivers down their spines. No one complained about the weather being hot anymore. Why is it so cold? A student shivered and asked. The temperature in the air seemed to be dropping rapidly. Who was the one who jinxed us with talk of heavy rain earlier? A girl swallowed nervously. It was no wonder she was timid. The weather's drastic and harsh changes left them no time to react, which was quite unusual. The weather was changing. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the windows in the classroom began to make even more intense cracking sounds. It seemed like they could shatter at any moment. The excitement on the students' faces faded, gradually turning into a sense of fear. They enjoyed a good show, but they feared becoming part of it themselves. "Everyone, don't panic." The teacher's voice rose a few notches from the podium, trying to drown out the howling wind outside, maintaining order in the classroom. His expression was equally grave. Having lived for most of his life, such extreme weather was a rare sight for him. The dark clouds in the sky resembled a turbulent black sea, churning and gathering. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split through the clouds like a divine sword, carrying the might of heaven and earth. The entire classroom was illuminated, every corner exposed to its brilliance. The thunder roared like the wrath of a god, ringing painfully in people's ears. "Oh my God! Ah!" students exclaimed, their hearts pounding. The trajectory of the lightning was clearly visible, drawing a perfect arc in the air, as if to split heaven and earth in two. Everyone could keenly feel this endless fury. Who had provoked the heavens? The homeroom teacher hurried into the classroom, trying to appear calm. "Students, stay calm, don't panic." At the same time, the broadcast in front of the classroom sounded. "School-wide announcement. School-wide announcement. Due to the sudden extreme weather, it has been decided by the city district that all schools in the city will be dismissed early today. Students who have parents picking them up can leave first. Considering the current extreme weather conditions, we advise all students to stay in the classroom temporarily, remain calm and composed." Listening to the intermittent sounds coming from the speakers, the students finally felt somewhat relieved. But not Su Chen. His face looked grim as he tightly held an unassuming key. This key was slightly warm to the touch, as if responding to external changes. "This is abnormal, too abnormal." Su Chen's gaze pierced through the window, staring at the raging storm outside. This sudden storm might not be just a natural phenomenon. Su Chen lowered his head, shifting his gaze to his phone. The weather display for Jiangzhou above still showed a bright sun, with no sign of rain. "Ha!" The display changed in the next moment. "Red alert for thunderstorms." Jiangzhou Meteorological Disaster Emergency Response raised to level 2. No warning signs, the notification came too late. Even with current technological means, being caught off guard indicated something abnormal, unscientific. The phone vibrated slightly the next second. A text message came through. "Dear citizens of Jiangzhou, hello. The current weather conditions are extreme. Please cherish your life safety, take protective measures, and we suggest all residents stay at home, avoiding unnecessary outings." At the same time, the voice of the headmaster came through the broadcast again. "Students, following the superior's notice. The meteorological department is closely monitoring the weather dynamics, and the initial prediction is that this extreme weather will not last long. The school will ensure the safety of every student. Please remain calm and follow the teacher's arrangements." Hearing this, the students' discussions intensified, mingling with the thunder. Who would have the mood for class at this moment? Su Chen stood up. The increasingly hot key in his hand made him unable to sit still. He had to go out and see. Previously, he had set a rule for himself: wherever there was an anomaly, there he would be. Although this path might not be safe, there was no room for timidity in cultivation. Fortune favors the bold, opportunities and crises always coexist. Although progress could be made through caution, to forge an invincible and fearless heart, one had to venture in practice. Even among the strong, there were differences. Be the strongest if you want to be. Su Chen reached the classroom door. "Su Chen, where are you going?" The homeroom teacher's voice rang out, with a hint of unquestionable severity. Faced with her questioning, Su Chen seemed anxious. "Teacher, I want to go home." The homeroom teacher furrowed her brows. The weather outside had reached an extreme point, and no responsible adult would let a child take risks in such conditions. Moreover, she was Su Chen's homeroom teacher. "The situation outside is too bad right now. It's better for you to stay at school." Su Chen shook his head gently, already prepared in his mind. The broadcast said parents can pick up their children. "But I don't have parents, so does that mean I can't go home?" In Su Chen's tone, there was a hint of helplessness, but more of determination. "Teacher, I really have some things that need to be taken care of back home. I'm the only one in my family. If I don't do it, no one will help me out." The homeroom teacher looked at Su Chen, momentarily silent. These words struck a chord. Perhaps because of this weather, there really were troubles at home? Like a leaky roof, if he didn't go back soon, the house might get flooded? Alone, he had to handle everything himself. Thinking of this, a complex emotion surged in the homeroom teacher's heart. Although Su Chen seemed a bit self-destructive, she still didn't want to see her student living in too much hardship. Wait here, come with me. The homeroom teacher turned and led Su-chen towards the office. Once inside, she picked up a large black umbrella from the desk. Be careful on your way back, don't run around, hold on to the umbrella. I've also heard about what happened with Lin Xiyu, don't overthink it, teenage love is not reliable at your age. Study hard, you still have a chance to succeed in the future. Su-chen took the umbrella, thanked her sincerely. It was always the same, one good turn deserves another. He would treat others as they treated him. At the same time, Su-chen's gaze shifted to the teacher's laptop on the side. The computer screen displayed real-time news from various places in Jianzhou City. Due to the sudden storm, many areas were in a dire situation. In the footage, low-lying areas were already flooded with water on the streets. The water flowed swiftly, carrying debris on its surface. Trees by the roadside swayed in the strong wind, one even got blown over, blocking the road. The camera switched to the old residential area in the city, where the roofs of some houses were being lifted by the strong wind, with tiles scattered on the ground. Wow! Come and see this! Another male teacher seemed excited at this moment, tapping on the desk. Su-chen didn't rush to leave and also turned his gaze towards the screen. It was showing the real-time footage of the Bai Long River. The river water churned, waves surged, the water level kept rising, almost overflowing the embankment. However, these were not the reasons for the teacher's exclamation. The reason for the shock was that under the overcast sky, the river water seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, starting to rotate rapidly, forming huge water columns that shot straight into the sky. These water columns resembled the bodies of giant dragons, soaring from the river surface with a deafening roar, sucking the surrounding air into a vortex. The bottom of the water columns was wide, gradually narrowing as they spun faster, connecting to the clouds. The geography teacher was extremely excited, pointing at the spectacular scene on the screen. This should be a dragon-sucking water phenomenon. Dragon-sucking water, also known as waterspout, is a rare convective weather phenomenon that occasionally appears on the water surface. The geography teacher's voice was quite excited, enlightening the female teachers beside him. I never expected to witness it after teaching for half a lifetime. And in the next moment, the screen went black. The official real-time footage of the Bai Long River seemed to have been cut off. Su-chen's heart stirred, deciding not to linger any longer. The disappearance of the real-time footage might be due to the extreme weather affecting the equipment, but it could also be that the authorities deliberately cut off the information source. Some things couldn't be made public yet. The teacher's persuasion was in vain. Su-chen still held the black umbrella and walked out of the school. The pouring rain, the heavy dark clouds in the sky seemed as if they were about to crush the city. Thunder rumbled, the terrifying and restless atmosphere made people anxious. The rain curtain whipped up by the fierce wind blurred the vision, as if the world was being submerged by the rain. Su-chen stood at the school gate, folding the umbrella given by the homeroom teacher, letting the rain hit his body. It wasn't that he was ungrateful, but in such extreme weather, the umbrella served no purpose, only the part that was destroyed. He was reluctant to damage other people's things. The vastness of the world, but his figure was very small, appearing particularly lonely in the rain. Shared bicycles should be out of service. In such extreme weather conditions, forcibly using electric vehicles could easily cause a short circuit. Would his makeshift mountain bike be more reliable instead? Quite dramatic. Looking at the real-time footage from before, many places are severely flooded, and transportation is likely to be very inconvenient. Taking a taxi is basically impossible, just a waste of time. After a moment of hesitation, Su-chen decided to run straight to the Bai Long River. If others heard about it, they would definitely think he was crazy. But only Su-chen knew that when one is strong enough, this way of traveling is actually the most feasible. With his excess physical strength and agility now, this distance wouldn't be much slower than riding a bike. In thunderstorm weather, many monitoring devices probably won't hold up. Su-chen pondered to himself. Plus, with the dark weather, strong winds and heavy rain, visibility obstructed, there shouldn't be too many people noticing me. There were certainly concerns. Once he exerted force, his speed was indeed somewhat exaggerated. The next moment, Su-chen started to sprint, splashing water with every step. The rain blurred his vision, but his thoughts were unusually clear. Try to choose routes with fewer people without affecting the time. The scenery along the way became distorted and dreamlike amidst the lightning and thunder. Trees swayed like ghosts in the strong wind, dancing in the rain. The thunder roared in his ears, each lightning illuminating the path ahead, guiding Su-chen. Su-chen darted through the rain, his figure appearing and disappearing, as if merging with the storm. His heartbeat synchronized with the thunder, each beat filled with strength. The rain washed over his body, not adding burden but instead washing away much fatigue. This feeling was quite marvelous. Let's see my limits now. How fast can I run? How long can I keep it up? The more he ran, the hotter and more relieved Suchen felt. He crossed the waterlogged streets, splashing water shimmering under the lightning. He ran across empty squares, the rain curtain whipped up by the strong wind swirling around him, as if bidding him farewell. He dashed through the quiet residential area, the thunder becoming his war drum, urging him to keep moving forward. Suchen sprinted all the way, through the city's streets and alleys. Even he didn't notice. It seemed like a mysterious aura was faintly enveloping him. With Suchen's running, this aura seemed to weave an invisible web in the rain, connecting him with the world. His breath began to resonate with the water element in the storm. Every footstep seemed to awaken the power dormant deep within the earth. Gradually, Suchen sensed this power circulating within him, synchronizing with his heartbeat and breath. His pace became lighter, his speed increasing. His attributes of physical strength and agility hadn't increased, but he seemed to be utilizing them better. Is this the power of spiritual energy? Suchen pondered to himself, feeling something in his heart. It seemed like his connection with this world had become even closer. Is it the rain's influence, or am I truly exceptionally perceptive, naturally inclined towards cultivation? A hint of surprise flashed in Suchen's eyes. He began to focus more on running, attempting to deepen his communication with this energy. No one saw it, but in the dense rain, an aura seemed to form around Suchen's body. When rain approached him, it naturally diverted away, as if guided by an invisible hand. Every breath he took seemed to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, continuously replenishing his physical strength. Host's perception is extraordinary. Self-realization of cultivation. Officially entering the ranks of cultivators. Current realm, Qi refinement realm, 3 stars. Suchen's mind shook. He was now a genuine cultivator, and it seemed to be due to his own attributes. He directly stepped into the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Previously, even though he had the ability and his physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, he still did not enter this realm. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Cultivators have a deeper understanding and control of Qi. These people can perceive and absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, transforming it into their own power. This power is not only limited to enhancing various physical attributes but also to the diversity and malleability of spiritual energy. For example, using spiritual energy for attacks, defense, or even manipulating objects, it's all mysterious and profound. A normal person with strong physical qualities, as long as they don't have special abilities or mastery of Qi, there are many things they can't do. But fundamentally, these two aspects are not conflicting. Only through mutual development can one become stronger. He needs to stack up attribute values and advance his realm. In an instant, Suchen's speed was a few notches faster than before. He tried to wrap his feet with spiritual energy to reduce the impact when landing, thus increasing his running speed. Putting theory into practice. As he ran, he finally reached near the Bai Long River. Not as tired as imagined. It only took half an hour to get out of school. Faster than expected. Hiss. Suchen stood in the rain, letting the fierce wind blow against him, looking somewhat stunned at the anomaly not far away. The sky was low, with dark clouds pressing down heavily, giving a sense of weightiness. The lightning between the clouds seemed like the angry lashes of the heavens, each flash accompanied by earth-shattering thunder. Suffocating, oppressive, as if the weight of the entire universe was concentrated on this sky about to shatter. The fierce wind cut through the air mercilessly. The swirling rain formed curtains in mid-air, intertwining in front of Suchen, cutting his vision into fragments. This was nature's ruthless judgment on all things in the world. On the surface of the Bai Long River, huge water columns shot up into the sky, spinning and twisting, as if to break the boundaries between heaven and earth. The bottom of the water column connected with the river water, while the upper part pierced into the dark clouds, forming towers connecting heaven and earth. Illuminated by the lightning, the silver-white glow of the water columns became even more dazzling. They shimmered in the darkness, like silver dragons tumbling in the night sky. Interesting, truly interesting. Suchen's body trembled, unsure if it was from nervousness, fear, or excitement. His gaze pierced through the rain curtains, firmly locked onto the legendary Bai Long Bridge. The river surged like an angry behemoth, continuously pounding against the bridge piers. The bridge trembled in the fierce storm, as if it could be torn apart by this force of nature at any moment. Water columns rose around the bridge like swords, pointing straight to the sky. Extremely dangerous. Can't see clearly. Suchen murmured softly. He had a premonition that the Bai Long Bridge was the heart of this storm, the gathering place of all unknown dangers. But at this distance, he really couldn't see clearly. The Bai Long Bridge was hidden in the dim rain curtains, like a giant beast lurking in the deep sea, waiting for its prey to approach. Warning! There are dangers ahead, with abnormally violent and chaotic energy. Once you step in, there is no escape. Host, please leave as soon as possible. Stop thinking about seeking death. Tonzi seemed to sense Su Chen's thoughts and quickly issued a warning. Su Chen's expression flickered, smiling somewhat carefreely. Coward, shut up. How many times had this guy said he would die? Yet every time he came out unscathed? Cultivation itself is defying the natural order. If he doesn't even have this awareness, he might as well give up on all future opportunities and let others take them. Can't afford to lose face like this. Boom! Lightning tore through the sky, pointing straight at the river, illuminating Su Chen's face. It seemed to be challenging him. I really don't submit to you. Su Chen made his move. By the Long River. Family, give me all your likes and rewards, or I'll really leave. Lin Kur was now in a state of great conflict, her trembling voice filled with excitement and fear. The number of real-time viewers in her live broadcast room had exceeded 50,000 online, and it was still rapidly increasing. Prior to this, the popularity of her live broadcast room had never exceeded 100. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Don't leave, streamer. I'll send you a super rocket. This scene, one might not see in a lifetime, and the streamer wouldn't want to leave with regrets, right? Is this weather really so bizarre? Can the tornadoes in the sky be scientifically explained? Which fellow Daoist is crossing the tribulation here? Why not show up quickly? I think the streamer should leave. It's too dangerous. Don't let us see news tomorrow about you being gone. Damn. Look, it seems like there's someone over there. Damn. It's true. Streamer, switch the camera quickly. Lin Kur, who was already afraid, kept staring at the scrolling barrage trying to calm her emotions. She had been doing live broadcasts for 2 months, but it had never really taken off. Today, she decided to try her luck and see if there was any content she could broadcast. If she didn't gain more popularity soon, she would have to go home and accept her elder's arrangements. As she approached the vicinity of Long River, the weather suddenly changed. Originally, she had planned to leave to avoid the rain, but the sudden change on the river made her stop in her tracks. The river water was actually flying upwards towards the sky. This shocking phenomenon, even a pig would know, was a stroke of incredible luck. Once seized, taking off on the spot was not impossible. She understood it too well. Although it was dangerous there, she craved such opportunities. Once missed, there might not be another chance. She had to take the risk, aim high, and gamble. And now, it seemed she had won the bet. The results spoke for themselves. Anyone who entered her live broadcast room couldn't leave and quickly shared the broadcast. It was too shocking. It could be said that a large part of the citizens of Jiangzhou City, regardless of their profession, were now watching her broadcast. The official real-time footage from this area had been cut off. Only she could see it. Word spread quickly, and within just about 10 minutes, tens of thousands of people were watching simultaneously. Likes and gifts kept pouring in without stopping. Everyone was afraid the streamer would chicken out and run away. This real-time broadcast was more thrilling and shocking than watching a movie 100 or 1,000 times over. Is there someone else? Lin Kur looked at the barrage and suddenly raised her head. In such a dangerous place, was she not the only one there? Was it real? Heavens! There really is! At that moment, Lin Kur exclaimed, and the camera instantly turned towards the figure. Within the frame, a figure was walking towards Bailong Bridge, and at quite a pace. But that area was the most chaotic, with the biggest storm, and looked the most dangerous. How dare he? Damn! This person is reckless. Quick, call the police. If something happens, it will be a big deal. What is the streamer waiting for? Hurry up and rush to save the person. Do the people upstairs have no brains? Why don't you go and save them yourself? Is there a difference between this and suicide? Exactly. If someone wants to die, why do they need someone else to accompany them? Judging by the figure, that person doesn't seem very old. Please don't do anything rash. Lin Kur looked at the barrage, feeling a bit panicked and unsure. She could see more clearly than anyone else that someone had indeed gone in. And judging by the figure, it might even be a student. But at this moment, she really didn't dare to take another step forward. Her current position was already very dangerous. If she dared to get closer, she might lose her life if something went wrong. Trying meant dying. Only by being on the scene could one understand how terrifying and harsh the weather was. It was like a divine punishment. I can only watch him from here. I really dare not go any further in. Everyone, quickly come up with ideas. Her voice now carried a hint of crying. She didn't dare to continue looking at the barrage, afraid of moral coercion to go and save the person. Her attention was now entirely focused on the figure about to step onto the bridge. Please don't let anything happen. On the other side, Su Chen faced the thunder, his steps unwavering. Since he had come this far, there was no reason to retreat. One of his feet had already stepped onto the White Dragon Bridge. Although there wasn't much spiritual energy, it still adhered evenly to him. Just in case of any accidents, it could provide some protection. The bridge surface was slippery and slightly trembling, while the fierce wind around seemed to intensify. It felt like numerous hands were pulling at him, trying to push him off the bridge. Strange. Su Chen held onto the railing, stabilizing his posture, his gaze sharp. At that moment, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the other end of the bridge. In an instant, Su Chen's pupils constricted. Ah! Not only Su Chen, Lin Kuer, who had been watching from a distance, also exclaimed at this moment. She almost dropped her phone. With the recent flash of lightning, she vaguely saw something at the other end of the bridge. It seemed like there was something there. It looked like a creature with a very peculiar shape. She couldn't see clearly from the distance. Maybe she was mistaken? It wasn't just her. Some people in the live broadcast room also caught a glimpse. Of course, due to the limitations of the phone, they didn't see as clearly as Lin Kuer, mostly speculating and doubting. Damn, did you guys see that just now? It looks like a bear on the other side of the bridge? A bear? That's nonsense. There's clearly nothing there. How can you see anything in this darkness? I think I saw something just now too. Whether we saw it right or not, isn't the focus on the person who just entered? I wonder how he's doing. Chances are slim, he might end up in the news tomorrow. Serves him right for being reckless. No one had high hopes for Su Chen. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't encounter any mishaps in such a place. The raging storm was just the beginning. If they were swept away by the river, or even struck by lightning, there would be no way to escape. People. They must have a sense of awe for nature. On the White Dragon River, Su Chen looked very focused. There was indeed something on the bridge. The strong wind howled around, darkness enveloping everything. But thanks to the night vision enhancement effect of the Dark Attribute Guide, he could barely make out the appearance of that thing, its body winding like a snake but larger than an ordinary snake, standing upright. Its head was a mix between a dragon and a beast, with sharp horns on its forehead that flickered with electricity. What made Su Chen wary was not these features. It was the fact that electric currents occasionally surged from its body. Whenever thunder roared, its body seemed to resonate, electricity crackling. The level of this thing's revival seems quite high. I can't even tell what its true form is, but if we wait for a year, it will surely cause trouble. Tongzi, say something? Weren't you the one who told me to shut up earlier? Su Chen was speechless. What use was being obedient at this moment? Host, run quickly, you are on the path to death. Detected an epic-level thunder dragon, renowned for controlling thunder and storms, extremely brutal, you are no match for it. Epic level? This was the first time Su Chen had heard of such a creature. If I kill a creature of this level, the reward should be substantial, right? Su Chen's mind started to race, eager for action. There was no harm in trying. Although the upper limit of this creature was very high, it was an epic level being he had never heard of. But what did that have to do with now? He wasn't afraid. Cultivators are great, I can vaguely sense its aura and threat. It shouldn't be much different from me, more or less the same. If I can't beat it, I can still run. With this in mind, Su Chen made up his mind. A mere dragon causing such a commotion, what a joke. Thinking of transforming into a dragon? Are you even worthy? The land beneath your feet is protected by a real dragon. Roar! The thunder dragon seemed to hear Su Chen's mockery, roaring furiously, shaking the entire White Dragon River with flashes of lightning. In the distance, Lin Kuer collapsed on the ground in shock, her phone slipping from her hand. She had just seen it. That thing was not a bear at all. It resembled a legendary dragon, flashing with electricity. What was even more unbelievable was that the figure that had entered earlier seemed to be confronting the dragon, about to clash. Her worldview completely shattered. What the heck? Where's the live streamer? Did something happen? Why is the screen black? Did you all just see that? Damn, there's really something dirty out there. What the heck? What exactly is it? Live streamer, say something. Damn it. It must all be fake. I must be dreaming. I must have eaten something wrong, having hallucinations. After living for decades, who had ever witnessed such a scene? The whole internet was in an uproar. Lin Kuer knelt on the ground, letting the rain beat down on her, her mind in chaos. She couldn't recover for quite some time. As for her phone, she didn't have the courage to pick it up and continue the livestream. If what she had just seen was real, it was too shocking and bizarre. If she continued recording, what if she attracted unwanted attention? She still had some sense. If these things were broadcasted, the impact would be greater than showing a movie in public. If her actions disrupted social order and caused a huge commotion, she might not be met with immense wealth but a visit to prison. She would be ruined. At that moment, several police cars sped towards them, their speed extraordinary. These were not ordinary police cars but armed police vehicles, bulletproof ones. In the dim sky, the outline of the vehicles appeared rigid and cold. They seemed like war vehicles driving straight into the city from the battlefield, steel beasts. With the sound of tires splashing water, these police cars stopped abruptly around Lin Kuer at an almost impossible angle. It was a bit too flashy. The splashing water sparkled like diamonds under the glare of the headlights. Almost simultaneously, the car doors were forcefully pushed open. A group of police officers in black special forces uniforms poured out in an orderly manner. Their appearance was like ghosts in the night, swift and silent. These police officers seemed extraordinary. The special forces moved in perfect coordination, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Their faces were covered with masks, only revealing cold eyes, their guns gleaming in the rain. Two of the special forces quickly approached Lin Kuer, one helping her up. The other picked up her phone, blocking the camera with one hand and decisively ending the livestream with the other. This scene happened too quickly, and Lin Kuer could barely react. The only thing she was clear about was that she seemed to have caused a huge trouble. Such a big fuss for arresting her. These police officers were all exceptional, nothing like the regular officers she usually saw. And they all had guns. What was going on? However, not many paid attention to her. The special forces didn't stop, swiftly conducting on-site investigations and deployments with clear assignments. Pinyin, the instructions from above are very clear, don't act impulsively. Beside a police car, a middle-aged man patted the shoulder of a young man next to him. Director Wang, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. This young man was Long Pinyin, who had been dispatched to this place. At this moment, he was not nervous but rather excited. It seemed like things were getting interesting shortly after arriving in Zhengzhou. Director Yuan's foresight was indeed remarkable. Everyone's attention now turned towards the White Dragon Bridge. They had watched Lin Kuer's livestream clearly from the car. The slight delay was due to the unified mobilization arrangements from above. The local police force had been deployed elsewhere for rescue operations. That is to say, the police officers present here now are not weak, they are all special forces with strong skills and loyalty, specially deployed here after the subway station incident. Inside the classroom of class 3 to 8 in high school, the class still hasn't resumed, everyone is looking at the projector in the front of the classroom. On the projector, the situation in various areas under the extreme weather is being broadcast. It seems that the disasters have been brought under control, with the police cooperating with the local residents in an orderly manner. This has relieved the students. However, at this moment, Lin Shiyu's attention is focused on Wang Chao. Of course, it's not about love or ambiguity. She hasn't reached the point of being indiscriminate. It's mainly the scene on Wang Chao's phone screen that has stirred up waves in her heart. Wang Chao is watching the live broadcast from Bailong River. Initially, she didn't intend to watch along, but she found the voice of the person in the live broadcast somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be her cousin, Lin Kuer. Coupled with the stunning scenes from Bailong River, she couldn't help but watch. Just now, her heart suddenly thumped wildly. She also saw the figure heading towards Bailong Bridge. It felt somewhat familiar to her. Who else could it be if not Su Chen? It couldn't be him, right? I must have seen it wrong. It's so far away and so dark, you can't see clearly at all. Maybe I'm still angry, so I'm associating it with him. Moreover, Su Chen left the school half an hour ago. How could he have arrived there so quickly? Despite thinking like that, she kept her eyes fixed on the screen. It has nothing to do with Su Chen, she is worried about her cousin. Then, she saw the scene just now, covering her mouth directly, preventing herself from exclaiming. Two figures on either side of the bridge. Under the lightning, one side of the face was somewhat blurry. But for Lin Shiyu, it was more recognizable than the back view. Could there really be someone in this world who looks so much like him? Lin Shiyu was a bit confused, a bit flustered, a bit at a loss. By now, the live broadcast suddenly got cut off. But the barrage was still rolling extremely fast, even showing signs of escalating. Damn! What's going on? Why did the live broadcast get cut off? It's over. Is there anyone brave enough to go check out Bailong River? What are you looking at? Are you looking to die? Call the police. This is getting serious. Is it possible that the police shut it down for her? Hiss. If it's really the police who shut it down, could there really be a secret in that bridge? Do you guys remember the person who just went in there? He seems to be confronting some monster on the other side. Are they going to fight? Damn! Signs from heaven and earth, masters confronting each other, I get it, this is a cultivation novel. It's over. I suddenly can't understand this world anymore. Could it be that the cultivation experts are for real? The audience in the live broadcast room exploded. Everyone understood that their Jiangzhou might be in for a big event. Jiangzhou, by Long River, live broadcast, thunderstorm weather, mysterious figures, monsters. These keywords on their own don't mean much, but combined together, it's terrifying and amazing. Could Su Chen be a master from another world? Or some kind of legendary cultivator? Lin Xiyu looked at the messages rolling in the barrage, feeling a bit dazed. This couldn't be true. She knows what Su Chen is like, doesn't she? It's all fake. It's definitely all hype. In this day and age, how can people still believe in this? How boring. Even if it's true, that person at most just looks like Su Chen. Lin Xiyu took a deep breath, trying to suppress the rising restlessness. It can't be anyone but Su Chen. If my cousin is okay, I'll ask her later. By Long Bridge, the dark clouds in the sky churned like a boiling ink sea, with lightning and thunder intertwining. The thunder dragon seemed to sense Su Chen's mockery. This provocation ignited the anger in its heart. Roar! The roar was deafening, causing the heavens and earth to change color. A mere mortal, how dare he be so arrogant? He doesn't understand. The thunder dragon swung its tail violently, creating a towering column of water that shot towards Su Chen. At the same time, the thunder dragon leaned forward, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly charging forward. A double attack. Su Chen's heart raced at this moment. It was the first time he felt the threat of death. But besides fear, his eyes were filled with more fervor for battle. Gathering knowledge and strengthening himself, wasn't it all for the sake of fighting, for the thrill of it? For a man, what could be more exhilarating than this? In an instant, the key in Su Chen's hand transformed into a long sword. It was the same one he used to slay dragons in his dreams. He felt so cool. The sword exuded a faint aura, in sync with Su Chen's will and strength. Just a beast, what's there to show off about? With a flash of the sword, Su Chen met the thunder dragon's charge head-on. If this guy were in his prime state, he would definitely turn and run without a second thought. But you've just recovered, acting all high and mighty like a snapping turtle, really? Su Chen's figure turned into a ghostly presence in the rain, colliding with the thunder dragon's thunderous power. What he lacked now was real combat experience. The aura of the dragon was not much different from his, even slightly weaker, making it an excellent sparring partner. The tip of the sword clashed with the thunder dragon's scales, producing a sharp metallic impact and sparks flying. Su Chen's movements were somewhat clumsy, even lacking finesse. But his strength was undeniable. Great strength works wonders. Each of his strikes carried the momentum of breaking through the air, aiming straight at the thunder dragon's body. The thunder dragon's counterattacks were equally fierce, its tail like a giant whip in a storm, each swing carrying the force of thunder. Su Chen dodged left and right under the thunder dragon's attacks, fully focused. His figure flickered in the rain curtain, elusive like a ghost, hard to grasp. It's a good thing I gained insights into qi on the way here and became a cultivator, or it would be really troublesome. Su Chen sighed in his heart. It was precisely this understanding and application of qi that made him less embarrassed now. He even looked a bit like a master. The battle escalated, with both sides exchanging blows on the White Dragon Bridge. The quality of this bridge exceeded human imagination. Not far away, a group of special police officers looked serious, mixed with a hint of excitement, watching the flickering lightning on the White Dragon Bridge. They couldn't see the specific situation inside, but they weren't fools and could roughly guess what was happening. Those two freaks must be fighting. Is this truly the power that humans can achieve? Apart from them, Lin Kuer's pupils contracted, her body trembling. She couldn't believe that just going out for a walk today would lead to so many things that shattered her worldview. It felt like she was in a movie. Phew. Beside Chief Wang, Long Ping'an let out a breath, his eyes filled with excitement and awe. Right now, everyone's attention was not on him. But if anyone cared to look, there seemed to be a faint aura fluctuation around his body. He was indeed the rising star of the southeastern war zone. But he was also a true pioneer. Several months ago, the country's top officials had noticed some clues. It seemed that their world was undergoing some changes. At first, no one paid much attention. But in the past 2 months, the top officials and the military increasingly felt that things were not normal. In their land, there seemed to be an unprecedented abnormal energy appearing. The top officials held several late-night meetings and finally decided on several special investigation teams. Over the past 2 months, they had gained a lot of understanding and made significant discoveries, which were shocking. This was likely to be a dramatic change that had not occurred in 1,000 years. Turbulent times were ahead. Under the relentless research of the special investigation teams, this special energy had finally been harnessed into instruments for measurement. It was the one that appeared at the subway station that day. Specially trained individuals worked with the instruments to sense any abnormal energy fluctuations, causing the device to emit a red light. The greater the abnormal energy fluctuation, the brighter the red light shone. According to a special investigation, this abnormal energy not only affects animals, plants, and the environment but also impacts humans. A very small number of people seem to have a sensitivity to this abnormal energy, a natural affinity. Some even harness it for themselves. Just 2 weeks ago, the country secretly released a bombshell, known only to a select few. They named this abnormal energy. It is called spirit chi. Those who can sense fluctuations in abnormal energy, in other words, sense spirit chi, are called pioneers. According to research, the current abnormal phenomena resemble the era of spirit chi described in ancient legends. Therefore, the higher-ups tentatively believe that the world today may be witnessing the revival of spirit chi. Based on the degree of sensitivity to spirit chi, the higher-ups have also drawn inspiration from the hierarchical realms described in ancient legends. Chi refining realm, sea of chi realm, spring of spirit realm, domain of spirit realm, realm of spiritual travel, void realm, sage realm. Although it sounds far-fetched, like a fictional myth, Long Pinyin is a peerless genius, a genuine one-star pioneer in the chi refining realm. To put it bluntly, even those warlords, as long as they have not awakened to spirit chi and become pioneers, may not necessarily be his match. Such a terrifying aura. Is that really a human fighting inside with that thing? At this moment, Long Pinyin was shocked and confused. According to the information he received, their country has the highest sensitivity to the revival of spirit chi in the entire world. After all, their cultural heritage is profound, and his current one-star chi refining realm strength definitely ranks among the top in the country, maybe even in the top 10. But the aura fluctuations on the White Dragon Bridge made him feel extremely apprehensive. It was much stronger than him. What kind of monster is this? Spirit chi has only just begun to show signs of revival. How did he become so powerful? Even that war god couldn't achieve this level, right? Where did this guy come from? If it weren't for orders from above, he would really want to take the risk and rush up to sea. On the White Dragon Bridge, the roars of Lei Jiao and the sword cries of Su Chen intertwined. Su Chen's swordsmanship became more and more fierce, leaving traces on Lei Jiao's scales. This Lei Jiao, in terms of attributes, is slightly inferior to me, just right for practice. But it's almost time to end this. Su Chen's eyes turned fierce, his mouth slightly open, and a sharp whistle sounded. His ability, Shadowy Scream, activated, causing Lei Jiao to freeze in place as if being scolded, with a bewildered look in its eyes. While you're down, I'll take your life. Launching Shadowy Assault, Su Chen swiftly left a residual image and instantly appeared in front of Lei Jiao. This sword was extremely fast. Gathering spirit chi at the tip of the sword, he stabbed directly at Lei Jiao's head. Even Su Chen didn't notice that a thunderous light seemed to be absorbed into the sword through Lei Jiao's head. With a light sound, Lei Jiao's head was directly cut off, falling into the nearby river, disappearing without a trace. The massive body convulsed violently on the bridge, then slowly fell, motionless. Lei Jiao, dead. The sky seemed to fall silent for a moment. Hiss. The host is so terrifying. First kill of an epic-level creature, reward 100 points. Ignoring Tonzi's praise, Su Chen chose to ignore it directly. Immune. The thunder in the sky gradually faded away, the dark clouds slowly dispersing to reveal a faint light through the cracks. It was only 6 o'clock in the afternoon, not yet evening. This extreme weather should be ending soon. Su Chen muttered softly. He could feel the violent energy around him rapidly diminishing, and the rain was starting to become sparse. Let's leave here first. Earlier, he had already noticed the special police not far away. He also knew that those people must have seen him. But he didn't want to have too much interaction with these special police at the moment. At least not in this place. Most likely, these people will definitely come looking for me tonight. But it won't be as crowded and chaotic as it is now. The ones coming must be big shots. With this in mind, Su Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and quietly left from the other side while the extreme weather had not completely dissipated, obstructing his line of sight. He didn't completely reject having connections with the country's higher-ups. As mentioned earlier, he needed an identity that would not be confined to the school, and could access more information channels. Of course, he also didn't want to completely expose himself to everyone's eyes. People need to have a bit of mystery, a bit of boundaries. A few minutes later, Long Pinyin frowned, feeling that something was off. Director Wang, it seems like those auras are gone. Gone? Director Wang was slightly puzzled, not quite understanding. The battle should be over, should I go up and check? Long Pinyin was eager to try. Director Wang looked somewhat hesitant. The special police officers here now naturally had outstanding skills, and vaguely knew about some abnormal energy incidents. But in terms of skills, the best among them was the one in front of him. He was one of the few who knew that Long Pinyin was a pioneer. Director Wang made a phone call. 3 minutes later, the call ended, and he nodded at Long Pinyin. You go, be careful, report any situation immediately. This was naturally approved by higher authorities. And according to the meteorological monitoring station, a rapid decline in extreme weather trends had appeared a few minutes ago. By now, the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the rain had become milder. It should be fine now. Hiss. 1 minute later, Long Pinyin ran to the bridge, his pupils shrinking suddenly, taking in a sharp breath. The scene before him was too shocking. The body of the thunder dragon lay across the bridge, its headless body still exuding a terrifying aura even in death. Its scales shimmered with a deep blue light under the gradually clearing sky, as if still retaining the power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder attribute? Is it really such a rare attribute? The spiritual energy has just revived, and such a terrifying creature already exists? If it continues to grow like this, can it really be stopped? Long Pinyin, who was originally proud, now felt somewhat lacking in confidence at this moment. He was at the forefront of all, a pioneer of spiritual energy revival, but why did he feel so weak now? Could he have been misled? Long Pinyin crouched down, gently touching the cold and hard scales, filled with uncertainty. He could sense the residual spiritual energy inside the thunder dragon's body, and also feel how tough its skin was. When alive, this thing should have been several times stronger than him. Without using heavy weapons, he might not even be able to break through its defense. With such an existence, even if he joined forces with the few other pioneers he knew, it was hard to say who would come out on top. Terrifying creature. Long Pinyin's gaze finally returned to the severed neck of the dragon. The cut was smooth, obviously done by a sword. Such power was too insane. Long Pinyin took a deep breath and made a phone call. Pinyin, what's the situation? Director Wang answered immediately, asking anxiously. Director Wang, you better come over with people to see for yourself. Long Pinyin's voice carried a hint of helplessness. He truly didn't know how to explain this scene, it was beyond comprehension. Without seeing it with his own eyes, it would be impossible to believe. Soon, Director Wang arrived with a group of special police officers at the White Dragon Bridge. Their footsteps abruptly stopped when they saw the Thunder Dragon's body, each person's face showing an expression of disbelief. What is this? A special police officer asked stutteringly. He had not hesitated to kill criminals with bad intentions in his life. But this kind of thing, he truly saw it for the first time. Director Wang's face became extremely serious, walking forward to personally inspect the Thunder Dragon's body. The smooth cut, the lingering aura of terror, all proved the terrifying strength of both it and the one who defeated it. Director Wang furrowed his brows, hesitated briefly, and instructed these special police officers to handle the scene. The implication was to let them broaden their horizons a bit. Now, even he felt like a country bumpkin. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy was an unstoppable event, it was necessary to vaccinate a portion of the population and make preparations. Although these selected special police officers were not pioneers, they were strong and loyal, making them the backbone of the force. Moreover, as time passed, more pioneers would surely emerge, giving these special police officers more opportunities. These arrangements were all in preparation for the upcoming era of the full resurgence of spiritual energy. Director Wang gestured for Long Pinyin to come aside. Do you know what kind of creature this is? Long Pinyin shook his head in response to the question. I'm not sure. It's my first time seeing it. We need to report to the higher-ups and wait for the specialized team to conduct comparative analysis. Director Wang nodded, his expression somewhat complex. Despite living for most of his life and experiencing countless storms, he found it hard to bear what had happened in the past few months. Could those mythical stories be true? Did spiritual energy and cultivators really exist in the distant past? Was it truly like the cultivation worlds in those novels? Unbelievable. But the evidence seemed to be mounting, leaving them with less and less room for rebuttal. Even such a brilliant civilization at the time could decline and even experience a fracture. What exactly did they encounter? And why is it starting to revive now? Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. Beside him, Long Pinyin listened to Director Wang's sighs with a faint smile. His gaze was sharp, his voice resolute. Director Wang, look at the changes in the world. The winds of change are ever present. But it is precisely these changes that nurture infinite possibilities. Long Pinyin pointed towards the sky. If you fear the resurgence of spiritual energy, it will be a disaster. If you face it head-on, it will be an opportunity for people to rise. In our Dragon Nation, there have been countless heroes since ancient times. No matter how the times change, they can forge ahead in the storms and create their own glory. In our generation, we will only grow stronger, and we must grow stronger. Director Wang looked at Long Pinyin with a hint of admiration in his eyes. With people like you, the Dragon Nation will naturally thrive. By the way, what do you think of that person's strength? Upon hearing this, Long Pingan took a deep breath. He naturally knew who Director Wang was referring to. Very strong, extremely strong. I even suspect that his strength may surpass any pioneer we know of. Director Wang was taken aback. He knew that person would be formidable, but he didn't expect Long Pingan to give such a high evaluation. A pioneer of such power would be a great asset to the country. If, on the other hand, he had ill intentions, it would pose a significant threat. Alright, report and investigate immediately. Director Wang issued a decisive order. There was no time to waste. On the other side, Su Chen had already returned home. He took a shower as if nothing had happened. He had developed a mentality of a strong individual, handling things calmly. The TV was broadcasting real-time updates on the situation in various areas of Zhangzhou. The thunderstorm had come and gone quickly, and the disaster in various places was being alleviated, expected to recover soon. However, the report did not mention the Bai Long River. Just then, Su Chen's phone vibrated slightly. He looked and was a bit puzzled. Why was Lin Shiyu sending him a message again? What was she thinking? Soon, Su Chen opened the message. Su Chen, have you arrived home? Don't get me wrong, as the class monitor, it's my duty to care about the safety of my classmates. None of your business. After reading the message, Su Chen chose not to reply and simply closed the chat box. He really didn't want to have any more interaction with this woman, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Following that, Su Chen casually started playing a video. This is called combining work with leisure. In the video, the river was rushing, the wind was howling, lightning was flashing, and a figure stood on the bridge, facing off against a blurry silhouette on the other end. Damn! Soon, Su Chen exclaimed. He said how this video looked more and more familiar. Wasn't this the scene of him going to White Dragon Bridge at that time and then confronting Lei Jiao? How did it end up online? Moreover, the views had already reached tens of thousands and were rapidly increasing. Damn it, don't stir up trouble. Where's the public relations team? Quickly control the hype. Su Chen was feeling a bit overwhelmed. If they really identified him and he became the center of attention, he would be in big trouble. The only comforting thing was that although the figure in the video looked very similar to him, the face was not clearly visible, so no definite conclusion could be drawn. Su Chen quickly opened the comments to see the current situation. I watched the live broadcast on the scene. This video is definitely not edited, completely real. Impossible. Nowadays everything is sensationalized, everyone is crazy about getting attention. What about the official statement? I believe what the official says. The official needs to speak up. I said before, that thunderstorm on White Dragon Bridge was that friend crossing the tribulation, don't you believe it? Online teaching of cultivation, message me if interested, fair and reasonable prices. It could be an illusion at White Dragon Bridge. It's a recording after iron oxide meets lightning. Stop talking nonsense, even if it's a recording as you say. It still proves something happened before. How do you explain that? In my opinion, if the whole Jiangzhou digs this person out, the truth will come to light. Dig what? Didn't the video end there? I bet he was directly killed by that thing. Su Chen looked at the comments, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples. What a mess. At the same time, Su Chen had a thought. He seemed to know why Lin Shiyu had messaged him. Did she notice the figure in the video looked like him? Women, their minds are so complicated. Forget it. Su Chen tossed his phone aside. What was coming next was not something he should worry about. The higher-ups in the country should be more anxious and troubled than him. He felt no guilt about having those people help cover things up, because he left them a gift. The reason he didn't destroy or take away Lei Jiao's body at the time was specifically to leave it for those people to study. I wonder how long it will take them to come find me, hopefully not when I'm already asleep late at night. Su Chen thought to himself, pulling out the Wu Wei key once again. He discovered another advantage of this treasure. It could transform back and forth between a key and a transformed long sword. This was so convenient, whether in terms of concealment or portability, it was perfect. Ha! Suddenly, Su Chen was slightly stunned. This key seemed to have changed in some way. Originally, it had no color, but now, it seemed to faintly exude a bluish-purple hue. What's going on? Su Chen studied it for a while, his eyes lighting up. This was an attribute bestowed by its nature, what he called enchantment. After killing Lei Jiao, the Wu Wei key had absorbed and refined some of the thunder attributes from Lei Jiao's body. After thinking for a while, Su Chen made a decision. He chose to inject this thunder attribute into the transformed long sword. Thunder, the main attribute of killing, is the wrath of the heavens. Its characteristics are swift and violent. The power of thunder and lightning has always been seen as a divine punishment, the most direct and pure symbol of destruction in the natural world. It can tear through the sky, pierce through everything, which aligns perfectly with the sharpness and directness of a sword. The sword, as the king of 100 weapons, is renowned for its sharpness, directness, and invincibility. The addition of the thunder attribute would undoubtedly elevate the sharpness of the sword, giving it unparalleled destructive power. Even the strongest defense would be like thin paper in the face of the power of thunder and lightning, a perfect match. Following that, Suchen closed his eyes and focused. The inaction key transformed back into a long sword in his hands, with the power of thunder slowly infused into it under his guidance. The long sword began to emit a deep rumble, as if echoing the power of lightning. Suchen could feel the slight trembling of the sword, a sign of the thunder element circulating within. Suchen moved cautiously, not daring to lose focus. This was also training his control over spiritual energy, killing two birds with one stone. After about 10 minutes, Suchen breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The enchantment was complete. Tiny electric arcs danced on the blade of the sword, shimmering with a faint blue light, quite a sight to behold. Suchen gently waved the thunder attribute long sword in his hand, a small electric arc trailing behind the tip of the sword, making a crackling sound. Suchen nodded in satisfaction, transforming it back into a key and stowing it away once more. It was impossible to experiment more, he didn't want to dismantle his own home. Now I can only transform the key once. If I have extra transformation opportunities in the future, I can enchant other absorbed attributes onto the new weapon after transformation. That's what a true all-purpose key is. He was incredibly strong. Tonzi, open the new creature guide. Suchen rested for a moment and continued to reap the rewards. What could be more joyful than this? Thunder Dragon, category, electric attribute, dragon, mage, tier, epic creature, the rumored heavenly messenger who controls the power of thunder, born during the thunderous upheaval of the 9 heavens, one of the most violent beings between heaven and earth. The Thunder Dragon possesses the supreme power to control thunder, and every appearance is accompanied by thunderous roars and lightning that shake the heavens and earth, truly terrifying. After reading the guide, Suchen nodded in approval. Indeed, it looks quite impressive from the introduction, but it still needs to grow. Suchen chuckled. This Thunder Dragon, boasting before even growing up, would have been defeated by him directly in the chi refinement realm. Why not focus on development? Must show off. This guy's category unexpectedly includes mage? Upon careful consideration, Suchen understood. After all, this guy had some connection with dragons. Being able to summon the power of heaven and earth, evoke thunder penalties, and bring forth thunderstorms directly wasn't an exaggeration. Unfortunately, it had just recovered, only knew how to operate, and lacked enough mana, so it could only rely on physical strength. Quite dramatic. If you meet me, your death won't be unjust. Tonzi, claim the guide reward. Claim Thunder Dragon Guide, gain the ability Thunderous Divine Punishment. Thunderous Divine Punishment, summon the most violent and purest power of thunder and lightning from the natural world, under the name of Divine Punishment, to continuously strike enemies within range. The range of attack, duration, thunder intensity are related to mental strength. Note, this ability consumes a lot of energy. Damn! After reading the description, Suchen sat up from his seat with a whoosh. No need for any expert demeanor. His heart was excited, his hands trembling. Damn, the Thunder King, truly deserving of being an epic creature. Setting aside whether it was powerful or consumed a lot, just being able to summon thunder was enough to excite any man. Handsome and domineering, bursting with masculine energy. When boys were young, they liked electric toys. When they grew up, girls liked electric toys. This ability, you couldn't help but love it. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone was wide awake. Ordinary citizens, netizens were all discussing the White Dragon Bridge incident in Jiangzhou, saying that someone was so excited they burst their own eggs. Various news related to the White Dragon Bridge began to trend. Even the legends of Jiangzhou and the White Dragon River, after being popularized, became topics of interest for many outsiders. Jiangzhou was truly in the spotlight. In addition, high-level officials of the country held several meetings overnight regarding the revival of spiritual energy and the Jiangzhou incident. Several helicopters secretly flew to Jiangzhou one after another. On the other hand, Suchen, waiting for someone to contact him, did not rest, being very self-aware. But he didn't want to make any more efforts. He opened the game, ready to relax. As a result, not only did the card draw guarantee a hit, but it was all crooked, which made him furious. Regretful. Also tossing and turning in bed, finding it hard to fall asleep, was Lin Xiu. The more Suchen ignored her messages, the more anxious she became. She even dared not turn off her phone, afraid of missing something. She watched the video of the White Dragon Bridge over and over again, comparing it repeatedly. The more she watched, the more alarmed and emotionally complex she felt. Even the clothes seemed similar. Maybe I shouldn't have been so hasty, shouldn't have brought up the breakup so early. Could we have waited until university? It wouldn't have been too late. But I did it for his own good, to give him some mental preparation in advance. During this time, she called her cousin, but no one answered. Annoying, so annoying. Lin Shiyu threw the teddy bear on the bed to the floor. Was there anything wrong with her wholeheartedly considering others? It was all Su Chen's fault. Early the next day, Su Chen woke up from bed feeling puzzled. He had slept late last night, resting close to 2 in the morning. Except for occasional messages from Lin Shiyu inquiring about him, no one else had contacted him. With the country's capabilities, they couldn't possibly not find me, right? Could it be that I'm still too inexperienced to attract their attention? Su Chen's expression was somewhat strange. Had the country become so powerful? Terrifying. The time now was 7 in the morning. The weather outside was nice. Su Chen checked his phone again and found some clues. The hot searches from last night were starting to trend downward. Are the higher-ups getting involved? Su Chen casually clicked on some comments. I have a friend who works at the Jiangzhou police station. The White Dragon Bridge incident was purely accidental. Classic I have a friend. Have you all heard about the rumors of the White Dragon River before? The creature seen on the bridge was actually a prop for a performance. The live broadcast did happen, and the girl in the live stream didn't mean to spread rumors, she just happened to capture it. The weather conditions were so chaotic and extreme at the time, it's understandable to make mistakes. Indeed, someone rushed in during that extreme weather, but it seems they were lucky and nothing happened. Those spreading rumors are truly despicable, causing widespread panic. In the future, we should be more vigilant and not be manipulated by ill-intentioned people, becoming a tool for traffic. Overnight, public opinion changed drastically. There were so many such comments, and no two users were the same. In a moment, it became mainstream. A clever move. Su Chen's eyes lit up. There was no official clarification or explanation of the whole incident, but through this advanced water army method, they directly rationalized the situation. At the same time, they accused the unscrupulous bloggers of sacrificing anything for traffic, stirring up the emotions of ordinary people, quietly changing the concept. In this way, everyone had the same stance. Coupled with the fact that the incident was too sensational, people themselves were not too willing to believe it. As long as there were no more accidents, public opinion would soon settle down. Of course, there were definitely a few people who could see that something was amiss, but it didn't matter. The country didn't need everyone to believe. A very small number of sharp-eyed people noticing anomalies and making preparations in advance was not a bad thing. As long as the majority of the people believed, society could still remain stable within a controllable range. Soon, Su Chen left the house. He went to the same steamed bun shop as yesterday for breakfast. He actually hesitated for a while whether to go to school or not. In the end, he decided to go and have a look first. After all, he still wanted to return the umbrella to the class teacher. He had been holding it all day yesterday. Even during the fight with Lei Zhao, he had placed it aside. It could be said to be the most well-traveled umbrella. Of course, when it came to school, he just needed to make an appearance. He didn't want Lin Shiyu to stop him again, bombarding him with questions and irrelevant chatter. Breakfast was quickly finished. Today, he didn't hear anyone talking about anything strange. At most, they were discussing yesterday's extreme weather with great interest. After breakfast, Su Chen wandered around the school. When the time was almost up, he entered the classroom on schedule. As expected, Lin Shiyu was there, sporting dark circles under her eyes, staring straight at him. She was about to speak when the bell for class rang. Su Chen walked past her and went back to his seat at the last row without giving her any chance. So effortless. On the platform, the teacher started the class. For these third-year high school students, as long as the earth didn't explode, they had to continue studying. Outside the campus, 2 police cars were parked at the school gate, their bodies shining coldly in the sunlight. One of the car doors opened, and several figures walked out. They were all familiar faces: the old police officer who had followed Su Chen home and helped him afterwards, Long Pingan, a 1-star cultivator in the Qi refining realm from the southeastern war zone, Director Wang of the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau, and Yuan Chang, one of the 3 leaders of the southeast war zone who had rushed to Jiangzhou overnight again. The principal had been waiting at the school gate for several minutes. When he saw the visitors, he hurriedly greeted them with a smile. 10 minutes ago, he had received a call and didn't dare to delay. It was a call from the mayor of Jiangzhou himself, telling him to show respect. Soon, Director Wang finished negotiating with the principal, and they all walked towards the teaching building. Their final destination was Class 8 of the 3rd year. The group first went to the teacher's office and communicated with Su Chen's homeroom teacher. They inquired about Su Chen's usual situation and what he had been doing after the extreme weather yesterday. The final inquiry results were similar to their investigation, nothing special. Even Lin Xiyu was casually investigated by them. Could they break up? Let's go, help me call your classmate Su Chen. Make sure to be polite after all, we are not here to arrest him, just to ask some questions. The old police officer smiled and spoke to the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher nodded and stood up from her seat. At the same time, she swallowed nervously. She vaguely understood why these people had come to find Su Chen. Not long ago, Su Chen had returned the umbrella to her. She was shaking at that time. She had also watched the video of the White Dragon Bridge incident yesterday. Besides Lin Xiyu, she also felt that the figure in the video was familiar. After all, she was Su Chen's homeroom teacher, and she had given him the umbrella yesterday, so the memory was quite vivid. But these were not the most crucial points. The key was that in the video, she had dragged a frame countless times. In that frame, the figure was holding something black in their left hand, not very clear, walking towards the White Dragon Bridge. Others couldn't figure out what it was, but she had a reference. It was the umbrella she had given Su Chen. It was terrifying to think about. Whether it was the figure's back or the object in their hand, it was too coincidental. And today, these police officers came to find Su Chen. She seemed to have discovered some earth-shattering secret. Could such a person be her student? We're almost there, I'll go call Su Chen out. The homeroom teacher smiled slightly, ready to call him. Of course, she had no intention of sharing her thoughts with them. What if she was silenced? Inside the classroom, Su Chen paid no attention to the teacher's lecture on the platform. Lin Xiyu was the same. She was trying to reassure herself, feeling like she was going crazy. Su Chen seems fine, and he's procrastinating. The person in the video definitely isn't him. Other classmates didn't react either. Why am I scaring myself like this? I don't want to think about it anymore. We are not meant to be together. At the same time, the homeroom teacher knocked on the front door of the classroom. Under everyone's gaze, she walked straight to the last row of the classroom and stood in front of Su Chen. The students' faces turned strange, then a hint of schadenfreude appeared. The homeroom teacher must be here to deal with Su Chen, right? After all, Su Chen not only voluntarily isolated himself at the back of the classroom but also had a falling out with Lin, who was admitted to Tsinghua University. Their homeroom teacher, once she gets angry, is totally like a female demon. The whole class is on edge. Su Chen, can you come out with me for a moment? Someone is looking for you outside? The classroom fell silent, and the students were all stunned. How could their usually strict female demon sound so gentle? Su Chen put away his phone and nodded calmly. Okay. Witnessing this scene, the students were completely bewildered. So classy? If you didn't know better, you'd think Su Chen was the one being recommended for a top university? Soon, facing the complex and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Su Chen walked out of the classroom. Lin Xiyu couldn't sit still anymore. Inside the teacher's office, Su Chen sat with 4 police officers. The office door was closed, and there were no surveillance cameras in the corner. They sized each other up. Su Chen, do you know why we're here to find you? The senior police officer spoke first, with a friendly expression. Su Chen shook his head. Seeing this, the senior police officer's face stiffened. Was this kid not giving him any face at all? The night before last, you encountered 3 thugs in the alley, and I helped you and another police officer deal with them. The senior police officer scratched his head, looking somewhat bitter. He had intended to test Su Chen and was somewhat worried about him. Little did he know that this kid had directly taken down those 3 men, showing remarkable skill. And after the big incident yesterday, a simple comparison was made. The figure at Bailong Bridge was actually this kid on record. He saw it at a glance, his expression quite vivid. On the other hand, Su Chen, upon hearing the senior police officer's account, felt somewhat uncertain. There shouldn't have been any surveillance there. How did this senior police officer know it was him, and how did he end up there? Did they interrogate and sketch those thugs? Or had they been following him all along? At that time, I hadn't become a cultivator yet, so my awareness of the surroundings wasn't that strong. I must have been tracked, Su Chen speculated. This was soon confirmed. The senior police officer admitted it personally, laying it all out. During the overnight meeting last night, a decision was made from above. Regarding these matters, they couldn't hide anything from Su Chen. After all, such a mysterious and powerful individual might have long known about their tracking. They just hadn't planned to confront him. Looking at it this way, it was actually good news. After all, tracking someone like this, other powerful individuals might not have taken it so well. His temper was quite good. The name Su Chen was now engraved in the minds of all the top officials overnight. Mysterious and damn strong. Under the somewhat nervous gazes of the few, Su Chen nodded. He had now preliminarily identified the identities of the people in front of him, so there was no need to hide certain things anymore. Everyone needed to save some time and be sincere. Seeing Su Chen nod, the few of them breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with such a master, the pressure was indeed too much, making them more nervous than being on the front lines. As for whether the person last night was Su Chen or not, there was actually no need to ask anymore. Both sides understood. At the next moment, Yuan Chang stood up from his seat, his movements clean and neat, reaching out his hand to Su Chen. Su Chen, let me introduce myself. I'm Yuan Chang, one of the 3 top leaders of the Southeast Military Region. If anyone else had seen this scene, they would have been jaw-dropped. When did the top brass of the military, the nightmare of the front lines, need to actively reach out to let others know them? But this was Su Chen, a man who made the top leader Yuan Chang fly back and forth twice in 2 days. A man who made the national high-level officials convene several meetings overnight. He even deceived the national instruments. What kind of miraculous means was this, making those researchers work late into the night? With Su Chen's strength, how could he not possess spiritual energy? How could he not be a pioneer? In conclusion, their attitude had to be humble. Admit defeat. Su Chen smiled faintly and stood up as well. The two shook hands. For soldiers, especially soldiers from the Dragon Nation, Su Chen has always had a good impression. Although he had never heard of Yuan Chang's name, he knew that military leaders were different from others. They had earned their positions bit by bit. Especially in the Southeast Military Region. They shed blood and sweat for the country and the people, making significant contributions. The atmosphere was relatively harmonious, and both sides were quite satisfied. Su Chen, do you mind if I call you that? Yuan Chang asked with a smile, fearing Su Chen's strong attitude. It's fine. I am younger, so it's only natural. Su Chen continued to smile, appearing very amiable. Seeing this, several soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was easy to talk to. Yuan Chang's face rarely showed a hint of a gentle smile. His gaze revealed admiration and respect for Su Chen. Strong, yet not arrogant or impetuous. He cleared his throat, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity and sincerity. Firstly, allow me to express thanks on behalf of the country's top officials and the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Jiangzhou for calming the crisis with your own efforts. They said in the meeting that you can ask for anything you want, as this is a reward and encouragement you deserve. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression flickered. It seemed that the country's top officials intended to befriend him first. In other words, his strength should be acceptable for now? After a moment, Su Chen spoke up. Let's not talk about what you want to give me for now. Let's discuss how the country's top officials want me to act. Su Chen said, staring straight at Yuan Chang. He could tell that among these people, this man's words carried the most weight. Some things, if left for others to bring up first, would put him at a disadvantage. He needed to learn to take the initiative. Upon hearing Su Chen's question, the others were slightly taken aback. Whether it was Director Wang or the old police officer, they exchanged glances. This kid was playing by his own rules. However, this indirectly confirmed one thing: Su Chen indeed had confidence. Yuan Chang nodded slightly, then cleared his throat and sat down. He was good at leading troops in battle, but discussing these matters was better left to Director Wang by his side. Carelessness was not allowed in these discussions. That's why they had come to find Su Chen today. They had spent the whole night discussing plans, and Yuan Chang had rushed over to oversee things. Director Wang understood and stood up from his seat, bowing respectfully to Su Chen. His attitude was very humble. Mr. Su, hello. Let me introduce myself. I am the head of the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. I must admit, I was in charge of the subway station incident and the White Dragon Bridge incident, but I didn't handle them well. On my way here, I kept thinking that having a young generation like you in Jiangzhou is my honor and Jiangzhou's honor. I'm sure you also know that we are in an unprecedented and earth-shattering era, the era of spiritual resurgence. Our country, as well as various places around the world, are experiencing all sorts of anomalies, with increasing frequency and impact. I won't elaborate on this point. Mr. Su should be clearer than me. Su Chen nodded without interrupting, as he had expected. The country had also noticed that something was amiss in the world today. But they probably didn't know much more than he did, because the signs of spiritual resurgence had only just begun. The country has been observing these changes and taking action. One misstep could lead to a total loss. As for the exact impact, I won't elaborate. Mr. Su is a smart person. There's no need for unnecessary words. I'll go straight to the conclusion of the meeting. The top officials want to recruit you to join the military. Once you join the military, they will provide you with resources to help you further develop. At the same time, contribute your strength when the country needs it. Director Wang's words were straightforward and sincere, without painting any false promises. I just want to tie Su Chen, the country, and the military together, to advance and retreat together. It takes 1,000 days to raise soldiers, but only a moment to use them. Su Chen did not answer immediately. The others did not disturb him and patiently waited. Su Chen didn't doubt Director Wang's words much. As he said, once the era of spiritual energy revival fully opens, the country will need talents like him to maintain the situation. As long as he chooses to join, those resources will definitely be tilted towards him. From this perspective, it's a good choice. Safe, just like having a position. But it's just a good choice. Being safe largely equals mediocrity. To go further, one needs to take a different approach. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen shook his head. He refused. If he really joined the military, he would essentially change from a student to a soldier. It sounds prestigious, but he would still be subject to many regulations. Transitioning from school to the military area just changes the environment. Many things would still be inconvenient for him. As for the tilt of national resources, it sounds tempting. But the country won't only cultivate one cultivator, nor will they solely rely on one person. Moreover, he doesn't actually lack those resources much. His development direction and upgrade methods are different from other cultivators. He has Tonzi and the powerful All Things catalog. Considering the current level of spiritual energy revival on Blue Star, even if all those resources were piled up, they might not be as effective as casually upgrading with the catalog. So why limit himself and join the military? It doesn't make sense. Seeing Su Chen shake his head, the faces of the soldiers present didn't look too good. Su Chen still smiled. When I was young, I depended on my grandmother. After my grandmother passed away, I grew up alone. I've been used to loneliness in this life, not very sociable, preferring solitude. But I've always known that it's this land under my feet, the mountains and rivers of Long Kingdom, that nurtured me. My roots are here, and so is my soul. Whether in the military or among the people, I will do my best to protect this land. Hearing Su Chen's words, the expressions on the faces of those present gradually softened. For Su Chen to say this was enough. Following closely, Yuan Chang nodded. This outcome had actually been discussed during last night's meeting. As long as Su Chen was willing to help the country in times of crisis, there was no need to join the official organization. Su Chen had grown strong to this extent, so he must have his unique path. His luck and opportunities, if he truly joined the military, might be restricted, slowing down his path to becoming stronger. Long Kingdom's tolerance couldn't be compared to those small-minded countries or those that bully the weak every day. If it were some other country, if Su Chen dared to refuse, he might be taken down on the spot or sabotaged behind his back. But not in Long Kingdom. At the meeting last night, someone said this, Miss Saleswoman's voice is sweet, and her attitude is respectful. This time, there wasn't any scene of looking down on others. Su Chen smiled faintly. I'd like to see your villas, especially those in more secluded locations. I like quiet. The saleswoman nodded, not underestimating Su Chen because of his youth, and earnestly introduced the situation of the property. That's professionalism. Our villas are all built by the mountains and waters. The environment is very beautiful. Although some people may find the location relatively remote, it's precisely this that ensures the privacy and tranquility of living. As the saleswoman spoke, she showed Su Chen around the villa model. Su Chen nodded occasionally. To be honest, he didn't quite understand. They all seemed similar to him. He just needed to choose the most secluded one. How lonely invincibility is. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. With an apologetic look, Su Chen walked to the side to answer the call. It was Long Ping'an calling. Minggu, where are you? Do you have time to come to the subway station? I can come pick you up. Long Ping'an's tone carried a hint of seriousness. Su Chen felt something was amiss. Judging by the situation, there must be new developments at the subway station again. Until today, the missing persons case there remained unsolved, indicating a high level of mystery. Alright, I'll send you my location. I'm over here looking at houses. He didn't hide this fact. After all, there was no way to keep it a secret. If he really bought a new house, the higher-ups would definitely know about it right away. Just this one. Hanging up the phone, Su Chen returned to the sales lady and pointed to the most secluded villa. The sales lady was taken aback. She didn't expect Su Chen to make a decision so quickly. Just one phone call and it's settled? So casual, like buying a toy. The sales lady quickly suppressed her shock and cleared her throat. Her voice carried a hint of excitement and anticipation that was hard to conceal. After all, the villa Su Chen pointed to was not cheap. This meant that once the deal was done, her commission would skyrocket. Sir, The total price of this villa is 3,900,000. It's very cost effective. In any other place, you wouldn't get this price. There are many areas around here that can be developed. Once they develop in the future, the value will definitely increase. As the sales lady spoke, she closely watched Su Chen, trying to catch a reaction from his expression. The price was stated, but would he buy it or not? Su Chen remained calm. It seemed like this number was nothing to him. We offer various purchasing options. You can choose to pay in full, which will entitle you to some additional discounts. If you choose to pay in installments, you can pay a 20% down payment first, and the remaining amount can be paid off over 10 or 20 years. Su Chen interrupted the sales lady's explanation by reaching for his bank card. This action made the sales lady's eyes light up. So cool. It made her heart bloom with joy. Here is the down payment, let's sign the contract. Su Chen's voice remained calm. It was as if he had done something insignificant. At that moment, a figure entered the sales hall, wearing sunglasses, with a graceful figure. It was undoubtedly Lin Kuo. As Lin Shiyu's cousin, her family's conditions were equally good. Otherwise, would she dare to pursue her dreams live on air? If it didn't work out, she would have to go back and inherit the company. However, what happened yesterday wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Firstly, she seemed to have a deeper understanding of this world. And secondly, what she did yesterday really scared her parents. Now, those two old folks were afraid that this precious daughter would cause more trouble. As long as she didn't live stream or go to those places, everything was fine. Want to buy a house to relax and not work? Just transfer the money to her directly. In the past, it wouldn't have been so easy. Suddenly, Lin Kuo was drawn to the commotion on Su Chen's side. After all, the sales lady was blushing and excited, clearly very thrilled. This made her take a second look at Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen had his back to her. Lin Kuo was slightly stunned. She felt like that figure was somewhat familiar, but for the life of her, she couldn't remember where she had seen it before. Do I know this person? Of course, these things weren't very important. She was mainly here to look at houses. Other social interactions were really unnecessary. She couldn't muster much interest in them. This was also why she hadn't had a boyfriend in 22 years. Being alone was more freeing and joyful. If it's that person, I might consider talking to him. Lin Kuo suddenly remembered the figure she saw at Bailong Bridge last night. That person seemed to be around her age. And from the blurry side profile she saw, he didn't look bad either. Most importantly, he had the right temperament and strong capabilities. People admire strength after all. Being conquered by such a man wasn't unacceptable. Lin Kuo wiped her slightly flushed cheeks. What was she thinking just now? Could she really afford to think about such a person, to get involved with them? Just then, Long Pingan finally caught up. Quickly, he found Su Chen. Ming Gu. Long Pingan called out softly, and Su Chen glanced over. Okay, you handle the procedures and contracts for me first, I have something to attend to. Su Chen instructed a sales lady, exchanged WeChat contacts with her, and prepared to leave with Long Pingan. Oh, okay. The sales lady nodded earnestly, her face slightly blushing. This young man, so decisive, so charismatic, so wealthy, truly made her heart flutter. And the friend who came with him to greet him was quite handsome too. Not far away, Lin Kuo watched all this in a daze, standing still. Her eyes widened. Thankfully, she was wearing sunglasses, so no one could tell. Her breathing quickened, her body trembling. The young man who had just arrived, she had seen him at the police station yesterday, his status seemed quite high. He had warned her not to reveal the people involved in the White Dragon Bridge incident, and he was one of them. And now, he was actually walking together with this young man buying a house? Oh my god. Lin Kuo covered her mouth. Suddenly, she remembered why the back of this young man seemed so familiar. It was so similar to what she had seen at White Dragon Bridge yesterday. And now these two were walking together? Hiss, hiss, hiss. She was terrified upon further thought. Lin Kuo felt like her CPU was about to burn. Why do I keep running into him wherever I go? Could it be that we are truly destined to meet? Is all this just fate's arrangement? Am I, Lin Kuo, destined for greatness? At this moment, Lin Kuo's mindset shifted slightly. She had read so many novels about overbearing CEOs, and it seemed like they were coming to life. 22 years of being single, was it all for this moment? The opportunity is right in front of me, I must take the initiative. Such a powerful big shot, yet he looks so innocent. No, so fresh-faced. She was truly feeling a bit moved. With that in mind, Lin Kuo walked towards the sales lady who had shown houses to Su Chen earlier. Excuse me, which villa did the gentleman just buy? What, you can't show me his information due to customer privacy? Whisper a bit to me, I'll buy a unit from you too, and pay in full. Just give me his name and phone number. You don't tell, I don't tell, no one will know. On the other side, Long Pingyan was driving, with Su Chen in the passenger seat. So, the passengers who appeared out of nowhere at the subway station before, they weren't actually set free to live their lives? Listening to Su Chen's question, Long Pingyan nodded. That's what was said to the public. But they and their families have actually been under the supervision of the Investigation Bureau all along. They were provided temporary accommodation, all expenses covered, plus additional subsidies. After all, the matter of spiritual energy revival cannot be taken lightly. Soon, the two arrived at the Zhengzhou Special Investigation Bureau. Many of the warehouses here were actually residential areas starting from the second floor. Director Wang hurried over, his expression quite grim. This made Su Chen's heart skip a beat. Things might be worse than he had imagined. Consultant Su, come quickly. Director Wang didn't exchange pleasantries, leading the way ahead. Soon, the three of them arrived at a door. At the entrance, 4 armed special police officers stood guard. The current situation seemed a bit tricky to handle. Open the door. Director Wang ordered, and a special police officer opened the door. Su Chen and the others stepped inside. The scene inside surprised Su Chen, completely different from what he had imagined. It didn't look like a room used for living. It resembled more of a temporary makeshift prison. In the center of the room, there was a row of steel bars. They were cold and sturdy, dividing the space into 2 parts. On the floor inside the bars, lay 4 people. 3 men and 1 woman. Their bodies twisted in unnatural positions, as if suffering some invisible torment in their sleep. Their breathing was sometimes faint, sometimes rapid. The expressions on their faces shifted between calm and contorted, appearing quite bizarre. Su Chen furrowed his brows. It was evident that something was seriously wrong with these people. These individuals are the passengers who appeared out of nowhere on the subway at that time, Director Wang explained with a solemn expression. Su, take a look here. Director Wang pointed to the monitoring screen beside them. These people have been under our surveillance since the subway station incident occurred. Even their hands are wearing wristbands used to monitor various body data. Zhang Yu's voice was hoarse, and her body trembled. She had lost consciousness. At this moment, everyone noticed Zhang Yu's abnormality. However, they were all preoccupied with handling the situation at hand and couldn't spare any attention. He. Laughter echoed from deep within the jungle. And on Zhang Yu's face, a similarly eerie smile appeared. Damn, this is too weird. Even Su Chen was starting to feel overwhelmed at this point. What kind of supernatural means were these? They hadn't even seen each other, yet they were already being manipulated like this? This mental manipulation was truly beyond comprehension. It was undefendable. They didn't know how to guard against it. Tonzi, allocate the remaining attribute points to mental strength. Also, I should have 3 assassin illustrations now. Where's the set effect? Attribute points added. Occupational set effect. First tier activation condition requires 5 occupational illustrations. 5. Su Chen felt like cursing. While other illustrations only required 3 to unlock the first tier, the occupational set required 5. His situation was critical, and any slight improvement could change his fate. But Tongzi was not being very helpful. Dao Chang, Captain Xiao, take care of her here. I'll go check it out. Determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Without waiting for any response, he grabbed his sickle and rushed forward without hesitation. Zhang Yu's condition was indeed not optimistic. If they continued like this meaninglessly, it felt like they would be worn out to death. And it wasn't just Zhang Yu. In this high-pressure physical and mental state, the others wouldn't last much longer either. There was no time to hesitate. Decisive action was necessary. He had to find the source to have any chance of resolving the current deadlock. Su Chen's steps cut through the damp ground, accompanied by splashes of mud and the muffled sound of tentacles breaking. His sickle danced in his hand, each strike carrying a sharp sound of wind, cutting down the unsuspecting dark-erode bats one by one. His movements were graceful to the extreme. These little creatures stood no chance against his sickle now. Tongzi, open the panel. Su Chen couldn't afford to delay. The sense of crisis was too strong. He needed to understand his current situation clearly. Su Chen, Realm, for Stars and Chi Refinement Realm, Strength, 15, Constitution, 10, Spirit, 11, Agility, 10, Charisma, 10, Abilities, Shadowy Screech, Shadow Assault, Song of Tides, Thunderous Judgment, Paralyzing Toxin, First Tier Dark Attribute Illustration, First Tier Wood Attribute Illustration, First Tier Energy Attribute Illustration, Overall Evaluation. Relatively weak in all aspects, powerless, hence classified as a small fry. With so many abilities, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Chen muttered softly, but he felt a bit uncertain. because of the unknown nature of the attack methods. They were just too mysterious and unpredictable. The mist acted like a thick curtain, obscuring Su Chen's vision. But his inner self was exceptionally clear at this moment. It was a matter of sheer willpower. If he lost focus, it could be the end of everything. He, the voice seemed to sense his arrival, losing some of its bitterness and gaining a hint of playfulness. The surrounding air seemed to grow heavier, with an invisible pressure spreading all around. Above Su Chen's head, several dark-shaded bat wings hovered, flapping their wings with a disturbing sound. These beasts, they are not attacking me proactively. Is there something guiding their behavior? Such high intelligence. Su Chen didn't look up, his gaze fixed ahead, locked onto the unknown depths of the mist. With enhanced night vision, he seemed to vaguely see something. His hand reached into his pocket, where he kept the chi-enhancing scroll. When he used the thunderous punishment before, it drained his chi temporarily. Even though he had not used his abilities much on this journey, he had not fully recovered to his peak state. If things went wrong, he might have to use it before it was fully charged. If he didn't use it, he might not get another chance in the future. Woo. Su Chen slowed his pace. Through the mist, he seemed to see the origin of the sound. Ahead of Su Chen, the mist thickened. Within the mist, there seemed to be a figure standing with its back to him. The figure stood in a dark clearing, devoid of any signs of life, as if it were the center of this dead silent world. What the? Is that a person? Su Chen was puzzled. Could there be humans in such a place? And it seemed to be a woman. Though her back was turned, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. Even in the dim light, it shimmered with an eerie glow. Clad in a white gown, she appeared lonely, the hem swaying gently in the wind. But the wind seemed to only caress her. The surrounding mist seemed fixed, unmoving. The scene was both unsettling and eerie. Su Chen stood still, gripping his sickle, his eyes flickering. He knew. This figure was likely the source of all these strange phenomena. Tongzi, say something? Su Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. His Tongzi had let him down at crucial moments before. When it was time for some hints, it chose to remain silent. Run! Tongzi replied with a single word, then fell silent. It seemed afraid of speaking too loudly, as if it might be implicated. Woo, the eerie sounds echoed again, and the mist in front of Su Chen seemed to dissipate. Playing tricks? The figure's outline became clearer. Su Chen could even see her shoulders trembling slightly. It seemed like she was sobbing softly, yet also chuckling. Maybe I should just run? Su Chen hesitated. He could sense an exceptionally strong and eerie aura emanating from the figure. It even made his sickle tremble slightly. Who are you? Su Chen's voice echoed in the silent forest, attempting to break the silence and oppression with words. He didn't have time to waste like this. He still didn't know what was happening with the old Taoist. However, the figure remained unresponsive. She stood there quietly, as if she hadn't heard him. Su Chen felt the air around him grow heavier. The invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Damn it! Su Chen's eyes hardened, his sickle vanished, transforming back into a thundersword. He couldn't waste time here with these filthy things. Faced with unknown fear, the only way out was to confront it head-on. Bring it on! Su Chen dashed forward like lightning cutting through the night sky, the arcs of the thundersword jumping in the air. It was then that the figure slowly turned around. Her movements were slow, as if she was not in a hurry at all. Both eerie and elegant. When Su Chen finally saw her face clearly, his heart skipped a beat, his body freezing. In his eyes, there was shock and disbelief. She was an extremely beautiful woman, flawless in appearance. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that he was too familiar with this face. Isn't she his ex-school flower girlfriend, Lin Qiyu? What the heck? This world seems more magical than he imagined. In the next moment, a hint of cunning flashed in Lin Qiyu's eyes. Her smile was as beautiful as flowers. The originally gloomy mist seemed to be dispelled by some mysterious force. A valley full of blooming flowers appeared. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, sprinkling the earth, casting a golden veil over everything. Flowers bloomed eagerly in the warm sunlight. Red, yellow, purple, blue, a riot of colors, breathtakingly beautiful. The gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers, soothing the soul. Lin Qiyu stood in the sea of flowers, her figure blending perfectly with the surroundings. Beautiful, exceptionally beautiful. Su Chen was completely stunned. Su Chen, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Qiyu's voice was soft and alluring, trying to touch Su Chen's heartstrings. Su Chen stood in front of the blooming flower sea, his confusion and vigilance not diminishing despite the beautiful scenery before him. Su Chen, don't you remember our promise? Lin Qiyu murmured softly. There was a hint of resentment and anticipation in her voice. In this spring, we will meet again in the most beautiful flower sea. You once said, no matter how the world changes, you will find me. Su Chen's heart trembled. Memories buried by time surged like a tide. They did have such an agreement. It was an inadvertent afternoon on campus, where they made a promise under the cherry blossom tree. Lin Shiyu looked at Su Chen, who was in a daze, and walked slowly towards him, a faint smile on her lips. Every step she took was on flower petals, light and graceful. She reached out her hand, her fingers fair and slender, as if to touch Su Chen's face. Su Chen, do you like the flowers I prepared for you? Her voice was soft, full of endless temptation. The surrounding flowers seemed to respond to her words. The flowers bloomed more brilliantly, the fragrance more intense. The entire valley was immersed in a romantic and beautiful atmosphere. Sunlight shone through the clouds, bathing Lin Shiyu. She looked like a captivating flower goddess. Su Chen felt his heart almost melting at that moment. Lin Shiyu's sweet words, her beauty, and this romantic flower all stimulated his nerves, making him want to let go of all doubts and vigilance, to walk towards her, to embrace her. Su Chen, kiss me. Lin Shiyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She tilted her head slightly, a faint blush on her face, a mix of shyness and expectation. Su Chen gazed at Lin Shiyu, his movements slow and gentle, afraid to disturb the beauty before him. His head drew closer. It seemed like he was about to respond to her expectations, to give her a passionate kiss. Just as their faces were about to touch, Su Chen's body suddenly shook. The thunder sword, previously transformed into a key by him, appeared in his hand again. With the force of thunder, the thunder sword pointed directly at Lin Shiyu's heart. This sudden change was too abrupt. Su Chen's actions were swift and fierce, without a hint of hesitation. At this distance, there was no way to avoid it. And compared to usual, there was an extra hint of hostility in this strike. How could he not know that this was an illusion? As mentioned before, when the wind rises, the hem of the dress flutters, but the mist remains still. It had already proven that something was off here, possibly involving illusions or the like. At that moment, a chant appeared behind Su Chen. It was his ability, the Song of Tides. It directly purified his mind, not allowing him to easily fall into it, his vigilance at its peak. It had to be said, this dirty trick was truly outrageous. If it were someone else being transformed, he might have been influenced, maybe even failed. But why her? Why did they have to use Lin Shiyu, who had disgusted him after their breakup? This was beyond tolerable. This is too damn much. Still finding me not clownish enough back then? Su Chen's strike unleashed his usual 200% strength. This was the power of anger. Just now, acting with this filthy thing made him sick to his stomach. The figure of Lin Shiyu was like a fallen leaf swept by a strong wind, instantly flying backwards. Blood drew a poignant arc in midair. You damn well deserve to die. Su Chen was now filled with anger. His figure erupted instantly, turning into a remnant shadow, rushing towards the flying Lin Shiyu. Seize the opportunity while she's weak, take her life. This rare opportunity must not be missed. The situation on the battlefield changed in the blink of an eye. A moment of hesitation could lead to total defeat. The surroundings returned to their initial darkness. The thunder sword in Su Chen's hand, along with the quickly fading sea of flowers, disappeared. In their place, appeared a more sinister and lethal scythe. This scythe had absorbed too much soul-corroding mist, its power far surpassing ordinary weapons. The reason for choosing the thunder sword at that time was because the distance between them was too close. A direct thrust with a long sword would be more forceful and unexpected. But now, to reap, the scythe was undoubtedly the best choice. Lin Shiyu's figure landed heavily on the ground, her appearance starting to distort and change. She transformed into a white fox, with a miniature body. On her body, there were the bloody holes caused by Su Chen's thunder sword, looking extremely gruesome. The fox's eyes were bloodshot, legs trembling, clearly heavily wounded. Su Chen didn't hold back. The scythe cut through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. There was no mercy or pity in his heart. However, the scythe struck the ground, leaving a deep trench. This white fur fox, on the brink of life and death, displayed a strong will to survive. With a sudden kick of its hind legs, the fox drew an arc in the air, narrowly avoiding Su Chen's fatal blow. There was no hesitation in Su Chen's eyes, only cold determination as he continued to pursue. This beast was stronger than any creature he had encountered so far, not giving it a chance to catch its breath. If not for the fox's blunder, the one currently in the advantageous position would not be him. He had no reason not to give it his all. At that moment, a red light shone in the fox's eyes, glaring straight at Su Chen. This is bad. It happened suddenly, and Su Chen couldn't dodge. In an instant, the world twisted, and everything around him became blurry. He felt as if countless shadows were dancing around him. These shadows whispered in his ears, their voices fluctuating between near and far, loud and soft, very annoying. Just like eating Yunnan mushrooms. Su Chen didn't hesitate. Enduring this strange sensation, he tore off the spiritual enhancement scroll he had been holding onto. His spiritual energy was almost depleted, making it the perfect time to use the scroll. He was a person who lived in the moment, not giving the enemy any chance to exploit. The scroll emitted a bright light, and powerful spiritual energy surged into Su Chen's body instantly. The energy was abundant. In the next moment, the illusion of the Azure Ocean sound fish appeared behind Su Chen again, its singing resonating. Like waves washing over, it instantly cleared all illusions. A powerful purification effect. In the fox's eyes, a hint of panic was evident. It had never expected that this human could break free from its illusion so quickly. Die! Su Chen roared, his voice thundering like a storm. Abyssal Scream, activated, freezing the already heavily injured fox in place. Skilled in mentally attacking others, it was now also struck by Su Chen's soul attack, as if hit hard. Su Chen activated Shadow Assault, seizing this opportunity, locking onto the target, like a ghost, he rushed forward in an instant. The scythe, emitting a dark light, drew a deadly arc in the air, aiming directly at the fox's vital point. This time, it couldn't escape. Squeak! The scythe fell, creating a gust of wind. A piercing scream echoed, blood gushing wildly. It's over. The host is so terrifying, single-handedly killing the legendary creature, the shadowy fox cub. First kill of a legendary creature, reward 500 points. Damn it! Su Chen's eyes lit up, and the national quintessence blurted out. This little thing that he had slaughtered turned out to be a legendary creature? Just hearing about it made him feel awesome, so satisfying. And it's worth a whopping 500 points? But thinking about it, it made sense. If it weren't for this fox not knowing that Lin Shiyu had already broken up with him, leading to a mistaken illusion, maybe he was still in deep trouble. This move was a major mistake in the enemy's decision-making, trying to manipulate his inner emotions as a medium, but not receiving any first-hand information. He dug his own grave. Now, the biological ranks I've encountered are a total of 4. Leader level, Lord level, Epic level, Legendary level. The first kill of a leader level creature gives 30 points, and I haven't killed a Lord level creature yet. The first kill of an Epic level creature gives 100 points, and the first kill of a Legendary level creature directly gives 500 points. If I were to encounter a higher ranked creature, wouldn't I earn over 1,000 points with just one kill? That's over 100 points of attributes. Su Chen's eyes blazed. This was simply too awesome. After calming down a bit, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. With the death of this fox, the anomalies around him had already begun to fade. But the old lady's nephew had not seen a trace. Su Chen searched the nearby area for close to 10 minutes, but in the end, he shook his head. Not even the slightest clue. Could it be that her nephew didn't go missing here? Is there another hidden truth? Or perhaps, the body is nowhere to be found? Su Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed like things were far from over. On the other side, deep in the forest, towering ancient trees blocked out the sky. The dense canopy made it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, shrouding the ground in perpetual darkness. There were no paths here, not even a place to stand. Naturally, no one lived or passed through here. At this moment, a suffocating silence pervaded the forest. No one knew that deep within this ancient forest lay a hidden ancient cave. The entrance was covered by twisted roots and vines, as if nature intended to conceal it. Inside the cave, it was incredibly gloomy, the ground covered with slippery moss, the air filled with a stale and decaying smell. Like a lifelike black mist gathering, they rolled and twisted inside the cave, seemingly nurturing an unspeakable power. In this darkness, a white fox with 7 tails lay curled up on a rock, its eyes closed as if resting. Its body, still as white as snow, stood out against the black mist. Suddenly, the 7-tailed white fox opened its eyes wide, crimson light bursting from its pupils, like hellfire burning, reflecting the fury and cruelty deep within its heart. GG. This sound was full of pain and anger. The 7 tails waved frantically in the black mist. Each sweep caused a violent tremor inside the cave. Rocks and soil fell, as if the entire cave was trembling under its rage. The connection with its bloodline had just become extremely weak. Then, it lost its sense. Hiss. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a chill running through his body. Why is it suddenly so cold? He was puzzled. What he didn't know was that an invisible aura emanated from the little fox's corpse, merging into his body. I wonder how the old Taoist and the others are doing. I've sorted things out here, so they should be fine, right? Su Chen rushed towards the direction he came from. At the same time, a new illustrated handbook was opened by him. This was the first legendary level creature. Phantom Shadow Fox Cub, Category, Dark Attribute, Celestial Beast, Illusionist, Assassin, Cursed Family, Rank, Legendary Level Creature, a ghost under the night sky, whispers among the stars, possessing inherent dark attribute power, with a mysterious lineage. In its infancy, It already displayed astonishing potential, a natural master of illusions. As it matured, the number of tails increased, each tail representing a world, the 9 tails causing chaos in the universe. Damn! Su Chen exclaimed after reading the illustrated book, unable to hold back his shock. Legendary creatures were truly terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't let this thing grow up. If he had really provoked a future 9-tailed fox and let it escape, there would have been no way out. You can't fight the small ones and then face the big ones, right? Claim illustrated book rewards. Su Chen felt a bit excited. The previous epic level Thunder Dragon provided the thunderous heavenly punishment, which was magnificent and awe-inspiring. And this was a legendary level illustrated book, offering what kind of abilities? Extracting the Shadowy Fox Cub illustrated book, gaining the ability Shadowy Pupil Domain. Shadowy Pupil Domain, use the Shadowy Pupil to pull a target into an independent domain, reducing all attributes by 10% to 30%. The specific reduction value is related to the difference in mental attributes between the two parties, and the reduced attributes of the target are transferred to the user within the domain. The domain lasts for 10 minutes, or dissipates when either target dies during this period. Cooldown, 3 days. Does not consume spiritual energy. Note, this domain can evolve. Hiss. After reading the information, Su Chen took a sharp breath. Forced one-on-one combat? How twisted. It reminded him of playing League of Legends and the ultimate move of Iron Man. If he could utilize the mechanism of this ability well, he would be invincible. Just imagine. If the opponent had 9 warriors and 1 mage. The mage had no self-defense capabilities and was hiding behind the 9 warriors, dealing crazy damage. If he enclosed the mage in the domain, forcing a one-on-one battle, wouldn't that make the others clueless? Moreover, if thousands of attacks were coming at you, you could just pull someone into the domain, giving you 10 minutes of invincibility, avoiding a lot of damage. An absolute divine skill. Once this is mastered, there will be many unexpected benefits. Just that the cooldown time is a bit long, a full 3 days. It doesn't consume spiritual energy, but there is a time limit requirement, each has its own advantages, right? And the last line mentioned that this domain can evolve, who knows how it will evolve? Maybe by using the domain to kill more powerful beings? As Su Chen pondered, he dashed towards the direction he had left earlier. He was very close now. A few minutes later, the old Taoist and his companions finally entered Su Chen's sight. They were sitting on the ground resting, seemingly unharmed. They also noticed Su Chen, their eyes lighting up. How is she? Su Chen approached and inquired, his eyes glancing at Zhang Yu leaning against Zhang Feng. The old Taoist smiled bitterly and nodded. Mr. Su, Yuera is fine now, thanks to Miss Ning Jing's water attribute spiritual energy, which has a calming and nourishing effect. Are you done? Upon hearing the old Taoist's question, everyone perked up their ears. In fact, they had some speculations in their hearts. The disappearance of the tentacles and mist on the ground, coupled with Su Chen's return, was the best answer. Su Chen nodded without elaborating further. It was indeed a bit troublesome, but I've taken care of it. However, I searched around and didn't see the nephew that old lady mentioned. Hearing Su Chen's words, the group fell silent. They didn't doubt Su Chen's strength. It's just that if Su Chen said so, continuing the search would probably be in vain. They were somewhat exhausted now and didn't want to delve deeper. It was too dangerous, too demoralizing. Elder Qingsong, Mr. Su, shall we return now? Xiao Shan asked at this moment. He was not daring at all now, behaving extremely humbly. After all, he couldn't beat either of these two. Previously, he was somewhat dissatisfied with the old Taoist's attitude towards Su Chen. Now he realized how wrong he was. Slightly pondering, Su Chen looked at the exhausted crowd and eventually nodded. They had been risking their lives to find someone. Although they still had no gains, they had a clear conscience. They had to temporarily stop and connect with the higher-ups for further plans. It was impossible for everything to go smoothly. Soon, the crowd emerged from the woods. The old Taoist priest bid farewell to Su Chen and his group with his 2 disciples, then left. Originally, the old Taoist priest had thought of letting his 2 disciples follow Su Chen to seek further development. However, when Zhang Yu faced a mental breakdown and a life-threatening situation, he was moved and gave up on that idea. In the upcoming chaotic era, the pursuit of power was tempting but often accompanied by great risks. Living peacefully and guarding one's own small piece of land was also a way of life. Just getting by. He would first inform the old lady of the situation. Then he would cultivate slowly in the Taoist temple. He didn't seek to reach the peak but only wished to protect the safety of those around him. He was getting old. This era belonged to Mr. Su and his group. Standing still, the 3 from Shaoshan also prepared to leave. Even now, Shaoshan still felt somewhat fearful of Su Chen, feeling a bit nervous. By the way, Do you guys know about the Spirit Chi Association Forum? Su Chen asked. Zhao Lei and Ning Jing shook their heads. Only Xiao Shan seemed hesitant. Mr. Su, when we just arrived here, the vice president sent out a message, which seemed to be related to the Spirit Chi Association Forum. But we were in a hurry at that time and didn't look into it carefully. Basically, it informed us that in the future, we could share our experiences and information on it. I think it's a bit childish, afraid it might cause social panic in public opinion. But these are their decisions, and I can't say much about it. So, Mr. Su, do you want to join our association? Xiaoshan's tone was humble, but his mind was active. If Mr. Su really wanted to join the Spirit Chi Association, then the position of the president might have to change. Strength was respected by their group. Su Chen shook his head. I won't join the association, just curious. How many members does your association have now? What realm is the president in? Hearing Su Chen's 3 consecutive questions, Xiaoshan hesitated for a moment. But in the next moment, he gritted his teeth. The big shot was personally asking. If he didn't speak frankly, how could he still call himself a man? Before the revival of spiritual energy, he couldn't act like a human, not understanding social norms. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, why not cherish it? Mr. Su, I haven't actually met our president, but our vice president reached the 2nd star of Chi refinement a few days ago. I joined the Spirit Chi Association a week ago, and there were probably less than 10 people in the association at that time. However, the association's growth rate is as fast as the current revival of spiritual energy, almost changing every day. Basically, 1 new member a day. I estimate that by now, our association has at least dozens of people. Su Chen nodded without much surprise, as he was well aware that the Spirit Chi Association was not an ordinary organization and had the shadow of the country behind it. Its development naturally wouldn't be slow. It could be imagined that in the future, various organizations would emerge like mushrooms after rain, including some evil forces. In times of peace, there were both good and bad sides. In chaotic times, it was even more pronounced. Alright, then I'll take my leave. Su Chen nodded, exchanged WeChat with Xiaoshan, and then prepared to leave. His newly purchased expensive bicycle was still parked not far away on the small path, lonely and desolate. He regretted not staying at the rundown shop. Wait. Just then, Ning Jing's voice turned in her throat. Finally gathering her courage, she softly called out to Su Chen. Her heart was beating fast, and a faint blush involuntarily appeared on her face. It was both shy and eager. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Her voice was soft, yet carried a hint of determination. Su Chen turned around, looking at the faint blush on Ning Jing's face, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Is this child running a fever? Why is your face as red as a teapot? Can I add you on WeChat? Ning Jing skillfully opened the QR code and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and added this serene girl as a friend. A girl with a water attribute aura, her appearance reflects her inner self. Surely her WeChat name and profile picture are cute and refreshing, right? However, Su Chen's mouth twitched. Ning Jing's WeChat name was indeed a bit unusual. It was called Dream of a Billionaire Girl, and her profile picture was actually of a basketball boy wearing overalls. This reminded him of someone from the past. Hiss. Su Chen took a sharp breath, his face contorted strangely as he looked at Ning Jing again. Concealing her true colors, this little rascal is showing her claws, isn't she? Ning Jing blushed even more under Su Chen's gaze, turning her head to look at Xiao Shan beside her. Captain Xiao, I want to stay in Jiangzhou City. Xiao Shan looked at Ning Jing, his expression equally strange. Having lived for half a lifetime, how could he not see through what Ning Jing was thinking? But after working together for almost a week, they were actually being outdone by someone they had just met a few hours ago? Of course, besides being older, it seems they really can't compare. Xiao Shan couldn't say much at this moment. Let me communicate with the association, or would you like to come back with me first? Ning Jing decisively shook her head. I'm not asking for permission. I'm informing you that if it's not possible, I will quit the Aura Association. Hearing this, Xiao Shan was completely stunned. What kind of spell did Su Chen cast on this girl? On the side, Zhao Lei's expression also showed a hint of sadness he couldn't hide. After a week of getting to know her, he naturally liked this girl very much. And they were of similar age. It's impossible not to be moved. But now, sigh. Xiao Shan scratched his head, glanced at Su Chen, and finally agreed. Alright, I'll go back and inform the vice president. Zhao Lei, are you coming back with me? Zhao Lei didn't say anything, just nodded. He had to go back. Now that Ning Jing wants to follow Mr. Su, he can't muster any resistance. He is quite self-aware. Right now, he just wants to leave this heartbreaking place as soon as possible. Xiao Shan and Zhao Lei left the place in a hurry. Before leaving, Zhao Lei, with a thick skin, also added Su Chen on WeChat. It was a small comfort to his wounded soul. Back at the same spot, Su Chen and Ning Jing stared at each other. Do you have relatives here? Ning Jing shook her head. Do you find the scenery of Greater Jianzhou beautiful? Ning Jing continued to shake her head. Do you think there are many unusual events here and want to see them? Ning Jing still shook her head. Su Chen rubbed his forehead, not wanting to bother anymore, and walked straight to his bicycle. Ning Jing remained silent, following behind Su Chen. I plan to ride my bike home now, it's late, shall we meet again next time? He didn't know what to do with this girl either. At that moment, Ning Jing reached out her fair little hand and tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. She didn't dare to look up, her eyes avoiding his, her eyelashes trembling slightly. The blush on her face appeared even more vivid under the moonlight, like a perfectly ripe peach. But inside, her emotions were even more turbulent than they appeared on the surface. She didn't know how she, who had always been obedient, could have made such an impulsive move before. And if she wasn't allowed to stay, she would quit the Aura Association. She had never been alone in a strange city in all her life. Some special attribute within her seemed to awaken at this moment. It was even more apparent than the awakening of Aura. Ning Jing, what on earth are you doing? Ning Jing mentally berated herself. A gentle breeze passed by, her face still burning hot, not achieving much effect. Her heart was pounding like a startled deer. A feeling she had never experienced before made her both nervous and excited. Su Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. What was this girl up to? He had no idea how to handle this situation. Should he just stay here with her on the mountain feeding mosquitoes? Ning Jing gently bit her lower lip, took several deep breaths, her chest heaving heavily. Finally, she gathered her courage, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Su Chen, I have nowhere to stay. It's so late, can I disturb you by going to your place? With that, Ning Jing finally lifted her head and locked eyes with Su Chen. Su Chen looked into Ning Jing's clear, big eyes, feeling a bit disoriented. Her actions and words were practically inviting him to commit a crime. What was she up to? But how could her gaze be so clear? Could it be that he was overthinking things? Seriously? Su Chen repeated, and Ning Jing nodded. Fine. Su Chen surrendered completely, a hint of helplessness in his tone as he patted the back seat of his bicycle. I just bought this bike, or else there wouldn't be a seat for you. It's expensive, don't let me damage it, Su Chen muttered under his breath. Ning Jing heard it and a slight smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She felt that this trip was truly worth it. Su Chen, I won't ride for free, I have money. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression turned even stranger, his body tensing up. Suddenly, he had a feeling of being tricked. Ding! Su Chen heard a sound and took out his phone. Hiss! His eyes widened instantly. He received a transfer from Dream of a Billionaire Girl. A 1 followed by 4 zeros. A whole 10,000 yuan. She wasn't just a little rebel, she was a little rich woman. Alright, sit tight, let's go. Su Chen suddenly felt much better. Making money, no shame in that. The night was as dark as ink. The scenery outside the city became soft and mysterious under the moonlight. The outlines of trees on the roadside appeared particularly clear in the moonlight. The air smelled good. Occasionally, the distant croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects added a touch of liveliness to the peaceful night. The bicycle wheels quietly rolled on the moonlit path, making a faint rustling sound. Ning Jing sat on the back seat, initially just lightly tugging at Su Chen's clothes. But with the gentle breeze and the slight bumps of the bicycle, her hands involuntarily wrapped around Su Chen's waist, seeking a sense of balance and reliance. This was the first time she had ridden a bike in her life. Ahead, Su Chen could even feel Ning Jing's body temperature and breath. This stirred a subtle emotion in his heart. After all, he was still a normal man, and he was just a little short of 18. Su Chen cleared his throat, trying to conceal his embarrassment. Hold on tight, don't fall. He shifted gears on the bike, speeding up a bit, trying to sober up from the strong wind. Should that work? Gearing up, a momentary pushback sensation. Unable to control herself, Ning Jing leaned forward suddenly, her chest coming into intimate contact with Su Chen's back. It was very soft. The two of them seemed to grow even warmer. Amidst the slightly ambiguous atmosphere, the two finally entered the urban area. Moonlight intertwined with neon lights, the outlines of tall buildings faintly visible in the night. Occasionally, a few pedestrians could be seen on the road, which made the usually obedient Ning Jing feel inexplicably nervous and excited. The feeling of being with Su Chen. It was new, it was good. Passing through a lush grove of trees, Su Chen finally approached his villa. Su Chen turned back and glanced at Ning Jing. Moonlight bathed her face, giving her features a silver glow. Her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes gently trembling in the moonlight, as if savoring this wonderful night. It's really... Suchin didn't know what to say, a warm feeling surging in his heart. We're here. Ning Jing opened her eyes, a hint of intoxication lingering on her face. Thank you, Suchin, for tonight. For everything. The two of them walked into the villa together, passing through a neatly trimmed forest. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the path, creating a serene atmosphere that lightened their moods. Su Dalao's home was tranquil and beautiful. She seemed to like it even more. They both went up to the second floor of the villa. There are 3 bedrooms here, feel free to choose one to stay in. Each bedroom also has new toiletries, so help yourself. Ning Jing nodded. Without hesitation, she chose the room in the middle. That way, no matter if Su Dalao chose to stay on the left or right, he would be closest to her. Quite a clever little trickster. Alright, you can settle in yourself. Su Chen finished arranging things and didn't bother with her anymore. After all, this girl was just staying for one night. Although she had disturbed his Taoist heart a bit, it could be considered a tempering of his character. All in all, it was fine. Su Chen returned to the first floor alone and arrived at the quiet area in the backyard of the villa. This was where he had planted the seed of the spirit light god tree during the day. In the moonlight, gentle as silver gauze, it illuminated the land softly. Su Chen observed attentively, feeling slightly surprised. Although the seed of the spirit light god tree had not yet sprouted, above this land, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy that could be sensed. They circulated slowly in the air, creating faint ripples. Not only that, the spiritual energy gathered slowly in the soil, forming a tiny but distinct point of light. The moonlight seemed to be drawn to this point of light, casting a soft beam of moonlight onto it. Such a high concentration of spiritual energy. Or should I say, purity? Su Chen murmured softly. He could feel the pure and powerful spiritual energy contained in that point of light, unlike anything he had seen before. Even the spiritual energy purity of Qing Song Daochang's spirit gathering array at the time was not 1/10 of this. Quite intense. Su Chen squatted down and gently touched it. His fingers could feel a slight pulse coming from deep within the soil. It was like the seed was breathing, engaging in some kind of silent communication with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Seed, grow quickly, sprout quickly as the morning light appears, and the night slowly unfolds. You will stretch out your tender green arms, embracing the first light. Su Chen hummed softly. For some reason, a thin mist appeared in his eyes. In the courtyard, the white tree crows on the ground, the cold dew silently moistens the osmanthus flowers. Tonight, under the bright moon, everyone gazes into the distance, wondering whose home the autumn thoughts have fallen upon. The moon in the sky is curved, and he somewhat missed his grandmother. I'm already this old, yet still so sentimental? Su Chen chuckled at himself. This nursery rhyme, his grandmother used to sing it to him often when he was young. If her spirit were in the heavens and saw him now, she would probably be very pleased, right? Several minutes later, Su Chen's figure gradually faded into the contours of the villa. In the same spot, the leaves swayed gently in the breeze. The point of light on the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Su Dalao. Su Chen had just returned to the second floor when he heard Ning Jing calling out. Looking in the direction of the voice, Su Chen was slightly stunned. Earlier in the forest, Ning Jing was wearing the relatively plain black clothes of the Spiritual Energy Association. Although beautiful, it seemed like her radiance was sealed by a school uniform. But now, she revealed the attire underneath. Ning Jing was dressed in a soft white lace bra. The delicate fabric gently hugged her skin, exuding a subtle and elegant beauty. The lace edges adorned her neckline and cuffs, adding a touch of softness and charm. She wore a simple pair of cotton shorts on her lower body. The pure white color matched the bra on her upper body, appearing both comfortable and natural. It was also a bit provocative. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, a few strands lightly brushing against her fair neck, making her skin appear as smooth as snow, delicate and alluring. She exuded a vibe of a cute girl next door. Ning Jing's small face blushed faintly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation and shyness. Su Dalao, I want to take a bath, is that okay? Su Chen snapped out of his brief daze and pointed in a direction. You can go, there's a new set of toiletries in the bathroom for you to use directly. It was originally prepared for himself, but now it seemed he would have to get another set tomorrow. Ning Jing nodded quietly, her face blushing even more, lost in her thoughts. Thank you, Su bro, I'll go now. By the way, I'm not freeloading. Not freeloading? Su Chen didn't quite understand. Not long after, his phone buzzed again. He checked the message. Oh my god? Wow, this girl transferred another 10,000. This financial offensive was getting a bit overwhelming for him. On the other side, Ning Jing leaned against the intricately carved wooden door of the bathroom, her heart racing like a startled deer. Just after transferring money to Su Chen, she felt an inexplicable excitement welling up inside her. She patted her cheeks, a hint of pride and excitement in her voice. Ning Jing, you're doing great, you're doing it right. Stay steady in the future too. Master of strategies, don't rush it. Ning Jing's long hair gently cascaded down as she lightly played with her hair, a sweet smile hanging on her lips. She hummed softly, the off-key tune revealing her joy and ease. She undressed delicately, revealing her snow-like skin under the bathroom lights, looking even more delicate. Ning Jing turned on the water, standing in front of the bathroom mirror, furrowing her brows slightly. I even find myself cute, just a bit bigger would be perfect. She pinched herself. Soft, Ning Jing stepped into the bathtub, warm water enveloping her body. She closed her eyes, letting the gentle waves of water caress her. Her heartbeat accelerated in the warm water, her cheeks blushing like the morning glow. In her mind, Su Chen's image unfolded like scenes from a movie. Each scene made her heart skip a beat. The righteous Su Chen, holding a thunder sword with electric flashes illuminating his resolute face. Majestic and unbeatable. The alluring and mysterious Su Chen, wielding a scythe with a ghostly glow, like a messenger from the abyss, exuding fatal temptation. His gaze deep and charming, with a hint of playful smile. Two different styles of dominance. Ning Jing's hands gently moved in the water, tears streaming down her face. On the other side, Su Chen sat on the large sofa, feeling a bit helpless. He actually wanted to take a bath too, but now someone else had taken his spot. And with his keen hearing, he could hear the sound of flowing water inside. For some reason, he felt his mindset was a bit unstable. His lower abdomen felt a bit hot. The art of calming the mind still needs practice. Su Chen scratched his head with a wry smile. The enhancement of his physical fitness brought about more vigor. With that in mind, Su Chen suddenly felt like venting. He opened his social media and posted, "I want peace and quiet." After posting, Su Chen ignored it and chose to stay in the bedroom on the left. No more bathing. In another place, water thanks flower villa area. Ding dong ding dong. Lin Xiyu was about to fall asleep when she heard a special notification sound. She was slightly stunned, her heartbeat instantly accelerating. Was Su Chen finally willing to pay attention to her? Before this, she had never set a special notification sound for anyone. But yesterday, she did it just like that. She wanted to catch any updates from Su Chen at the earliest. She was afraid that if Su Chen messaged her, she wouldn't receive it immediately. Lin Xiyu's fingers trembled as she opened her phone. The next moment, she felt a bit disappointed. Su Chen hadn't messaged her, it was just a notification about his social media post. "I want peace and quiet." After reading these words, a complex emotion flashed in Lin Xiyu's eyes. She bit her lip lightly, feeling a bit uneasy. Was Su Chen finding her annoying? Was it because she had sent more messages these days? Lin Xiyu felt a bit aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Chen was too heartless. With this in mind, she dialed Lin Kor's phone number. She wanted to confide in her cousin. Su Chen was unaware of all this. At that moment, he was messaging with Daoist Qingsong. According to their chat, Daoist Qingsong had contacted the old lady in the association's higher-ups. The old lady was naturally very sad and emotional, but there was nothing she could do. On the other hand, in Shaoshan, they had contacted the local police and planned to search using various police forces such as surveillance. Of course, this was limited to conventional search methods. Daoist Qingsong, if you guys come up with any formations, can you let me know so I can come and observe? Su Chen continued to inquire in his messages. He meant it sincerely. He really wanted to go to Qingsong Daoist Temple. Besides the Spirit Stone and Star Stone, there might be some illustrations that could be unlocked. Not to mention the formations. Once Daoist Qingsong and the others figured it out, he would go over and benefit from it. Directly freeload on the illustrations and rewards. Daoist Qingsong readily agreed. Having lived for most of his life, he understood these social niceties. And making friends with someone like Su Chen, who was humble and powerful, had many hidden benefits. As long as Su Chen didn't ask for these things, he could show some goodwill and help out. Why not? Win-win situation. They were willing to be Su Chen's tool for unlocking illustrations. Speaking of which, Lin Xiyu had finished her call with her cousin Lin Kur by now. Her mood had improved quite a bit. She felt her cousin was right. Su Chen was probably playing hard to get, trying to attract her attention in this way, deliberately provoking her emotions, making her itch in her heart, unable to stop thinking about it. Clever tactics. Looking at it from another angle, Su Chen was actually forgiving her to some extent. He still had her in his heart. Thinking of this, Lin Xiyu finally smiled. These past few days, she had finally made some progress. Her efforts were not in vain. On the other side, Lin Kuo hung up the phone with Lin Xiyu and went to the French window. Her gaze kept staring into the distance. Ha! The next moment, her eyes lit up. It seemed like there were lights on in the villa Su-chen bought. It was just a bit far away, so she couldn't see clearly. Has Su-chen returned? Since receiving a call from the sales lady this morning, she had been tirelessly moving a bunch of daily necessities over here. And from what the sales lady said, Su-chen seemed to live alone, without anyone else. In the afternoon, she felt a bit itchy, so she went to the villa's courtyard where Su-chen lived. She found a shady spot under a tree, sat on the ground, and played with her phone all afternoon. But her legs were bitten by mosquitoes, and she didn't see Su-chen. This made her feel a bit disappointed and gloomy. Fortunately, her cousin Lin Shiyu's call earlier had comforted her a lot. Her cousin was so outstanding, a Tsinghua University recommended student, yet she would feel lost for other guys, lost in thoughts and dreams. So what if she had a bit of unrequited love? Moreover, she had a huge advantage. The nearer the water, the brighter the moon. Was there anyone closer to him now? Obviously not. Do you understand what they mean by suffer now, enjoy later? Full of motivation. Oh. Inside the bathroom, Ning Jing had just finished changing clothes when she suddenly exclaimed. She saw Su-chen's moments post. I want to be quiet. Who was quiet? Wasn't that her? With this in mind, Ning Jing's face turned even redder. A sweet joy surged in her heart, mixed with a hint of uncertainty and panic. Excited heart, trembling hands. Is Su boss hinting at me? Could he also like me a little? Various strange thoughts began to flood Ning Jing's mind. Is this too fast? We just met. And I haven't done that kind of thing before. Her face was full of conflict and hesitation, the blush almost about to drip with water. She lightly bit her lower lip, pacing back and forth in the bathroom. Like a lost little deer, she wandered in the forest of emotions. What should I do? What should I do? Ning Jing could almost imagine it. As she opened the bathroom door, Su-dala was already waiting outside for her. Then their eyes met in the dim light of the corridor, full of affection. At that moment, there was an indescribable feeling in the air. Eventually, the spark ignited, and the fire was about to start. Phew! Should I go out or not? Ning Jing felt her heart in turmoil, beating rapidly. But if Su-dala was serious, I won't be able to escape with my strength. There's a saying, if you can't resist, then enjoy it. Thinking of this, Ning Jing seemed to have made up her mind and pushed open the bathroom door. Let the storm come more fiercely. Ha! The living room was pitch black. Not a soul in sight. Did she imagine things too much? Even the bedroom door on the left was closed at this time. Su-dala should have been resting. Ning Jing stood at the door of Su-chen, hesitated for a long time, and still didn't knock. She sneakily rolled back to her own bedroom. If she went to him herself, would it seem too casual? How would Su-dala see her? Absolutely not. In the middle of the night, everyone had their own thoughts and couldn't sleep. Except for Su-chen. Ning Jing lay in bed, her small hand typing frantically on the phone screen. This was a chat group. There were a total of 5 people in the group. Dream of a Billionaire Girl, Beautiful Girl Warrior, Arsonist of Hearts, Toolman Zhaolei, Cold and Elegant Lady. 5 people, couldn't come up with a normal name. Dream of a Billionaire Girl was naturally Ning Jing. Toolman Zhaolei was quite obvious, it was Zhaolei who had entered the woods with them before. The reason he chose this name was willingly by himself. Because in this group, except for him, the rest were all girls. They knew each other because of the spiritual energy association. They had met a few times privately. They got along well, so they created a group. Beautiful Girl Warrior was named Enchanting, but had nothing to do with warrior. A petite potato, 1 meter 50, with a doll face, cute and playful personality, a standard Lolita. Arsonist of Hearts was named Shinbing, living up to her name, a cold goddess. Tall figure matched with a cold temperament, an absolute queen, unapproachable. Cold and Elegant Lady was a woman in her 30s, named Zhou Jin. Warm and cheerful, but still single to this day. All emphasizing a contrast. Cold and Elegant Lady, a dream of a billionaire girl. So you really plan to stay in Jianzhou and not come back? Your soul has been lured away? Dream of a billionaire girl, hee, not coming back. It's more interesting here. I'm living in Dalao's house now. Arsonist of Hearts, Ning Jing, you better be more careful, don't be deceived. How can such an outstanding girl like you have a love-struck brain? Dream of a billionaire girl, Ice Sister, you can rest assured, Dalao is a good person. Beautiful Girl Warrior, traitor, choosing love over friendship. Is that Dalao really that strong, really that handsome? I don't believe it, unless you show me a photo. Cold and Elegant Lady, I think Ning Jing sees him through rose-colored glasses. Arsonist of Hearts, exactly, I asked Xiao Captain and Zhao Lei, they both kept silent about that Dalao, probably all talk. Dream of a billionaire girl, oh, you guys just don't understand. Cold and Elegant Lady, By the way, isn't the association organizing a small group activity next weekend? Invite that Dalao to join us and see if he's worthy of being with our Ning Jing. Upon seeing this message, Ning Jing paused for a moment, pondering in her heart. She knew about this team-building event, where pioneers from different regions would meet and exchange ideas to promote development. She really wanted to go, but she needed to figure out how to get Sue, the big shot, to come along. She wanted her girlfriends to see just how strong Sue really was. To show them. Her judgment was absolutely spot on. The next morning, Su-chan got out of bed. By the time he finished washing up in the bedroom, it was already 8 in the morning. Su-chan pushed open the bedroom door and was slightly surprised to see Ning Jing sitting on the sofa in the living room. "Sue, you're up. Wait a moment, come sit down." Ning Jing hurriedly greeted Su-chan to take a seat, then dashed off to the kitchen. Despite not having slept much due to excitement the night before, she had gone out early in the morning with dark circles under her eyes to buy soy milk, steamed buns, and rice porridge from a breakfast shop nearby. She even made sure to keep them warm in the kitchen. There were very few shops in the area, so she had to walk quite a distance. She basically ran there and back, fearing any delays. Even as a pioneer, she was not spared from exhaustion, but she felt it was all worth it. As Lu Sun once said, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Sure enough, Su-chan nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed a bit hungry. Unfortunately, there weren't many food options nearby, making it inconvenient. The two sat down at the table, and Ning Jing handed the largest meat bun to Su-chan. "When do you plan to leave?" Su-chan casually inquired. Ning Jing's movements stiffened, her face falling slightly. Sue, I don't have money to move out, so can I stay here? You don't trust me in this unfamiliar place? I won't freeload, I'll pay you 10,000 a day." She sounded anxious, fearing Su-chan would ask her to leave. Hearing this, Su-chan was speechless. This wealthy lady was transferring 10,000 with each click, yet she claimed to have no money? Ding dong! In the next moment, the money was already in his account. Su-chan glanced at his phone, then at Ning Jing's pitiful expression, and reluctantly agreed. That's because he was kind-hearted. Of course, there weren't many people in this world who willingly became a nanny and even paid for it. By the way, your spiritual attribute seems to be water, right? What specific effects does it have? Su-chan thought of the time when Ning Jing used her spiritual power to assist Zhang, who was mentally injured. My water attribute spiritual power is mainly for healing, right? Ning Jing bit her finger, pondering. It seems to be able to alleviate minor wounds and pains, like gentle rain nurturing the earth. Then, she gently drew a line in the air. A drop of crystal-clear water condensed in the air and fell on the table. Besides that, my spiritual power can communicate with water elements, manipulating them into various forms. For example, a water shield for defense, or even water arrows for attack. It might work better on rainy days. Ning Jing continued to contemplate, unaware of Su-chan's increasingly bright eyes. Did she just say she could water plants? With that in mind, Su-chan interrupted Ning Jing's explanation. Have you ever learned how to plant trees? Plant trees? Ning Jing was slightly puzzled. She didn't quite understand, but she shook her head nonetheless. Why bother learning that stuff? Let's eat first. Su-chan smiled warmly, but he was already scheming in his mind. The water she produced should be purer than what comes out of the tap, right? It might even contain spiritual power. That was quite rare. If he could teach her gardening and planting techniques, having her water and care for the Lingxi divine tree seeds every day, would it grow better? After all, he was a bit short on time and energy. Although the meal was simple, both of them had their own thoughts and ate happily. Come, I'll take you somewhere. After finishing their meal, Su-chan stood up, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Ning Jing blinked her eyes without asking too much. Naturally, she had no reason to refuse. Walking beside Su-chan made her feel happy. She enjoyed the feeling of being a little follower to this big shot. She liked it when others took the lead, and she just followed along. The two walked out of the villa and headed towards the woods outside. They reached the corner where the seed of the spirit light god tree was planted. A hint of joy flashed in Su-chan's eyes. On that piece of land, a small tender shoot had already sprouted. Under the morning light, it emitted a faint glow, as if it were nature's purest gift. Although the shoot was small, it exuded a vibrant force of life. Ning Jing also saw it and her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but squat down, extending her finger to gently touch the tender green shoot. Su-chan's thoughts stirred, but he didn't stop her. The more Ning Jing liked it, the more he could command her. Above the shoot, there seemed to be a faint mist floating. But it wasn't mist, it was the materialization of spiritual energy, with a very high purity and concentration. It slowly gathered towards the small shoot, greedily absorbed by it. Ning Jing seemed to sense something too, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. This She was at a loss for words. She had thought it was just an ordinary new shoot, but it seemed not to be the case. Seizing the moment, Su Chen finally spoke. Do you think I'm strong? Hearing Su Chen's words, Ning Jing nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at grains. Wasn't it obvious? She had witnessed the divine presence of that day with her own eyes. It couldn't be fake. Cultivating spiritual energy is not just about practicing in seclusion. It also requires integration with nature, understanding, and application, Su Chen explained. Look! Su Chen pointed to the seedling on the ground as he spoke. Once this little guy grows up, it will definitely be extraordinary. Because every leaf, every branch, can be a part of cultivating spiritual energy. Su Chen cleared his throat, trying to make his voice deep and charming. The reason I have achieved what I have today is because I have continuously tried various methods, communicated with nature, and constantly controlled and used my spiritual energy. Then, he patted Ning Jing's shoulder, speaking earnestly. If you only use your water attribute spiritual energy for simple healing, it would be a waste. It should have more possibilities, more uses. Ning Jing was deeply attracted by Su Chen's words, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and eagerness. How could she not want to be strong like Su Chen? Then, what should I do? What other uses are there? Su Chen pointed to the seedling. Water it, nourish it with your spiritual energy. This is not only a way to cultivate it but also an exercise for your own spiritual energy, with many benefits. To become stronger, you have to start by doing every little thing well. Planting a tree actually involves profound knowledge. From today, this seedling is entrusted to you. You need to read more and think about how to take care of it carefully to help it grow strong. Harmonizing with nature is also a form of cultivation. Ning Jing seemed to understand, nodding quickly. Firstly, she wanted to become stronger. Secondly, this was a task assigned by Su, the big shot. Therefore, she had no reason not to do it well. Thank you, Su. Ning Jing was somewhat excited. She didn't know where else she could find another big shot who cared so much for others. Seeing Ning Jing's reaction, Su Chen felt a bit guilty but still satisfied. Ning Jing was older than him, so he wasn't deceiving a child, right? And what he said wasn't wrong. It's difficult to achieve perfection in anything, but if you can achieve it, then you will be strong. Allowing Ning Jing to use her water attribute spiritual energy to nourish the seed of the spirit light god tree might indeed have a certain effect on her cultivation. After all, this was the spirit light god tree. Where it existed, spiritual energy would not be thin. If tranquility can truly accomplish the task, then he naturally won't forget tranquility when the time comes to share the blessings. Hey, can you cook? Su Chen asked again. A little bit, Ning Jing replied. Alright, then I'll leave the cooking to you. It's also a form of cultivation. Ning Jing looked puzzled. Su Chen sighed, feeling frustrated. The reason why you cultivate so slowly and have such a big gap with me is because you lack these insights. Think about it, cooking is the fusion of the 5 elements. It's the natural way of water and fire complementing each other. The stove can refine all things and temper one's character. Controlling the heat is a manifestation of exquisite manipulation of spiritual energy in cultivation. Cooking is actually similar to meditation during cultivation. You must be focused and fully concentrated during the process. Moreover, cooking is a form of creation. You need to experiment more. This aligns with the innovative thinking in cultivation. When you manipulate water elements to create water shields, water swords, etc., it requires innovative thinking. Ning Jing stood there dumbfounded, listening to Su Chen's words. At that moment, he felt a glow emanating from Su Chen. No wonder Su Chen was so strong. He truly integrated cultivation into his life. Life is also cultivation. With such a state of mind and character, how could he not become a master? Moreover, he generously shared all his experiences with her. What kind of spirit was this? She could only be worthy by offering herself completely. Well, ponder on this. I'll be out for a while. Su Chen patted Ning Jing's shoulder and left. Watching the bewildered Ning Jing, he felt a twinge of guilt. If he didn't leave now, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold back. Planting trees, cooking tools, Ning Jing was ready. Now, he planned to revisit the market where he bought groceries that day. The place where the dream began. Many records indicated that it was extraordinary, showing signs of spiritual resurgence. Several days had passed. He had to go back and check. No more delays. Saying goodbye to Ning Jing, Su Chen rode his bike out. Let this girl study and contemplate at home. The future looks promising. Along the way, Su Chen felt more convinced that his decisions were right and promising, expanding the development of tools, becoming a big capitalist. At Qingsong Daoguan, he could regularly explore new things in open records. To obtain crucial information, he could rely on specialized investigation agencies, the military, or spiritual energy associations. As for home, he temporarily entrusted it to Ning Jing. As long as he followed this path, letting tools find tools for him, he could just relax and wait for the harvest, growing stronger and stronger. The efficiency was terrifyingly high. Good, good. Su Chen nodded. He had gained his own approval. Around 10 in the morning, Su Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market. This market was very close to his old neighborhood. However, it was quite far from his villa. At this time, there were quite a few people in the market. Although most were elderly people carrying baskets of vegetables, Su Chen's presence didn't seem out of place. He parked his bike at the entrance and entered the market. It was a bit noisy inside. Vendors shouting, customers bargaining, ingredients being chopped on cutting boards. It all moved him in some way. Nowadays, the anomalies caused by the resurgence of spiritual energy were becoming more profound. How long could this peaceful life last? It's like boiling a frog in warm water now. When the drastic changes come, how many people will be caught off guard? How many will die? There's not much time left for the country, for the pioneers, for me. Su Chen muttered to himself, releasing his senses. 2 minutes later, he furrowed his brows. He didn't detect any anomalies. Is my sensing ability not enough? Or is it that there are actually no anomalies here? It doesn't seem right. Su Chen was puzzled, planning to take it step by step. Without the jade spirit root, scarlet flame fruit, and dark ear of the underworld back then, how could he be who he is now? Right after that, Su Chen never had a moment of leisure. Every time he approached a stall, he would bend down and touch all the vegetables. It was a bit itchy. An old lady watching Su Chen pick carefully felt a bit emotional. Young men nowadays are rarely so meticulous in choosing vegetables. If my granddaughter could be with a young man like you who knows how to live, that would put my mind at ease. Su Chen's ears twitched. He naturally heard the old lady's muttering. It was a bit awkward. Grandma, please pack these cucumbers for me. Su Chen took out his phone, ready to pay. Although he was looking for things with spiritual energy, it didn't stop him from stocking up on ingredients. The villa area was not well developed yet, making it hard to find fresh vegetables and fruits. Besides, it would be impolite to touch everything and not buy anything. He quite liked cucumbers. He just didn't know if Ning Jing liked them. Besides eating, they had many other uses. Most girls would have a few at home. Sliced for face masks, they were very hydrating. As time passed by, Su Chen accumulated more and more plastic bags in his hands. He bought a lot of vegetables. However, after almost browsing through half of the market stalls, he still hadn't triggered any identification information. Su Chen even began to suspect if something was wrong with Tongsu. Everything seems normal. But there are some strange points. The 2 stall owners who sold me tomatoes and celery last time seem to be gone. Su Chen tried asking other stall owners but couldn't make sense of anything. The old market didn't have many security cameras, and he didn't know how to describe it to others. The only clue was the physical store that sold packaged wood ear mushrooms. As Su Chen pondered, he walked into the shop. To his relief, the shop's owner was still there. Su Chen went straight to the shelves of packaged wood ear mushrooms, touching bag after bag. No response. Of course, it could be that he had already identified this item and couldn't trigger it again. Su Chen looked at the shop owner. The middle-aged man was sitting behind the cash register, holding an old magazine, looking a bit bored. Boss, are these packaged wood ear mushrooms grown by your shop? The man shrugged. No, but they are guaranteed fresh. We collect them on site. Su Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. On site? Which site? Boss, pack up all these mushrooms, I'll take them all. As Su Chen spoke, the boss put down the magazine, a look of astonishment on his face. You want all of them? I still have dozens of bags of these mushrooms. Su Chen nodded again. What are you going to do with so many wood ear mushrooms? The boss stood up. Su Chen smiled faintly, took out several hundred yuan bills from his wallet, and placed them gently on the counter. To be honest, we plan to open a private restaurant at home. I've tasted these mushrooms, and they have a good texture. But more importantly, I want to get in touch with those supply sources, as our demand is quite significant. The boss looked at the money on the table, his eyes gleaming. He somewhat understood Su Chen's intention. The focus was not on these mushrooms but on exploring potential delivery channels. After a moment of contemplation, the boss looked at the red bills on the table. Young man, seeing your sincerity, I can try to help you make some contacts. But these wood ear mushrooms were specially collected from the area near Qingshui village. There are a few old farmers there who specialize in growing mountain produce. Su Chen's heart stirred upon hearing this. Qingshui village? He hadn't heard of this place before, but it shouldn't be far from here. And the wood ear mushrooms that had shown signs of revival before were likely to appear there and then be transported here. If that's the case, then the celery tomatoes that turned into jade spirit root and scarlet flame fruit might be the same. The mutation didn't originate from the market itself. There's another source. It's possible that the vendors from those two stalls also came from Qingshui village. At Su Chen's request, the boss dialed the phone number of a villager from Qingshui village in front of him. However, after dialing twice, no one answered. They might be busy. After that, Su Chen added the boss on WeChat. Through WeChat, he transferred another 1,000 yuan directly to the boss. When asking someone to do something, it's always good to offer some benefits. Besides inquiring about some information, the main task was to ask the boss to find a distributor to deliver different dishes to his villa every day. Spending a little money could increase the chances of unlocking new illustrations. If one day the delivered dishes showed signs of spiritual revival and unlocked a new illustration, he could follow the clues all the way. It saved time, was efficient, and also solved the inconvenience of cooking. Perhaps Ning Jing would be grateful too. After all, she wouldn't have to go out to buy groceries every day, just focus on cooking and taking care of the seedlings. Think about it. How much effort did Su Chen put in to let her cultivate peacefully without being disturbed by external matters? Everything was arranged properly, and almost a whole morning had passed. Su Chen moved his bicycle onto the food delivery cart and got on the cart with the employees arranged by the boss. Since a dedicated person was arranged to deliver food to the villa every day, it was a good opportunity for this person to familiarize himself with the route today. Su Chen specifically instructed that the employee should not only collect the dishes from different sources but also keep a record of where they were obtained from. This included the vegetable market. Even if they saw some fresh vegetables being sold at some stalls, they should also be delivered. Money was not an issue. This employee was a young man in his 20s, with an honest appearance. He drove the car without finding Su Chen troublesome or the task burdensome. He just felt a bit emotional. Perhaps this was how rich people lived. They were particular even about their meals, wanting the freshest ingredients. Of course, he enjoyed it too. This young boss paid him a net salary of 3,000 yuan per month. Selecting some vegetables every morning, making records, and then delivering them to the villa in a car was easy and comfortable. Why wouldn't he do it happily? If he wasn't serious, he felt he would be letting down this job. Many people were eyeing this lucrative opportunity. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen rode the food delivery cart into the villa area. "Bro, your house is really big." Laoli, the employee, carried a large bag of vegetables and arrived at Su Chen's villa gate. "Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Deliver them early every day, with a variety, and visit more stalls at the market." Su Chen instructed a few more words, took out his bicycle, and then bid farewell to each other. Laoli got back on the car, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Just now, he saw the girl in the villa. She was truly beautiful. Without thinking much, he could roughly guess the relationship between her and this young boss. Having money is great, keeping a beautiful woman in a golden house, tsk. Laoli shook his head and drove away. He could only dream of such days. Inside the villa, Ning Jing listened to Su Chen's casual explanation and her eyes turned red again. Su Dala was really good to her. He said he was going out to handle matters in the morning, but he was actually preparing resources for her to focus on cultivation without distractions. "Su Dalao, I'll go cook now, you rest." Ning Jing didn't hesitate and started to act. Su Chen nodded. A good disciple can be taught. For the next hour, Su Chen was on his phone. He checked the news from various places and then clicked into the Spiritual Energy Association's forum. There were all sorts of discussions. "Help, I think I've encountered something strange." Su Chen looked at the title and clicked on it. "Brothers, something seems off in our garage, could it be haunted? I just watched the surveillance footage, and it captured something from above." Su Chen clicked on the video as he went with the flow. In the video, the host's car was parked there. Then, it started shaking rhythmically. "Huh, is the car shaking?" Su Chen was puzzled. It seemed a bit eerie. Hiss. And in the next moment, Su Chen took a sharp breath, as if he had figured something out. "What's shaking?" He quickly scrolled down to read the comments. All he saw were green hat emojis. After that, Su Chen looked at several more posts. The Spiritual Energy Association forum had just been established, and there wasn't much content yet. Half of the people were just fooling around, thinking that some were going crazy wanting to cultivate immortality and had deceived themselves. The other half, however, seemed to be starting some discussions. This included a few replies to the identification posts he had made. He hadn't read them in detail yet when Ning Jing walked over. "Su bro, it's time for dinner." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them had their meal. It had to be said that Ning Jing had some talent as a nanny. Originally, he thought Ning Jing, with her rich lady appearance, would be clueless about cooking. but the food turned out to be quite delicious. He had underestimated her. After that, Su-chen went out alone again. This made Ning Jing purse her lips, feeling a bit resentful. Why does she feel like a woman left alone at home? Half an hour later, Su-chen arrived at the Special Investigation Bureau. Director Wang, you wanted to see me? Director Wang smiled and nodded when he saw Su-chen. In the next moment, he took out an identification card from the drawer and handed it to Su-chen. Consultant Su, this is an identification specially made for you. Keep it safe. It should come in handy for some special occasions. Su-chen's eyes lit up as he took the card. The cover of the card was black and felt delicate. In the center of the cover, there was a silver emblem. Opening the card, a photo caught his eye. It was him. Below the photo, there was a line of small text, National Special Consultant. Consultant Su, this card may not look very official, but it has been approved by authorities in various regions and is absolutely valid. Su-chen nodded. He understood. Ordinary people would just see this card as a fancy craft item. They wouldn't believe it. He didn't need them to believe. It just needed to be useful in critical moments. Besides that, there's one more thing. Director Wang's gaze was intense. According to the original plan, the subway here is set to start operating in a week. But due to that incident, the plan had to be postponed, even cancelled. Today, I called you here because the authorities have been studying new equipment overnight and want you to come along to the subway to check it out. Surprised by this, Su-chen realized he had inadvertently helped those researchers before. Now it seemed to have paid off. Did this count as indirectly contributing to the country? Director Wang stood up and took out an exquisite box from a nearby safe. Opening it, there was a watch inside. The appearance of this watch seemed no different from a regular one. But Su-chen knew it was anything but ordinary. Consultant Su, this is the latest development from the Investigation Bureau, the Anomaly Detection Watch. Director Wang's tone carried a hint of pride and excitement. Although it's not yet in mass production, its practicality surpasses the previous instruments. Su-chen took it. It felt a bit heavy. There were no numbers or hands on the dial, just a transparent display screen. Above it, a number was displayed, 3. It can detect abnormal energy in the surroundings in real time and display it digitally. The higher the number on the watch, the higher the current abnormal value in that area. Compared to the previous red light display, this digital display is more intuitive and accurate. In addition, it is portable, discreet, and real-time. Hearing this, Su-chen nodded in agreement. It was impossible not to admire the work of these research personnel. The saying is right, science and technology are the primary productive forces, the future of a country. At least for now. In the next moment, Su-chen smoothly put his watch into his pocket, his movements flowing effortlessly, his expression natural. Consultant Su, you can't. Director Wang hurriedly spoke up. Ha? What's wrong? Su-chen looked innocent. Well, this watch, the quantity is extremely limited. Jiangzhou was rated as an A-level anomaly city, that's why we have this watch, it's very precious. It's specially for our investigative bureau, for unforeseen circumstances. You have to take out this watch. When it goes into production later, I'll make sure to get one for you. And it will be personalized. You can engrave any pattern or words you want. Director Wang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, reaching out to Su-chen. Since it had come to this, Su-chen couldn't insist on keeping the watch and returned it. On the other hand, with Tongzi around, it could be considered a detection tool. They could discuss it later. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The door opened, and 2 figures entered side by side. Su-chen recognized them both. One was Long Ping'an. The other was the young lady he had first met at the subway station, Wang Qian. Everyone's here. Director Wang nodded at Su-chen. Although our investigative bureau has enough manpower, there have been too many things happening recently, we can't keep up. It's not just in Jiangzhou, it's the same in other cities. To be honest, the whole country is short of manpower in this regard. Moreover, this matter is too suspicious. I don't want too many people involved. Quality over quantity. So, this time on the subway, it's just the 3 of you. Consultant Su leads, Long Ping'an assists, and Wang Qian will pay attention to any anomalies or bugs with the watch. What we need to do is simulate the last subway trial run, unmanned, equipped with remote control system. Passing through 17 stations, a total of 1 hour and 43 minutes. Hearing what Director Wang said, Su-chen nodded in understanding, without saying much. Sometimes, having too many people around wasn't a good thing. With Long Ping'an assisting him, it was enough. The kid's temperament matched his personality, and he had some strength. As for Wang Qian, Director Wang had mentioned her before. Despite being a woman, she was an outstanding newcomer in information technology, software, and hardware. Surprisingly, Wang Qian even had some knowledge about driving the subway. This team configuration, though small, was quite reasonable. After all, Su Chen could handle many roles by himself. Soon after, the three of them left the specialized investigative bureau. Outside the bureau, police cars were already waiting. This task would take a long time because they had to go to the starting station first. The three got into the police car. The driver was someone from the investigative bureau whom Su Chen had met before. "You can rest for a while. I estimate we'll reach the starting station around 5 p.m. Thanks to the police car, they had a smooth journey without any obstacles. When they reached the starting station, they would have to take the subway for nearly 2 hours to return to their place. The time was indeed long. Thinking about this, Su Chen picked up his phone in the car and sent a WeChat message to Ning Jing. It was probably to inform her that he had something to do tonight and wouldn't be back for dinner. He asked her to take care of the house. There was one more message he didn't say, but he believed Ning Jing would understand. That was to take care of the seedlings. Those things were very precious. On the other side, Ning Jing received the message. Although she felt a bit disappointed, a blush appeared on her face. "Does Su Boss consider me as the mistress of the house? He's in charge outside, I'm in charge inside." This feeling. She couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Did this indirectly mean that Su Boss acknowledged her? And the part about taking care of the house, she understood that too. It's just a subtle way of letting her take care of herself. How could Boss Su, such a high and mighty figure, care about material possessions like houses? He must be referring to her, just unwilling to say it outright. She had read in novels before, that's how those aloof CEOs are. Tough on the outside, but soft on the inside, actually always thinking of her. In the car, the atmosphere among the few people wasn't too serious. Su Chen glanced sideways at Long Pinyin. This kid, with a smile hanging on his lips, was texting someone. He glanced over slightly. The profile picture seemed to be of a girl. Girlfriend? So happy? Idle chatter led Su Chen to ask casually. No. Long Pinyin immediately shook his head vigorously, denying it vehemently. She's Officer Li's daughter. Officer Li has been good to me. I often eat at their place. I've always treated her like a little sister. She cooks pretty well. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression turned strange. This kid was a bit older than him, but his mouth was even tougher. Earlier, he was almost splitting his face with a smile, and now he's saying he treats her like a sister? But Su Chen also roughly knew who Officer Li in Long Pinyin's words was. It was the local old officer who followed him in the alley. Quite a high-handed approach. In the following time, the group chatted quite a bit. Naturally, the topic of the trailblazers came up. Wang Qian and the driver in the car, although not trailblazers yet, were aware of the current situation. Are you saying that the officially recorded trailblazers now number in the hundreds? Su Chen looked at Long Pinyin. Long Pinyin nodded, looking somewhat incredulous. Indeed, the speed of spiritual resurgence seems to be increasing. The number of people able to sense spiritual energy is also growing. Some people may have gained opportunities from unusual events and directly become trailblazers. Hearing Long Pinyin's words, not only Su Chen, but even the driver and Wang Qian, were somewhat moved. They roughly understood what being a trailblazer meant. It was an insurmountable gap. Ordinary people, no matter how powerful or wealthy, were ultimately just mortals. But if one became a trailblazer, even if they were previously struggling, at this moment they became extraordinary beings. One overlooks the stars, while the other is confined to the bottom of a well. Trailblazers ride the clouds, soaring above the 9 heavens, insight into the mysteries of heaven and earth, every breath filled with the essence of the universe. There's no comparison. So people like Wang Qian, when facing unusual events, were just as proactive as them. Opportunities favor those closer to the water's edge. Compared to ordinary citizens, they had more opportunities. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, except for the police officer driving, Su Chen and the others got out of the car. Wang Qian's expression was somewhat serious. Advisor Su Pinyin, something seems off. We set off from the Bureau of Investigation, where the average anomaly value was around 3 to 4. But as we drove this way, the values seemed to be increasing. Right where we got off, the anomaly value is at 15. According to the latest anomaly value chart released by the higher-ups, anomalies above 10 points should be taken seriously. Su Chen and the others exchanged glances, their emotions somewhat complex. They seemed to have come to the right place. They had just arrived at the entrance of this subway station. Following closely, Su Chen and the others entered the subway station. This side was much busier than the terminal station. On one side was the old commercial district, while the other was still under development. And this subway station had multiple lines running through it. It's just that the test-run subway line that had an incident, including that route, had not been officially put into operation yet. The anomaly values are still rising. Along the way, Wang Qian's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Su Chen and Long Ping'an also furrowed their brows slightly. This subway station had a lot of pedestrians and businesses, and there was no reason to shut it down directly. With so many people flowing through, once all the subway lines here were closed, it would also cause significant conflicts. In a place like this, once something goes wrong, it might be hard to contain it. Long Ping'an's eyes flickered sharply, thinking about the possible consequences. Over there at the final station, even if something went wrong and affected the surrounding area, there wouldn't be many people. But here was different. Once a problem arose, it could potentially impact thousands of families. Whether it was public opinion or the actual consequences, it was extremely terrifying and unacceptable. The three of them made their way through the bustling crowd and finally arrived at a secluded platform as directed by the earpiece. The lights around the platform were dim, and there was no one else around. This area belonged only to them. This slightly eased the minds of Su Chen and the others. They were still somewhat far from the other platforms. Even if something happened, the impact shouldn't be too deep, right? The anomaly here has exceeded 25 points, and it's showing an upward trend. Wang Qian's voice trembled. The situation here was also relayed to the higher-ups, sparking immediate discussions. Advisor Su, stay calm for now, don't board the subway yet, plans might change. Hearing the voice coming through the earpiece, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. They could already see the subway right in front of them. It seemed no different from the usual subways on regular days. But as a fourth-stage chi refiner, he had long sensed that something was amiss here. The atmosphere here made him feel anxious and uneasy. The last time he felt this way was when facing that phantom fox cub. Although it hadn't fully grown at the time and had dug its own grave, it was still the foundation of a legendary creature. How could things be simple here? The tension in the air became palpable. It has increased a bit more. Wang Qian's heart was racing. She wasn't a pioneer. If they encountered an anomaly, she would undoubtedly be the one to suffer the most gruesome fate. About 5 minutes later, Director Wang's voice came through the earpiece again. Advisor Su, the decision from the higher-ups is out. It's up to you to choose. This anomaly value exceeding 25 points is unprecedented, and we have no idea what's inside. You might go and die, and the chances are not small. His words were not only heard by Su Chen but also by Long Ping'an and Wang Qian. Director Wang, if we don't go, based on the current trend, is it possible for this anomaly energy to continue rising? Su Chen asked calmly. After a moment of silence on the other end, the response came. The calculations indeed suggest so. It's highly likely that the value will keep rising. Once it reaches a certain point, it will erupt completely. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and Long Ping'an exchanged a glance, sharing a smile that was somewhat bitter. There was nothing more to say. They had to go. Wang Qian, you should leave first, it's too dangerous. No one will blame you. I'll explain to Director Wang. Su Chen looked at Wang Qian. She was just an ordinary person, and if something happened next, she might not be able to protect herself. As for Long Ping'an, he didn't try to persuade her. To become stronger, one must face crises head-on. Long Ping'an was equally stubborn. Wang Qian's expression changed, but in the end, she shook her head. I'll stay. If things really go south, you don't have to worry about me. This is my choice. I want to be a pioneer too. Wang Qian took a deep breath, her eyes determined. To risk it all for a chance at rebirth, where danger and opportunity coexisted. She was not one to accept defeat easily and didn't want to be left behind by the times. Are you sure? I'm sure. Then let's go. Su Chen waved his hand, ready to board the train. He wasn't good at persuading people, nor was it necessary. Respecting others' fates, the three of them boarded the subway. Inside the National Special Investigation Bureau and the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the screens. The source of information was naturally the surveillance inside the subway. After the incident last time, they not only conducted a second check on all the carriages but also added a backup set, the best quality available. Moreover, if there is any interruption in the surveillance footage, then there must be something supernatural going on. The subway doors closed slowly. Apart from the three of them inside the carriage, there was naturally no one else. Let's go together and see if there is anything unusual. Su Chen ordered, scanning and inspecting every corner of the carriage. At this moment, his spiritual sense seemed not as effective. The whole carriage felt strange to him, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it. 26, 27, 26. Wang Qian kept staring at her watch. Since they boarded the subway, the numbers above had been fluctuating between 26 and 27. Something was wrong. The sound of the wheels rubbing against the tracks echoed in the empty carriage. The scenery outside started to rewind, with tall buildings, billboards, pedestrians, everything swiftly passing by like a movie scene. At each station, the subway would stop, open its doors, simulating passengers getting on and off. Everything seemed eerie. But for now, everything was normal. 20 minutes later, the group looked at each other in bewilderment. They had checked all the carriages and found nothing amiss. The monitoring values on the watch had changed from fluctuating between 26 and 27 to 27 and 28. Su-chan remained silent throughout, not giving any hints at the crucial moment. The subway was running smoothly along the tracks towards the distance. This added a sense of frustration and defeat to the group, knowing there was a problem, knowing it was escalating, but not knowing where the problem lay. It felt like swimming happily on what seemed like a calm lake. Then someone tells you there's a fierce crocodile lurking beneath the surface. But you can't get to shore, nor can you see its shadow. This state of tension, anxiety, and helplessness was more unbearable than facing danger directly. 28-29. Consultant Su, the abnormal value has jumped to 29. Wang Qian exclaimed. The oppressive atmosphere was driving them almost insane. Something's not right. It was at that moment that Su-chan narrowed his eyes. He had just sensed a slight discordant fluctuation. And that moment seemed to coincide with the abnormal value reaching 29. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. Initially, he couldn't sense it. But now, he seemed to grasp something. On the bright side, this was a good thing, finally a clue. But in reality, it was a bad sign. In the late stages of a severe condition, it often meant there was no turning back. Long Pingan noticed Su-chan's anomaly and gestured to Wang Qian to keep quiet. At such times, one had to be meticulous and not disturb. He knew Su-chan was much stronger than him. Just because he couldn't do it didn't mean Su-chan couldn't. Suddenly, the whole carriage seemed even quieter. Even the people from the National Special Investigation Bureau and the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau held their breath at this moment, afraid to make a sound. What if they disturbed him? Wouldn't that make them guilty? 1, 2, 1, 2. Su-chan felt a sense of horror. He finally realized what was wrong. Wang Qian, give me the watch. Taking the watch, the numbers above were fluctuating between 28 and 29. Hiss. Su-chan took a sharp breath, gaining some insight. When he first went to the subway platform, the steward mentioned a dark mist-restricted area where the light had to be slightly dimmed. If you weren't careful, you wouldn't sense it. And now, it felt familiar. The lighting inside the carriage had subtle changes. It was a rhythmic alternation of light and darkness, as if conveying a signal. The fluctuation of the numbers on the watch is basically synchronized with the flickering of the lights. This is not random. Su-chan murmured softly. There is a definite connection between the two. At that moment, the subway arrived at another station. I don't know if it's an illusion. The moment the car door opens, the air inside the carriage seems to tremble slightly. It's as if something is coming and going. This subway. Su-chan's voice was deep, then he suddenly looked up. It's breathing. Hiss. Upon hearing Su-chan's conclusion, Long Pingan and Wang Qian's faces showed a hint of astonishment. The subway, breathing? What kind of international joke is this? On the other side, the high-level executives exchanged glances. Su-chan's conclusion also shocked them. If this statement came from someone else, they would probably just laugh it off or call them a fool. But the one saying this was Advisor Su, that incredibly powerful and borderline insane man. Meanwhile, a sudden change occurred. It was as if to confirm Su-chan's words. The subway suddenly accelerated. The subway control center. The previously tense atmosphere was suddenly pierced by a sharp alarm. The data on the monitoring screen displayed the real-time status of the subway. And now, this data was changing at an astonishing speed. The old methods were ineffective. It could only mean one thing. There was something suspicious about this place. The atmosphere on the train became somewhat oppressive for a moment. Qingshui Village, we're almost there. Shinbing's tone was not very good. As the car continued its journey, the road ahead was not only desolate but also started to blur. It was shrouded in a faint gray mist. This mist was different from the usual morning fog, appearing unusually dense and carrying an unsettling aura. Su-chan and the others, as pioneers, felt a hint of resistance towards this mist. This aura seemed incompatible with spiritual energy, like water and fire. Could this mist be one of the 9 dark mists? Su-chan murmured softly, feeling a bit bitter. He knew that Qingshui Village might have some anomalies, especially since the source of the Mu air was located there. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over here. At that time, he thought this place might be like the blessed land of the White Dragon Lake, hence the presence of things like the Baibo immortal willow or the Chuiling immortal grass. He thought of coming here to gather materials for other illustrated guides. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing: fortune and misfortune often come hand in hand. Although a blessed land was discovered near the White Dragon Bridge, it wasn't long before the White Dragon River incident became a hot topic on the internet. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and thunder rumbled. He even had a fierce battle with the Thunder Dragon at the White Dragon Bridge. Now he was thinking of easily reaping the benefits here? He had never won the lottery once, so why did he think he had such luck? I should have checked this out earlier. Su Chen felt a bit regretful. It had been several days since he obtained the Dark Year Illustrated Guide. At that time, everything was normal when the boss came to collect the goods here. But in these past few days, what had happened in Qingshui village? Could it be that the other two stall owners who hadn't come back to sell vegetables were unable to leave? Were they also here? The car slowly entered the mist. The visibility became increasingly blurry, and the surroundings grew more hazy. It was as if everything was veiled under a layer of gray mist. Even the car felt dirty. The sunlight seemed unable to penetrate the mist, becoming weaker and weaker, until finally, only a dull grayness remained. The trees and fields along the rural road became increasingly desolate in this gloom, as if abandoned by the world. What had appeared at least as a dry yellow before, now looked like a black and white film. Suddenly, Shin Bing stopped the car. "We have arrived," her voice trembled. Through the glass, in front of the group, a village shrouded in gray mist came into view. "Silence. Let's get off, but be careful." Su Chen's eyes flickered as he opened the car door first. Since they had come this far, there was no reason to retreat now, otherwise, it would only delay things further. Ning Jing and Shin Bing followed closely. The three stood by the car, looking at the scene ahead, unsure of what to say. "Should I inform the Spiritual Energy Association first and then make a decision?" Shin Bing asked. Su Chen shook his head decisively. "No need. And here, you can't even send a signal, there's no signal at all. If even he couldn't solve the trouble here, bringing more people would probably have no effect. It might even come at a greater cost." As for Tongzi, Su Chen had no hope for him now, understanding the nature of that thing. Originally taking it as a detector, a minesweeper. Now, it seemed that many times it couldn't solve the urgent problems, mainly relying on oneself. Shin Bing tightened her collar, trying to ward off the chilling mist that pervaded the air. The mist seemed to have substance, sliding over the skin. Like cold and slippery tentacles, it was eerie, making breathing difficult. They hadn't even entered the village yet, but the sense of oppression was already overwhelming. With not even a single insect chirping or bird singing, it was eerily silent, causing anxiety. Complete silence. Ning Jing couldn't help but shiver, her voice trembling. "This is too strange. It feels like countless pairs of eyes are staring at us in this mist." This feeling was more unsettling than in the woods to the west. Su Chen took a deep breath and made a quick decision. "Shin Bing, Ning Jing, if you don't want to go, you can wait here, or turn back directly. I'll go into the village alone. It's still too dangerous." Ning Jing shook her head vigorously upon hearing this. "Su boss, I'm not afraid, you're so strong, we'll be fine for sure. And I can protect myself, you don't need to worry." Shin Bing's expression was equally grim. Although she suspected Su Chen had some strength, how strong could he be? And she herself was of extreme ice attribute. If she really faced off against Su Chen, who knows who would win? But the sense of crisis from the village ahead was too strong. Even if Su Chen had something, if they were unlucky enough to encounter those eerie things, death was the only outcome. Ning Jing's infatuation was too blind. It could be fatal. I still suggest we go back first and report to the people above in the association. Of course, if you decide to go in now, I'll accompany you. The more, the merrier. Shin Bing gritted her teeth, firm in her decision. On one hand, she wasn't the type to abandon her teammates. On the other hand, in front of Qingshui village was her hometown, Panlong village. Although her relatives no longer lived there, there were still houses, belongings, and some villagers living there. This time, she was going back to retrieve an item from her old house. It was impossible to say she wasn't worried or didn't care at all. "All right, follow me closely." Su Chen's voice had just fallen when a long sword appeared in his hand, flashing with lightning. Under the influence of this thunderous sword, the surrounding mist seemed to thin out slightly, moving away. Seeing this scene, Shin Bing behind Su Chen's eyes contracted. Compared to Ning Jing, she was seeing this thing for the first time, feeling shocked. "What is this? A long sword entwined with thunder? Hiss! Is this the legendary spirit weapon?" At this moment, her perception of Su Chen seemed to have increased by a notch. Spirit weapon. She had only learned about this concept a couple of days ago. It was said that their Spiritual Energy Association had a total of 2 spirit weapons. One of them, she didn't know what it was. And the other one, many people in the association knew about it. It was called Frost Blade. It seemed to be used by the president of their spiritual energy association. Crystal clear all over, the blade emitted a hint of cold air, like unmelting ice from 1,000 years. Its blade was extremely sharp, even a light swing could instantly freeze the surrounding air. Those who possessed spirit weapons, even among the pioneers, were definitely the most elite. A guilty man may be innocent, but possessing such a thing without strength would only invite disaster. Thinking of this, Shinbing swallowed a mouthful of saliva, first glanced at Ning Jing, then stared at Lei Jian in a trance. She could feel the violent aura overflowing from above, extremely terrifying. In other words, Ning Jing seemed to have not exaggerated at all. Always being misled, it seemed like it was really them. Su Chen is only this age. Could he already be a top expert in the chi refining realm, 2 stars, or even 3 stars? In Shinbing's eyes, Su Chen's image seemed to grow taller. This young little puppy seemed quite extraordinary too. Besides, she looked at Lei Jian with a hint of desire in her eyes. Who wouldn't want to have their own extraordinary weapon? But she wouldn't have any ideas about Su Chen's spirit weapon. It was too precious. Even if she used her entire company, she probably couldn't exchange for it. However, for this trip to Qingshui village, she felt a bit more confident. With Su Chen and this Lei Jian, maybe they could really go in and explore. The few of them cautiously moved towards Qingshui village. The chill and oppressive feeling in the mist became stronger, making each step they took seem particularly heavy. Su Chen was fine, but the 2 girls behind him had already opened up their spiritual energy to the fullest. Just resisting this mist made it so difficult for them. If they really started fighting, they wouldn't be able to move at all. The group arrived at the entrance of Qingshui village. On the side, a stone stele caught their eyes. Above the stele were carved the 3 large characters of Qingshui village, somewhat hazy, covered with a layer of murky mist, as if some eerie force was eroding it, making it unclear. Shinbing looked at the stele, a hint of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. It seemed like she was thinking of something. The clear water river in this village is the pride of the villagers, as well as their lifeline and soul. The river has always been crystal clear, the fish in the river are free and happy, the villagers cherish it and protect it spontaneously. Every time crops need irrigation, they use the water from the clear water river, and the crops grow exceptionally well. Moreover, the fish in the clear water river seem to have more delicious meat than elsewhere. During the River God Festival, the villagers catch fresh fish from the river to share this gift of nature. Shinbing explained. She grew up in the neighboring village and heard the most about Qingshui village, because the river in Qingshui village was quite famous in the surrounding villages. However, later on, their whole family left the village and didn't pay much attention to what was happening there. River God Festival? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Yes, if I remember correctly, the River God Festival is on the 8th day of the 8th lunar month in Qingshui village. The importance of the River God Festival in Qingshui village should be no less than that of the New Year. These are all things my grandfather told me when I was young. Shenbing recounted with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. It is said that this festival originated from an ancient legend. It is said that a long time ago, Qingshui village suffered from a severe drought, the crops withered, and the river dried up. The villagers' lives fell into hardship. In their despair, a divine fish appeared from the river bottom, emitting a soft light. Then, rain fell from the sky, the river refilled and became extremely clear, the land regained vitality, and the villagers were able to survive. That divine fish disappeared into the river, leaving no trace. Since then, the villagers have regarded that divine fish as the incarnation of the river god, believing that it brought the water of life. To express gratitude to the river god and pray for good weather every year, the villagers hold a celebration on the 8th day of the 8th lunar month. They build an altar by the river, offer flowers and food to show respect to the river god. On the day of the festival, the villagers dress up, gather by the Qingshui River, and hold a sacrificial ceremony. The elders of the village recite prayers, praying for the river god to continue to bless the village with a bountiful harvest and peace. After the elders finished reciting, the rest of the people sang and danced until late into the night. Listening to the story, Su Chen nodded. The more remote the place, the more attention they paid to certain customs and local legends. It was all understandable. Yet, it also gave him a faint sense of familiarity. This scene seemed somewhat familiar, just like the story of the White Dragon Bridge before. And then things took a turn. Perhaps it was just a coincidence? Su Chen and his companions took a deep breath and moved forward. Passing by the stone monument, they officially entered the village. A strange wind suddenly blew, stirring the surrounding mist even thicker. The wind seemed to carry a low, mournful sound. It was like someone weeping, yet also like some creatures growling softly. In the city, such winds were called demon winds, but it didn't seem out of place. According to scientific reasoning, it was due to local air pressure changes, terrain effects, or thermal differences. But this time was different. This wind, chillingly eerie, sent shivers down one's spine. Su Chen expanded his spiritual energy a bit more, ready to protect the two behind him at any moment. Relying solely on Bing and Ning Jing, he didn't think they could handle it. The group moved forward slowly, each step cautious. Su Chen's intuition told him that the secrets hidden in Qingshui village might be far more complex than they imagined. If there were really dirty things, they should be more terrifying than the Thunder Dragon back then. That Thunder Dragon was chopped down before it could even take a breath of fresh air. And now, who knew how long the things here had been lurking and growing? It was at this moment that some vague outlines appeared in the mist ahead. They seemed to be houses. Concentrate your attention more, don't take your lives lightly, Su Chen reminded them again. This place felt more eerie than the western forest before. If this place were divided into level areas like in a game, this would be a level 10 area. And the two behind him, Bing and Ning Jing, were at most level 1 or 2, complete novices. It wouldn't be surprising if they were killed instantly. As the group approached, the outlines became clearer. Indeed, they were houses. However, these houses had tightly closed doors and windows, devoid of any light, giving a sense of long abandonment. Su Chen took a deep breath, slowly reached out his hand, and placed it on the old wooden door. With a gentle push, a sharp and lingering sound pierced the silence, adding a chilling touch to the atmosphere. A musty smell hit them, carrying a hint of coldness. It was as if an imprisoned evil spirit had been released at that moment. Something was off. Su Chen entered first, with the two women following closely behind, hardly daring to breathe. The light was dim. The room was fully furnished, with a slightly rickety wooden table in the center, its four legs seeming unstable. Apart from some dilapidation, there were no major issues. The only strange thing was the absence of any human figures in the room. Not even a flying insect could be seen. Where have all the people gone? Su Chen and his companions passed through several more rooms, all the same. There were no signs of damage or fighting. Perhaps the situation wasn't as bad as they had imagined? Sister Bing, could it be that the people in this village have gone out to work, and that's why it looks deserted here? Ning Jing asked at this moment. Bing shook her head. It shouldn't be. Although I haven't been to these places for a year or two, this is their roots. They wouldn't leave easily. Especially the elderly, whether in terms of ideology or physical inconvenience, they wouldn't directly choose to relocate. I remember this area because of the Qingshui River. It's a big village, and the villagers are self-sufficient without any problems. Moreover, the vitality of nature is even more resilient than you can imagine. Even if no one takes care of it, this place will only be filled with trees and weeds, not as desolate and eerie as it is now. Su Chen shook his head with a bitter smile at this moment. He was more aware than the two girls. Those residents definitely did not move out, because the boss of the vegetable market was here a few days ago, picking mushrooms. It can only be said that this sudden change happened not long ago. It's just a coincidence in time. When the boss tried to call the villagers here and couldn't get through, it's very likely that it's not the villagers who are busy. They might have already encountered a mishap. This village is much larger than Su Chen imagined. Not to mention people, not even a dog can be seen. If it weren't for Su Chen and the two girls, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this place is a deadland. Where are the people? This doubt appeared in everyone's mind. If they disappeared collectively, if it was voluntary, where would they have gone? No. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to have figured something out. It is indeed September now. But if we convert today to the lunar calendar, what date is it? With this in mind, Su Chen quickly took out his phone and opened the calendar function. Although there is no network here, these basic software functions do not require internet connection. Hiss. The next moment, Su Chen took a sharp breath. Today is the 9th day of the 8th month in the lunar calendar. So yesterday was the 8th day of the 8th month, the river god festival that Bing mentioned. Could there really be a connection between the two? Did something happen here because of the river god festival and the so-called river god in the water? Once this idea emerged, it couldn't be shaken off. It's too coincidental, not at all like a coincidence. If it's really as I think, then aren't we a day late? Su Chen clenched his fists, feeling somewhat regretful. Many times, it's just so dramatic. A step too slow, and everything falls apart. Bing, yesterday was the River God Festival. Do you know where the villagers hold their celebration? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Bing's eyes flashed with astonishment. Yesterday was actually the 8th day of the 8th month in the lunar calendar? She hadn't even thought about it before. Follow me. Bing quickly reacted and prepared to lead the way. The place where the celebration takes place doesn't need to be searched for deliberately. It's right by the Clear Water River. and she actually knows where the clear water river is located, having been there a few times in her childhood. The group walked out of the house and headed towards the direction of the clear water river. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise came from behind. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they immediately turned around. They saw a wooden board falling from the beam to the ground. How coincidental! Is it a warning to prevent us from going? Su-chen squinted slightly. The current development of events is indeed too eerie. If the board really fell for the reason he thought, it would be too terrifying. It's as if their every move is being watched, and the mastermind behind the scenes can unexpectedly take action without their knowledge. Let's keep going. Su-chen gritted his teeth. The more threatening it is, the more they should investigate. Whoever hesitates loses half the battle. Along the way, the fog became denser. It felt like reaching out, one could touch the cold and damp mist. The surrounding houses seemed to be veiled in the fog, as if hiding countless pairs of eyes watching. Caw! Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the silence. Su-chen's heart tightened, and he quickly shielded Shinbing and Ning Jing behind him. Not far away, a huge black shadow swiftly flew over their heads, stirring up a gust of wind. What is that? Ning Jing's voice trembled with fear. Before Su-chen could respond, the black shadow turned back and circled above their heads. With the faint light, Su-chen could see through enhanced night vision. The thing above their heads was a giant bird with eerie red eyes. Humph! Su-chen snorted coldly, and the thunder sword slashed towards the sky, trying to directly get rid of this thing with the thunder carried by the sword. However, the strange bird did not launch an attack. Instead, it flew directly forward, evading harm and disappearing into the vast mist. Is this a scout? The few of them dared not slack off and continued forward. If that thing charged at them, Su-chen was confident he could take it down directly. At some point, the path under their feet became muddy and slippery. Each step required a great effort, or they would sink into it. Be careful, Su-chen reminded, as he saw Ning Jing slip and almost fall. After walking in such a highly tense state for a few more minutes, the three stopped their pace. Ahead of them, a fork in the road appeared. Should we go left or right? Hearing Su-chen's question, Shinbing hesitated. In her memory, there shouldn't be a fork like this, right? Was the road redone in recent years? She had no recollection at all. Seeing Shinbing's reaction, Su-chen fell silent. How could he not understand that Shinbing was also unsure about this place? The gazes of the few swept back and forth on the two paths, trying to find any possible clues. The mist obstructed their vision, making it difficult to see the scenery ahead clearly. Boom! Su-chen released his spiritual energy towards the mist. In an instant, the gray aura in front of them dissipated slightly. Such a strong power. Shinbing was shocked once again. If she went all out, she could also push back the mist to some extent. But it wouldn't be as effortless and smooth as Su-chen. Both paths became clearer. There are some footprints on the dirt road on the left, although not very clear. They should have been stepped on recently. Su-chen observed carefully. His intuition told him that these footprints might have been left by villagers heading to the Qingshui River. Shall we go left then? Shinbing asked. However, Ning Jing seemed hesitant. Su-boss, Sister Shinbing, look at this path on the right. Ning Jing pointed with a trembling voice. Following Ning Jing's gesture, Su-chen's pupils constricted. Compared to the left path, the right one appeared narrower. But looking deeper, it was covered on both sides by dense weeds and vines. Since they entered the village, they hadn't seen such lush vegetation. Everything was withered. Logically, this should be a good thing. However, the color of these things was not normal green, not even yellow. They emitted a faint red glow, appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. It seemed as if blood was about to drip from them. They seemed to be slowly wriggling, like living entities, greedily observing this group of unwelcome guests. It's a bit disgusting. Ning Jing wrinkled her nose, trying to endure the discomfort. The visual impact ahead indeed made her feel uneasy. Beside her, although Shinbing didn't speak, her expression was equally unpleasant. Let's go left first, and if it's wrong, we'll come back. Su-chen sighed and made a decision for the group. The left side might also have traps, but at least it didn't feel as repulsive on the surface. Following the dirt road on the left, Su-chen and the others walked for about 20 minutes. Despite the lingering mist and obstructed vision, they didn't seem to encounter anything amiss. The ground beneath their feet felt solid. The footprints on it remained, proving they were on the right track. However, after another 10 minutes, an ominous feeling gradually rose in Su-chen's heart. Something was off. Very off. Why does this road feel almost the same? Although we're not walking fast, we should have finished one path by now, right? The group stopped in their tracks, doubts beginning to surface. Something felt very strange. The next moment, Su-chen took a deep breath and used the thunder sword to draw a trench on the ground. Keep going, this time a little faster. 10 minutes later, Su Chen and his two companions saw a gully ahead of them. It was the one Su Chen had cut with his thunder sword. What's going on? Ning Jing pointed to the ground, her voice tinged with alarm. How did that gully end up in front of them? It's a bit like running into the legendary phenomenon of hitting a ghost wall, isn't it? Xin Bing was also puzzled at this moment. Could this place be haunted after all? Is it really that eerie? Maybe they didn't believe it before, but now that spiritual energy has been restored, it seems reasonable with a power around? Thinking of this, both of them subconsciously moved closer to Su Chen. After all, they were all girls, and their courage was still small. In such a situation where they didn't know what to do, it was instinctual to stick closer to the stronger one. What kind of method is this? Directly changing the environment? If there's something wrong with this scene, my totem should have given us a scene type guide, right? Su Chen remained silent, standing still and pondering. Scenes flashed before his mind once again. Or, is there something missing or overlooked? Su Chen felt a bit confused, once again doubling the spiritual energy spreading outwards, dispersing the mist. But even though they could see more clearly, they still didn't find any clues. The road beneath their feet was straight, with no signs of curves. If it's a curved road, but the curvature is small and not easy to notice, it could indeed form a circle and lead back to the starting point. But the road ahead is definitely not an illusion, it's as straight as a ruler. And we all see it as straight. It's impossible that we all ate some poisonous mushrooms for lunch and are having hallucinations, right? The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Although they hadn't encountered any danger, being trapped here unable to get out, it would be better to have some eerie fun and confront them. Fighting, exciting, better than waiting for death. At that moment, a breeze blew by, carrying a hint of chill. Wait, an illusion? Su Chen suddenly realized something. Earlier, there was also a gust of wind. And it was a strong wind. At that time, the few of them walked out of the room, with Xin Bing leading the way towards the Qingshui River. The fog was thick. Suddenly, a strong wind blew by, accompanied by a mournful bird cry. Then, a giant bird with eerie red eyes hovered above them, its eyes flashing with a strange red light. A strange bird, eerie red light. That guy wasn't just a frontliner, he was casting illusions on their heads. This place was even more complicated than he had imagined. Su Chen's face turned completely cold, and he began to unleash the tide song extracted from the Blue Sea Ripple Sound Fish Guide. In an instant, an illusionary fish appeared in front of them. Ning Jing and Xin Bing's expressions tightened. They had never seen this ability of Su Chen's before. The next moment, the illusionary fish let out a soft hum, and the three of them felt an instant relaxation of their spirits, their eyes clear. The surrounding scene began to change. What was originally a straight road now appeared very twisted. How could they have described it as straight before? They were indeed going in circles all along. This is, Ning Jing exclaimed. Xin Bing also felt incredulous. Ha! We were under an illusion before. The scene has always been like this, no problem at all. It was the illusion cast by that bird that made us perceive this as a straight line visually, and we kept going in circles. Su Chen's tone was not very good as he explained. Being fooled by a stupid bird like this, playing around for so long, made them look foolish. Don't think about it, let's go back to the intersection. Su Chen led the way with the two of them running back to the previous fork in the road. Time was of the essence. The fact that the bird cast the illusion on them at that particular moment didn't feel like a coincidence. It seemed planned, premeditated. It was very likely that it was meant to delay them. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would become. When engaging with the enemy, the worst thing is to fall into their rhythm. If they hadn't just cleared the illusion means, they wouldn't have known how long they would be trapped inside. Who exactly is this opponent this time, and what's their background? Su Chen admitted. While feeling nervous, he also felt a bit of interest. Every time it was a crushing victory, although easy. But it was too boring. To become the strongest, one must experience dancing on the edge of life and death, with the blade dancing. On the other side, the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. Pinyin, still unable to contact him? Wang Qian asked, frowning. Just now, Director Wang found them and asked Su Chen to call. It seems like the higher-ups want to talk to Su Chen. Maybe they want to ask him for something. But, no answer. At first, it was the kind of no one picking up. Then, it showed out of service when dialed again. It wasn't just Wang Qian and Long Pinyin. As soon as Director Wang found out, he became alert instantly. The phone they gave to Su Consultant was specially made. Now, the national signal data coverage in this aspect is basically accessible everywhere except for those very remote deep mountain forests. Where did Su Consultant run off to? Not taking them along to achieve merit. Also at this moment, a staff member in a white coat hurried over. Director Wang, even using satellites, we couldn't locate Su Consultant's current position. This wasn't about monitoring or tracking Su Chen. Even the phone they gave Su Chen had no issues. It's just that the situation is a bit urgent now, so they checked the mobile network situation of Su Chen's phone. In the villages south of Jiangzhou, they could still detect Su Chen using the internet on his phone, receiving and sending mobile signals normally. But shortly after, it suddenly disappeared, no signal at all, as if evaporated from the earth. This matter, inside and out, was revealing something amiss. Did he run off to the wrong place again? Is there really so much amiss? Director Wang, should I go take a look? Long Pingan spoke at this moment. Even Wang Qian beside him was somewhat eager. Mixing with Su Chen is truly exciting, and opportunities can easily be encountered. Director Wang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head in the end. Let's not rush. We still don't know what the situation is over there. If he really encountered something abnormal, with his strength, he should be able to handle it. If he can't solve it, do you think sending people there would be useful? It would only increase casualties. Another possibility is that Su Consultant doesn't want us to know where he is, voluntarily went there, and also used some unique means to block the signal. If we rashly go there in this situation, it might also upset him. What we need to do now is wait. When we can establish contact, do it immediately. In addition, I will immediately contact the higher-ups again to see if there are any instructions. Inside Qingshui village, Su Chen and the others spent several minutes and finally returned to the fork in the road. They now knew that the left side led to a circular road, a definite trap. So the only way to go now was the right side, where the strangeness and danger were clearly visible. Let's go! There was nothing more to say. The steps of the few people were very cautious. Especially Ning Jing, watching the wriggling vines, gave her goosebumps. These blood-red weeds and vines seemed to sense their approach, wriggling more violently. It felt awkward and creepy, making their scalps tingle. It's really... Even Su Chen, in his heart, wasn't feeling great, almost succumbing to his fear of crowds. Whoosh! Be careful! Suddenly, a vine made a piercing sound as it lunged at them like a venomous snake. Su Chen took a step forward and swung his sword. Clang! Sparks flew. These vines were resilient beyond imagination. His long sword, which could cut through iron like mud, now lost its grip on the vines, and his arm was slightly numb from the recoil. Even the defense couldn't hold, there was simply no room to play at all. What the hell? Su Chen's face changed dramatically, and in the next moment, countless vines attacked them, trying to completely engulf them. It was impossible to fight back. In this situation, it seemed like the only choice was to escape. Su boss, we need to deal with those grass first. Just then, Ning Jing suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the red grass below. Grass? Su Chen made a decision in a crisis. Ning Jing's meaning should be to deal with the grass first to break the deadlock. Although he didn't know how Ning Jing figured it out, now he had to take a leap of faith. However, the vines were fast and numerous, like a rain of arrows, and the grass on the ground was equally abundant and widespread. Even if he activated Shadow Assault, it would still be too late to clear them all. At the critical moment, the air around Su Chen suddenly distorted. The hourglass emitting starlight appeared in his hand. Reluctance was real, but at a critical moment, there was no time to hesitate. The sand in the hourglass fell slowly and orderly. Each grain of sand seemed to carry the weight of time. Slow time, activated. Around Su Chen, although the blood-red vines were still fierce, in his eyes, their movements seemed to be in slow motion. Not only that, besides his own things, the passage of everything around him slowed down. He could see clearly the swaying of every blade of grass, the extension of every vine, and the pupils of the two girls, gradually enlarging due to panic. According to relativity, if these things were slow, it meant he was faster. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all, his speed reaching its peak at that moment, his figure bursting out. The thunder sword in his hand swept a large circle on the ground. All those blood-colored grasses were all wiped out. At the same time, Tongsu's voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. Rare material found, crimson bloodweed. At this moment, Su Chen naturally had no time to open the guidebook, so he ignored it for now. And the hourglass was directly put away by him. There was only so much sand to use. Even if he used one more second, he would feel sorry. In the next instant, the flow of time around returned to normal. The grass on the ground turned black and burst open. The power of the lightning they had endured erupted in an instant. Clearly, everything was destroyed. And those vines that had attacked, once red and almost dripping blood, now turned somewhat gray. Even the oppressive feeling instantly dropped. The reason was simple, they lost the absorption of the red blood grass on the ground. It was like a fish out of water, a bird without wings. Humph. These vines had already invaded in front of Su Chen. But compared to before, it was like night and day, they were just paper tigers. The thunder sword in Su Chen's hand turned into a grim reaper's scythe in an instant. Swish! The blade of the scythe cut through the air, leaving black light trails. It's not that the thunder sword wasn't effective. It's just that the scythe's attack range was really wide. It felt great to mow the grass. Su Chen's movements were smooth and flowing, the scythe in his hand swung like a windmill. These vines, once touched, broke instantly, unable to resist at all. It was like cutting wheat. It only took a few seconds. Crack, crack, crack. The vines that were flying all over the sky fell to the ground, piling up into small mountains, motionless. Damn, that feels good. Su Chen's mouth curved into a smile. Turns out mowing the grass was such a stress reliever. Behind Su Chen, the two girls witnessed all this, their legs feeling weak. Xin Bing's mouth slightly opened, her eyes full of disbelief. She now knew that Su Chen might be stronger than she had imagined. But she didn't expect him to be this strong. Strong to the point of exceeding her cognition. The originally fatal crisis was easily resolved in an instant? Not only that, the scythe emitting a dark light made her heart race. Is this another spiritual weapon? Su Chen, does he have two spiritual weapons by himself? And it feels like this scythe is even more terrifying than the previous thunder sword. Not only that, just in that instant, she and Ning Jing also saw the hourglass-like thing that appeared in Su Chen's hand. It was very beautiful, sparkling. Before they could think much about it, a strange sensation surged through their bodies. Then, they saw Su Chen's figure burst out, moving as fast as if he had pressed the acceleration button, his movements leaving afterimages. One strike shook the heavens and turned everything to dust. A man with this kind of speed. Xin Bing's heart pounded. Being his woman must be very happy, right? Thinking of this, Xin Bing turned her head to look at Ning Jing, whose face was flushed with excitement. She suddenly began to feel a little envious. What was going on? The dust settled. The crisis was temporarily averted. In Su Chen's mind, two messages appeared. Successfully killed a Lord-level creature, Bloodvine Demon Insect. First time killing a Lord-level creature, reward 50 points. Tongsu didn't have any special tone this time. After all, he had already killed epic and legendary creatures. He had encountered two Lord-level creatures before. One was the orange cat he often chased downstairs in the neighborhood. The other was the steamed base he ate at the restaurant. So, it was indeed the first time killing a Lord-level creature. 50 points may not be much, but it was better than nothing. The reason this thing is a bit troublesome is mainly because of its special mechanism. Su Chen looked at the vines on the ground, feeling uneasy. I just didn't expect that these vines are not plants, but classified as a type of creature. With that in mind, Su Chen turned back and looked towards Ning Jing. At the same time, Ning Jing and Xin Bing also stepped forward. None of them mentioned the hourglass incident. It's a secret. But in the hearts of the two girls, after a brief moment of confusion, they had a guess that hourglass seemed to be able to affect time. Although it sounded unbelievable, it seemed to be the truth. Ning Jing, how did you know there was something wrong with that grass? Su Chen spoke up at this moment, somewhat curious. If Ning Jing hadn't noticed it first, they might not have been so relaxed now. They might have been in a very difficult situation, even life-threatening. Hearing Su Chen's somewhat praising question, Ning Jing blushed. It's all thanks to Su Boss's teachings. When you ask me to water and contemplate nature, I intentionally let my spiritual energy get closer to these plants and flowers, gaining some insights. Before that, I subconsciously sensed their spiritual energy. Those disgusting grass and these vines seemed to have a connection. And when your thunder sword collided with the vines, that connection seemed to deepen, very obvious. It's like a transmission of power. Listening to Ning Jing's explanation, Su Chen was surprised he had wanted to trick Ning Jing into being a tool for him, watering the spirit tree. But she really practiced it? She truly had great insights and actually applied them in real combat? It was somewhat exaggerated. What kind of extraordinary comprehension was this? On the side, Xin Bing's expression was also somewhat complicated. At first, she thought Ning Jing was just a love-struck fool, being deceived by someone. She even joked about her happily working as a laborer for others. But now, she realized she was completely wrong, arrogant. Ning Jing was following a true expert. This expert was indeed teaching Ning Jing things. After all the commotion, she was the real clown. She had previously questioned Su Chen, thinking he was holding Ning Jing back, saying he was unworthy. Now thinking about it, feelings of guilt and embarrassment surged in Xin Bing's mind. Her face was a bit flushed. No, I must find an opportunity to apologize to Su Chen properly. Why do I feel like I'm the most useless among the three of us now? Although she was unwilling to admit it, this seemed to be the truth. Her current role was simply driving and being a guide. Perhaps I should completely let go of company matters and see if I can stay at Su Chen's villa? Isn't there still a vacant room in that villa? The The three of them had different thoughts as they continued walking along the path. Especially Shinbing, who seemed to be deep in thought, with rapidly changing expressions. While Su Chen ensured basic safety, he tried to control the use of spiritual energy as much as possible. Although they had dealt with those strange things, it didn't mean they were safe. Those were just appetizers. The main course was yet to come, and spiritual energy had to be allocated reasonably. He was doing fine. If he ran out of mana, his physical strength was still there to rely on. But for those other pioneers, if their physical fitness couldn't keep up and their mana ran out, they wouldn't be much stronger than ordinary people. As they walked, Su Chen checked new illustrations in his mind. One was a material type illustration. The other was a biological type illustration. Material type illustration, bloodthirsty demon grass, category, mutant attribute, bloodthirsty demon grass, an evil plant born at the intersection of blood and darkness. In the cold corners, it absorbs the yin energy of the night and the blood essence of living beings. Its leaves are dyed red as blood, emitting a mesmerizing dark red light. The presence of bloodthirsty demon grass often heralds danger and ominousness in the surrounding environment. They form a strange symbiotic relationship with bloodvine demon insects, mutually dependent and growing together. After reading the description, Su Chen felt a sinking feeling. A mutant attribute, it was the first time he had seen one. And with this attribute, did it mean there were no other attributes? Singularity often implied dominance. Its presence often heralds danger and ominousness in the surrounding environment. Su Chen felt even more uneasy. The villagers here might be in real trouble. Extracting the illustration reward. Su Chen didn't dare delay and quickly extracted it. Extracted bloodthirsty demon grass illustration, charm +2. Ha! Su Chen was slightly stunned. How did this mutant attribute relate to charm? What use did charm have, anyway? Of course, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Open the new biological illustration. Biological type illustration, bloodvine demon insect, category, mutant attribute, hybrid, assassin, tier, lord level creature. Bloodvine demon insect possesses both plant growth characteristics and biological activity. By continuously absorbing the blood essence from bloodthirsty demon grass, it has gained exceptionally strong vitality and aggressiveness. Its vines are like blood-red chains, harder than steel, cutting through the air like sharp blades, their tips razor-sharp, capable of easily tearing even solid rocks. Extremely difficult to deal with once provoked. Indeed. After reading the illustration, Su Chen felt a sense of realization. Ning Jing was right. To deal with this bloodvine demon insect, they had to first eliminate the bloodthirsty demon grass. Because of this mechanism, if you can't figure it out, treating it as an epic or even legendary creature is not out of the question. Its strength and defense are too dominant. And like the bloodthirsty demon grass, this creature also had that peculiar mutant attribute. In addition, a new category appeared, hybrid. What is a hybrid? Is it also a type of profession? Su Chen's eyes flickered, somewhat puzzled. He already knew that for profession-type illustrations, the lowest tier of bond effects required 5 of the same profession to activate. Others like dark attribute illustrations, wood attribute illustrations, etc., required 3 to activate a tier effect. It seemed different. This kind of profession-type illustration seemed to be a cut above the rest. Extracting the bloodvine demon insect illustration reward. Su Chen took a deep breath, not letting his skills overwhelm him. Extracted bloodvine demon insect illustration, gained the ability Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Crimson Blood Frenzy, unleashes the user's potential in a short time through burning blood. All attributes increase by 50% within 5 minutes, with attacks carrying an absorption effect, absorbing the opponent's blood to replenish one's own vitality. After the blood burning ends, all attributes decrease by 90%, lasting for 12 hours. Su Chen, after reading the ability introduction, felt somewhat surprised. This ability is somewhat similar to the Bloodthirsty Frenzy in games. Forcefully increase combat power, then enter a period of weakness. A 5-minute war god. Absorb the opponent's blood? It's somewhat like a berserker, getting stronger as you fight. However, if things aren't resolved within 5 minutes, it's basically being at someone's mercy. There's not much to say about this ability. It's fine to call it a minor divine skill, but when using it, one must be cautious and consider the consequences. Used well, it's a war god feared by all. Used poorly, it's just courting death. After calming their emotions, the group continued forward. The previous encounter not only didn't make them relax but made them even more vigilant. These things are even more terrifying than they had imagined. Especially for the 2 girls, they felt like mere decorations. In the face of absolute strength, they couldn't even protect themselves, let alone take action. If it weren't for Su Chen, they might have already perished here. Everyone be cautious, something's not right. Su Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Further ahead, although the mist in the air didn't deepen, there was a faint smell of blood. Not only him, but the two girls behind him also noticed it. Hiss. I know. Just then, Shen Bing suddenly spoke up. If we take this bend, it leads to a piece of land with a wider view. It's also where the villagers usually gather. If there's a ceremony, it should be held there, because the clear water river is at the edge of that land. Hearing this, instead of showing joy, the group's faces turned even graver. Because it was mentioned earlier, there's a smell of blood ahead. If the villagers are there, doesn't it mean? The smell grew stronger, like an invisible net tightening around everyone's throats. And the Ben Shen Bing mentioned appeared in front of them. I'll go first. Su Chen's voice was soft as he took the lead, quickly looking towards that direction. Then, his pupils contracted. Su Chen made a hushing gesture, signaling the two to come closer. Hiss. The two girls followed, all taking a sharp breath. The scene ahead was somewhat eerie. The land was now filled with people. They should be the villagers they were looking for. But these people, all had their backs turned to them. Motionless, they resembled statues under the dim light, appearing eerie and terrifying. Su Chen's gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing through the mist ahead. In front of these people, there was a platform resembling an altar. On the ground of that platform, there seemed to be some strange patterns drawn. A light breeze passed by, causing the villagers' clothes to flutter slightly, yet there was no other movement. Are they all dead? This thought was somewhat terrifying, but there was no other explanation. Su Chen's released aura couldn't sense anyone's breath among them. Suddenly, the last villager in line slowly turned his head. His face was twisted and deformed, eye sockets empty without eyeballs, just two dark hollows. His mouth slightly open, as if speaking, "Prepare for battle." Seeing this scene, Su Chen's heart sank, warning the two to be alert. However, another 10 seconds passed, and there was no other movement. The villager who turned around remained standing there. The rest of the villagers still had their backs turned, unmoving. Su Chen thought they might attack them suddenly like in the mistaken place before. TSK. Let's go up and take a look. Su Chen couldn't help it and took a step forward with the other two, trying not to make too much noise. Caution was necessary, but they couldn't hesitate and waste time. The longer it dragged on, the worse the situation could become. The group arrived in front of the villager. River God. The river god descends. This time, they finally heard what the villager was muttering. The river god descends? Suddenly, a cold wind blew, carrying a stronger smell of blood, straight into their nostrils. A gray-black smoke rose from the altar in front of them. The patterns on the ground emitted a faint light. In the smoke and light, a blurry figure slowly appeared. Unclear, almost insubstantial. It seemed to be composed of water and mist together. Behind the altar, where there used to be a clear, shallow river, now turned dark brown and murky. It flowed slowly like thick blood, emitting a nauseating stench. It looked more like a river of the underworld. With the altar's change, the blood seemed to come to life, shooting up into the sky. The waves surged, transforming into blood-red pythons, pouring towards the blurry figure on the altar. Stay here and be careful. Su Chen's voice was firm and resolute, his eyes flashing with determination. Ha! Shen Bing and Ning Jing wanted to say something, but Su Chen had already rushed out, his sickle transforming into the thunder sword that specialized in destroying evil spirits. Electricity crackled around it. His speed was incredible, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the gloomy space. There was no choice. The figure at the altar was growing stronger by the moment. Each infusion of the blood-red pythons made it more solid, more terrifying. If they didn't stop it immediately, the consequences would be unimaginable. Standing around talking about martial virtues at this moment would be truly foolish. At the same time, the villagers finally showed some movement. Instead of rushing towards them as feared, they still had their backs turned. But their bodies began to tremble, emitting wisps of black and bloody mist. These mists, like threads, were drawn towards the figure on the altar. Eventually, they converged into a black smoke, rushing towards it. Although Su Chen saw the scene, his steps forward did not slow down. Thump, thump. The villagers beside him seemed to have been drained of their last ounce of usefulness and fell to the ground one by one. As their bodies fell, the sound in this oppressive atmosphere seemed particularly clear. Like the beat of death, they had become completely empty shells, devoid of souls, withered and fragile. Su Chen's gaze turned colder. Whatever that thing was, it deserved to die. All those who fell were once lively lives. The entire village, gone like this? The electric light on the thunder sword became more violent, as if reflecting his unwavering belief. The wind howled in his ears. The figure at the altar grew stronger and more solid. Su Chen's speed did not diminish, and the thunder sword stabbed out, aiming directly at the altar itself. Cut the grass and remove the roots, catch the thief before the king, destroy the altar directly, solve the problem at its root. At that moment, Tonzi's voice sounded again. Current Assassin Class Encyclopedia, 5, Shadow Cat Demon, Void Tooth Mosquito, Dark Eroding Winged Bat, Phantom Fox Cub, Blood Vine Demon Insect, Activated First Tier Assassin Class Effect. Passive ability, True Sight Eye equipped. True Sight Eye, weakness detection. In battle, the True Sight Eye can instantly analyze the opponent's physiological structure, energy flow, and combat style, identifying their weak points of defense or key energy nodes. Energy flow perception, the True Sight Eye can sense the opponent's spiritual energy or vitality flow, identify the source and circulation path of their power, thus predicting their attack patterns and defense habits. Hiss, good stuff. Although this statuette had a slight delay, Su Chen chose to forgive in an instant, because this reward was truly top-notch. What's the harm in waiting a bit longer? With the True Vision pupil, he could greatly compensate for his lack of combat experience, like a tiger growing wings. He could detect the opponent's attack methods and weaknesses, even predict their attack trajectory. This mysterious feeling was the most awesome. In the depths of Su Chen's pupils, it seemed like two tiny black flames were ignited, shaped like hook jades. The light was not dazzling but profound, as if it could see through all the secrets of the world. At that moment, he rushed to the altar. Break for me! The thunder sword struck the edge of the altar with the force of thunder, but the expected explosion did not occur. A profound black light gushed out from the crack in the altar at a rapid speed. Like living tentacles, it wrapped around Su Chen's body. What is this? Su Chen was horrified. The black light transformed into a huge light shield. Su Chen felt himself being pulled by an irresistible force. As the darkness receded like a tide, Su Chen's vision gradually cleared. He found himself standing in a void made of black light. All around was endless darkness, with only the flickering black light resembling the most distant galaxies in the night sky. It feels somewhat similar to my shadow pupil domain, a dimensional space. Su Chen quickly realized, his eyes alert. Ha! In front of Su Chen, the black light slowly condensed. In almost an instant, a figure formed. This figure was towering, several zhang tall, emitting a dazzling light blue glow all over. The upper body resembled a human, dressed in a long robe embroidered with surging river patterns, silently narrating his deep connection with water. However, his lower body was not human legs but a huge fishtail. Scales shimmered with a mysterious blue light. As the tail swayed, the light flowed. His facial features were handsome and dignified, sculpted in 3 dimensions. Especially his eyes, like deep lakes, exuded mystery and unpredictability. His blue long hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying in the wind. He exuded a sacred and inviolable aura all over. Mortal, how dare you show disrespect to a god? Who gave you the audacity to disrupt this sacred ritual? He spoke. His voice thundered like rolling thunder, echoing in the black light space with unquestionable authority. A god? Su Chen chuckled lightly. Hypocritical thing. Under his True Vision pupil, this figure was not as flawless as it seemed. In reality, tendrils of imperceptible black energy entwined around his body. These energies, like tiny snakes, coiled between his robes and long hair, cold and malevolent. And this kind of thing dared to call itself a god? You, worthy of it too? Seeing Su Chen's reaction, the river god seemed even angrier, furrowing his brow. Bold mortal, how dare you speak such arrogant words? I am the guardian spirit of this land, how dare you slander me? Because of me, this land enjoys favorable weather. I ensure the people's peace and prosperity. Why am I not worthy of being a god? I am the river god of this place. His voice reverberated in the black light space, a wave-like pressure crashing down. This tangible pressure carried a surging and overwhelming force. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. The speed and intensity of this pressure made him feel an unprecedented level of stress in an instant. Unable to avoid it, he could only resist it. However, when he mobilized his spiritual energy and was truly impacted by this pressure, something strange happened. He only felt a hint of coolness, like a breeze on a summer day, but it did not bring any harm or oppression. What the heck? Playing around? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled, staring at his hands and feeling the power flowing within him. It seemed no different from before, but rather quite comfortable. What he didn't notice was the flash of astonishment and fear in the eyes of the river god across from him. His imposing presence was a culmination of the devoutness and awe of countless believers over the years. This power had made numerous creatures tremble before him, kneeling on the ground, not daring to have the slightest hint of resistance. In his mind, Su Chen would only be like a small boat struck by a fierce storm in the face of this force of faith, mercilessly swallowed up. However, not even a corner of his clothes fluttered, and he remained composed. How is this possible? The river god murmured softly, his voice trembling. He suddenly found it hard to understand the person in front of him. Even if there was spiritual energy present in this person, he shouldn't be able to ignore the power of faith. Logically, these were two different paths. Su Chen raised his head and saw the change in the river god through his true vision. The dark aura surrounding him visibly dispersed in that moment. Was he afraid? For a moment, the disdain in Su Chen's eyes deepened. Is that all? Your pressure means nothing to me but an empty threat. Su Chen's voice was cold. Indeed, you are nothing but a filthy crawler. Where is your pressure? If you were a true guardian, how could you suck the life force of villagers and shroud this land in fear and darkness? Your so-called protection is nothing but a deception. The holiness you feign is just a mask to hide your greed and evil. Upon hearing this, the river god's expression faltered, and he angrily retorted, "Cease your nonsense. This is to gain more powerful strength to ensure the eternal prosperity of this land." Bah! Bullshit! Su Chen's figure surged forward, ready to charge. He detested hypocrites who engaged in such despicable acts. Although he was unsure why the pressure had no effect on him, it was a good thing. Just charge ahead. True power does not come from oppressing the weak, nor does it come at the expense of others. Your so-called strength is nothing but a castle in the air, built on falsehood. Su Chen continued his verbal assault while advancing with his sword. Dealing with this deity who had deceived even himself, he aimed to destroy his facade and strike from both sides. Ignorant mortals, daring to provoke the gods time and time again. The river god roared, clearly struck a nerve, turning from embarrassment to rage. Since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for being merciless. Today, I will make sure your soul scatters. As the river god's words fell, his face began to contort. His aura underwent a complete transformation, shifting from a faint blue glow to a deep black hue. The charade was over, no more pretense. Like the deepest night, he no longer concealed his inherent dark nature. Surrounded by black mist, his figure flickered in and out, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In his hand, a scepter slowly materialized. It looked more like the legendary trident of the sea god. The shaft was made of gray-black mist, engraved with ancient patterns. Su Chen had seen these patterns on the altar before. Each symbol seemed to contain boundless power. The tip of the trident shimmered with a red-black light, as if it could tear through anything in its path. The river god raised the trident high, the black aura around him raging like a wild wind. His long hair billowed freely, his eyes filled with madness and determination. "Mortal, meet your end!" The river god roared, his voice deafening. As the trident swung, a sharp gust of wind surged, thrusting towards Su Chen. Facing the river god's actions, Su Chen's eyes showed no fear, remaining calm. Like a shooting star cutting through the darkness, his figure was agile and imposing. This guy, he felt like he could take on. Because this so-called river god had two distinct auras. One was the familiar gray mist. The other, similar to the pressure from earlier, seemed to be some kind of power akin to faith. Among the river god's two auras, the power of faith far surpassed the gray mist. However, that power of faith seemed to have no effect on him, although he didn't know why. But what a coward! Su Chen saw the river god wielding the trident fiercely, his eyes narrowing. This weapon is extraordinary. Wherever its edge points, the space trembles violently. On the trident, black energy surged like a raging tide, ceaseless and turbulent. Each swing seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. The dark energy around it spread wildly like raging waves in all directions. Nice weapon, but you, not so much. Su Chen's eyes were sharp, his true vision eye operating at lightning speed. His footsteps changed rapidly like phantoms, his figure elusive and unpredictable. Let's fight. The thunder sword in his hand bloomed with dazzling electric light at that moment. Like the scorching sun, the trident and the thunder sword clashed fiercely, intertwining like two stars colliding in the night sky. Boom! A deafening roar, like thunder in the enclosed dark space. The strong impact made Su Chen involuntarily step back several paces, the biting wind chilling. Once he steadied himself, without pausing, he shot forward again like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, the river god's eyes widened in anger, roaring continuously. His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. He couldn't believe it. His trident had an extraordinary origin. But now, he hadn't managed to strike down this kid and his weapon directly. What level of sword was that? But he dared not dwell on it now, his trident moving more fiercely in his hand. Because the kid was charging at him again. His moves became more fierce and cunning, each strike containing terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. However, Su Chen could predict his moves almost as if by instinct, narrowly avoiding each attack, and counterattacking at the same time. Is that all you've got? Su Chen cursed, flashing to the river god's back in an instant. The thunder sword in his hand flickered with heart-pounding electric light, stabbing fiercely at the river god's back with the force of a thunderbolt. This spot was one of the weak points identified by the True Vision Eye. The river god reacted swiftly turning around with the trident in hand, whistling through the air. Clang! He accurately blocked Su Chen's fatal blow. However, Su Chen wouldn't miss this fleeting opportunity. With the True Vision Eye, his combat awareness had increased more than twofold. Damn it! Su Chen kicked out fiercely, gathering his spiritual energy in that kick. Like a meteor crashing to the ground, it hit the river god's abdomen squarely. This spot was also identified as a weak point, with a higher priority than the abdomen. Ah! The river god winced in pain, a look of agony flashing across his face. He was guarding against Su Chen's thunder sword, but he never expected this brat to kick him directly. How dishonorable. Kid, you've completely angered me. The river god's fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest, instead, it became even more frenzied. This kid was challenging his authority. He forcefully plunged the huge trident into the ground. In an instant, an immensely powerful dark energy surged from the depths of the earth. Like a black dragon, it swept towards Su Chen. Fearless, Su Chen leaped high into the air, elegantly dodging the powerful impact of the dark energy. At the same time, he tightly gripped the thunder sword, crazily infusing it with his spiritual energy. The electric light on the thunder sword surged instantly, as if it could illuminate the entire world. Go! Su Chen shouted angrily, fiercely slashing down towards the river god with a world-shattering force. This strike seemed to split the entire space in two. The endless power of lightning roared out like a stampede of horses, colliding fiercely with the dark energy, devouring each other. For a moment, they were at a standstill. How is this possible? The river god's expression grew even more horrified. He truly didn't understand. And he felt a bit wronged. His current confrontation with this kid was entirely reliant on his own strength. The power of faith that I am most proud of and also the most threatening seems to have no effect on this kid at all. It's really annoying. In theory, the power of faith is quite miraculous. If the opponent's faith is weaker than one's own, it is impossible not to be suppressed. But this kid is just fine. Could it be that this kid also has believers, similar to me? Is he also a god who absorbs the power of faith? Let's stop fighting for now. We should be able to cooperate. With this in mind, the river god lowered his face and quickly spoke up. I cooperate your ass. Su Chen charged again, not giving this guy any chance to catch his breath. Hearing Su Chen's angry curses, the river god's face darkened even more. He had already shown weakness, yet this kid was still being so disrespectful. It's intolerable to be killed but not humiliated. In an instant, the river god's aura burst open once again. He wanted this kid dead, and then absorbed the power of faith from his body. The battle between the two became even more intense. The entire dark space was on the verge of collapse under this impact, as if it could crumble at any moment. Su Chen's clothes were already soaked with sweat, his hair disheveled, but his eyes remained as firm as iron. If he were to be defeated by this thing, he couldn't afford to lose face. The river god's eyes were now bloodshot, the black aura around him becoming even more intense, almost enveloping his entire being. He was truly desperate. This kid had already cut him several times, yet he couldn't land a single blow on this kid. With just one strike, he could potentially render this kid powerless, but he just couldn't touch him. Bang! Another earth-shattering collision sent Su Chen and the river god flying back dozens of feet. Su Chen was panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, but in his eyes burned an even fiercer fighting spirit than before. The guy in front of him was strong, but his strength was limited. He could sense that there was an even stronger aura emanating from the guy, but it had no effect on him. Is it because of my unique constitution? He didn't understand, but he couldn't afford to delay. If it suddenly took effect, he would truly be unable to win. The river god's face twisted into a grimace, resembling a demon unleashed, roaring loudly. Mortal, I will give you one last chance to leave, I will not blame you for the past. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, showing a hint of disdain. Your mouth is much harder than your strength. With that, Su Chen advanced once again, his aura suddenly surging like a volcanic eruption. His spiritual energy was almost depleted, but so what? Defy and fight. And the thunder sword in his hand once again transformed into the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The thunder sword had little energy left for the time being, but this scythe was still in top condition. That's the advantage of having multiple equipment. Ignorant mortal, you are challenging not just me, but the order of this world. Big trouble is coming. The river god roared, clearly starting to panic. This kid really intended to fight him to the death. Order? Your so-called order is just a synonym for oppression and fear. I don't like it. The scythe of the Grim Reaper in Su Chen's hand shimmered with a dark light, as if thirsting for the enemy's blood. Today, you must die. The river god's eyes widened, the black aura around him surging like a raging tide. The black energy emanating from the scythe made him palpitate with fear. You say we are not the same kind of people, but isn't this scythe of yours also absorbing a lot of blood energy? What saint are you pretending to be? Isn't cooperation good? At worst, I'll let you take the lion's share. Together, we can strive for higher realms. There are still many places around here where we can cultivate believers. I already have a plan, let's split the spoils directly. The river god was truly scared and had to resort to softening his stance. The power of faith was not effective, and he was truly exhausted. However, he failed to notice that Su Chen's expression turned even colder after hearing this. This beast actually dared to call himself the same kind of person? How insulting. He still couldn't forget the scene where the villagers fell one by one around him. Slaughtering the innocent is unforgivable. A hint of determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes, his aura reaching its peak at this moment. How dare he? Tongzi, exchange all 50 points for strength, max it out. The host successfully broke through to the 8th star of the Qi refining realm from the 7th star. Ignoring Tongzi's prompt in his mind, Su Chen only wanted to see this scum dead. Karma cycle, retribution is inevitable. By obtaining power through unjust means, you will eventually be consumed by this power. The river god's face contorted, wielding his trident fiercely as black energy, like black dragons, roared towards Su Chen. Su Chen's figure flickered, but his sickle was now covered with a layer of brownish-green aura. This was the ability he gained from the dark eroding winged bat illustration, the paralyzing toxin, disturbing and paralyzing the opponent's aura flow. As the sickle swept through, the black dragons conjured by the river god were cut off one by one, dissipating into nothingness. Your struggle is futile. Su Chen coldly shouted, his figure suddenly disappearing and reappearing above the river god's head. What? The river god felt an unprecedented crisis. How could this sickle be more terrifying than the thunder sword? Su Chen raised the sickle high, gathering all his spiritual energy into one point. It ends here, little river demon. Still calling yourself a god? Ha! His voice, not loud, thundered like thunder, accompanied by the effective ghostly howl. The sickle, with a world-destroying momentum, cleaved towards the river god's head. The river god's body trembled slightly, then quickly regained composure, roaring as he met the trident head-on. He couldn't dodge, but he could resist. The collision of the two forces erupted into a dazzling light, causing the entire dark space to tremble under this power. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the ground began to crack, countless fissures spreading as if the whole world was about to collapse. The river god's trident began to tremble under this force, his body swaying. This is impossible. The river god was horrified. In the midst of this confrontation, he suddenly felt his spiritual energy weakening, only able to exert 5 to 6%. Something's wrong. Although the duration of the effect might not be long, in this kind of confrontation, it was truly fatal. Obviously, Su Chen's paralyzing toxin had taken effect. A beast is always a beast, with a brain that doesn't work. Do you understand the art of war? Su Chen's attacks did not stop, the sickle like the touch of the Grim Reaper, continuously swinging. Strike while he's down, take his life. Each slash made the river god's defense teetering. The sudden chaos in his spiritual energy completely disrupted his rhythm. Su Chen's sickle, like the pen of the Grim Reaper, inscribed the final judgment in the dark space. The river god tried to resist, but Su Chen's onslaught was like a raging storm, relentless. The outcome was sealed. No, I am a god, how dare you? The river god's roar carried a sense of despair, and under Su Chen's continuous attacks, cracks finally appeared on the trident. Unmoved, Su Chen's eyes were as cold as ice, the sickle striking repeatedly. Bang! Finally, under Su Chen's assault, the trident could no longer hold, a crisp sound of fracture rang out, splitting into two. The Grim Reaper's sickle transformed by the key of nothingness was unyielding. No, how is this possible? Unprecedented fear appeared on the river god's face. In the next moment, he felt a soul-tearing agony. The fracture of the trident brought him a tremendous backlash, his aura instantly wilting. From being aloof and indifferent to everything, he was now a different person. Su Chen's sickle fell once again. This time, there was no stopping it. No! Spare me, spare my ass, join them in death. Su Chen swung his sickle again, channeling all remaining spiritual energy into it, slashing towards the river god's neck. Swish! The river god's head rolled, black blood spraying out. His body gradually turned into strands of black smoke, dissipating into the dark space. Silence fell around. What a piece of junk, claiming to be a god, don't embarrass yourself. Su Chen gasped for breath, watching the river god disappear completely, feeling a slight relief in his anger. The spirits of those villagers should feel a bit better now, right? The host is simply amazing, killing the legendary creature, the blue abyss spirit fin. A legendary creature. Su Chen murmured softly. This was already the second legendary creature he had killed. And this thing seemed to be even more intelligent than the shadow fox cub. The longer these things grow, the harder they are to deal with. Other pioneers don't have my rate of growth. So, the further we go, the stronger these creatures will become, and disasters everywhere will almost become inevitable. Even I, if I slack off, might not be able to keep up. Su Chen furrowed his brow. He could already foresee that there would be more and more of these incidents in the future. The casualties would be devastating. Forget about wiping out villages. Once these creatures grow up, wiping out towns and cities is also a possibility. He was stretched thin and couldn't possibly handle every place. Moreover, this was just around Jiangzhou. He hadn't even explored other areas. But it was certain that during this same period, other places were definitely facing similar situations. Perhaps just like here, where an entire village lost their lives, or even worse. Could the military, pioneers, and others who went there solve the problem? The river god he just clashed with would probably be hard to defeat with conventional firearms. The main fighting force now was the military, along with those heavy weapons and strategic machinery. The signs of impending war were already there. The world is getting more chaotic. Su Chen sighed, as the dark space slowly dissipated. Su Chen! A calm voice called out. Su Chen looked to the side, seeing the two girls standing on his left and right, their eyes filled with concern. Seeing that Su Chen seemed unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. The gray mist around them also began to dissipate at this moment. The altar, at some point, had already cracked into pieces. What's the situation outside? Su Chen asked. At that time, a burst of black light emerged from the altar, sucking you and that figure in. Shinbing and I rushed over, but there was nothing there. We tried to destroy the altar using various methods, but we couldn't do it. It's like there's a barrier. However, the altar was flickering between light and darkness, like breathing. Shinbing and I guessed that you guys might be fighting inside, not knowing what to do, so we could only wait here. Just now, the altar exploded, and then you came out. Ning Jing quickly recounted the whole incident. Su Chen nodded. Seeing the surroundings slowly returning to normal, the mist dissipating, it was evident that there was no immediate danger here, and the crisis was temporarily averted. However, Su Chen's gaze fell on the villagers lying on either side. Not a single one survived. They all became empty shells. Sacrifices to the chaos. Su Chen took a deep breath, roughly recounting the ordeal inside to Ning Jing and the others while taking out his phone. He wanted to check if the signal had been restored and contact the Special Investigation Bureau. After all, they couldn't leave this mess for them to clean up, right? It was almost as he had imagined. After the abnormal energy dissipated, the signal did indeed recover. However, he had several missed calls. Director Wang, Long Pingan, and Wang Qian had all called. What happened? Su Chen furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, he dialed Director Wang's number. In less than 5 seconds, the call was answered. This slightly surprised Su Chen. Were they waiting by the phone the whole time? The two girls beside him didn't interrupt, quietly waiting. Even Shinbing was completely convinced now, obediently waiting. Okay, we'll wait here. A few minutes later, Su Chen hung up the phone. According to Director Wang's information, there were some matters to discuss with him from higher up, but they had been unable to reach him, showing he was out of the service area. Using signal reception technology, they roughly located him. Although this made Su Chen somewhat uncomfortable, he didn't say much about it. After all, it wasn't a specific surveillance, and it hadn't substantially affected his life. After Director Wang communicated with the higher-ups again, he received the order. He, along with Long Pingan, Wang Qian, and a small team of special police, drove to the nearby town in a police car. They didn't delve further, waiting for instructions. Fortunately, Su Chen called back. And now, upon hearing Su Chen's brief explanation, they were preparing to come over. After all, the situation in this village, and with these villagers, was serious enough to be their responsibility. There's something fishy about this matter. It's not over yet. Keep it in mind, what's currently shown is just the surface. Su Chen looked at Ning Jing and Shinbing, about to say something. But at that moment, his gaze shifted in one direction and rushed over. There was movement over there. Ning Jing and Shinbing were slightly stunned, then quickly caught up. Subsequently, their gazes focused ahead. The figure of a little girl appeared in their sight, blocked by Su Chen in their path. Su Chen looked at the girl, his eyes quickly shifting. There was a subtle hint of surprise in his eyes. The girl didn't seem very old, at most 14 or 15, not very tall. Her face was somewhat pale, with a lot of dust on it. Her hair was a bit greasy, indicating it hadn't been washed for several days. Most importantly, her eyes were full of vigilance. Like a startled deer, ready to flee at any moment. Who are you? What are you doing here? Su Chen's voice was as gentle as possible, trying to reassure this obviously frightened child. Ning Jing and Shinbing also hurried over at this time, their eyes filled with doubt and concern. The appearance of this little girl was too abrupt. It seemed particularly unusual in this recently ravaged village. Moreover, they had been in several houses before and hadn't seen any signs of people. The little girl looked at Su Chen, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. She tightly held a tattered cloth doll in her hand, as if it was her only support. Unable to escape, she didn't answer immediately but took a few steps back. It seemed she was assessing the intentions of these strangers in front of her. "Don't be afraid, we won't harm you." Ning Jing squatted down at this moment, speaking in a gentle tone, her eyes full of tenderness. Beside her, Shinbing also nodded, trying not to appear too indifferent. The little girl seemed to sense their kindness, and the vigilance in her eyes slightly diminished. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. I am Xiaoying, I live in this village." Her voice trembled slightly, clearly not fully recovered from fear. "Xiaoying, where are your family members?" Ning Jing asked softly. But as soon as she asked, she immediately regretted it. Almost all the villagers were lying over by the altar. So, this little girl's parents. She seemed to have spoken without thinking. Indeed, after hearing Ning Jing's question, the little girl's eyes darkened, and her body trembled slightly. I don't know. When I woke up, everyone in the village was gone, only I was left." Her voice grew quieter, obviously trying to suppress her fear and unease. Hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow. Beside him, the two girls also felt heavy-hearted. They all realized that this little girl might be the only survivor in this disaster. In an instant, several people looked at the little girl with a touch of pity in their eyes. "Xiaoying, don't worry, we will help you. You can rest assured." Ning Jing spoke, trying to make her tone sound gentler. The little girl hesitated slightly but eventually reached out her hand to Ning Jing. This sister seemed friendly, not like a bad person. A glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, as if she had caught a lifeline in the storm. Su Chen and the others witnessed this scene, feeling uneasy. How old was this little girl? To bear things that ordinary people couldn't accept. Especially Su Chen, who was now silent. Where could his own background lead him? If it weren't for Tongsu's blessing, he might be worse off than others. Although he always complained about Tongsu, deep down, he seized opportunities more than anyone else and cherished them more. Su Chen took a deep breath. He knew it wasn't the time to dwell on these emotions. He needed to know the truth. Su Chen also crouched down, his expression kind. "Xiaoying, can you tell us what has been happening in the village these days?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the little girl bit her lip, fear and confusion flickering in her eyes. But in the end, she gathered her courage. "In our Qingshui village, there has always been a story." The little girl repeated the rumors Shinbing had told before. It was about drought, the descent of the divine fish, bestowal of blessings, and the people's worship. Several people were familiar with this rumor. What happened next? Su Chen gestured for the girl to continue. If it was just that, she wouldn't be so scared. There must be something else. I. The little girl's lips trembled, as if struggling, unsure whether to speak or not. "Don't be afraid, we'll protect you. Look around you, those misty things, they've all dispersed, right? Trust us, everything is fine now." Ning Jing noticed something amiss with the little girl at this moment and started to encourage her. A caring and understanding older sister. Yes. The little girl was almost biting through her lip, but she nodded firmly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Her nails dug into her clenched fist, almost drawing blood. I'm not actually from Qingshui village. When I was very young, my parents left, and I was adopted by the village chief and brought here. As soon as she spoke, everyone was shocked. Left? Were they dead? Especially Su Chen, his eyes filled with horror. How did this little girl's experience start to resemble his more and more? This plot seemed familiar to him. Both lost their parents at a very young age and were raised by an elderly person. However, the most surprising thing was yet to come. The village chief treated me very well, like his own daughter. The villagers all said I was very lucky to live with the village chief. At first, I thought so too. Su Chen and the others remained silent, listening to the little girl's story. They knew that there would be some twist in the tale. The village chief is the most authoritative and respected person in our village. Every year during the River God Festival, he leads all the villagers in the worship activities. We are all loyal followers of the River God, and the village chief is like the spokesperson for the River God here. We are grateful and respectful to the River God. Naturally, we are grateful and respectful to the village chief. These years have been prosperous, and everyone has been living well. We have grown more respectful towards the River God, and the worship activities have become more grand and sacred each year. Everyone firmly believes in the village chief's words. We also believe what the village chief says, that we have everything we have now because of the river god. Without the river god, we wouldn't be where we are today. As the village chief's adopted daughter, everyone naturally loves me. But, Xiaoying mentioned this, and her originally calm emotions seemed to worsen, her body trembling. Ning Jing patted Xiaoying's back, continuing to comfort her. Everyone knew that the climax, or rather the twist, was about to unfold from here. One night, I woke up to find Grandpa Village Chief not at home. Xiaoying's voice was low, tinged with a tremor. I was scared, but I didn't know where the courage came from, so I prepared to go out and find him. According to Xiaoying's description, it was a moonless night. Stars sparsely dotted the night sky, like abandoned pearls. She walked alone in the village, surrounded by silence. Only the occasional chirping of insects broke the night. Unconsciously, she walked towards the Qingshui River. She used to go there often with Grandpa Village Chief, admiring the faint silver light shimmering in the river under the moonlight, so beautiful. But that day, as she approached the area, she witnessed a scene she could never forget: several villagers standing on both sides. And in the middle, one villager was bound and struggling. The bound villager was familiar to her, Uncle Lee from the neighboring house. He was usually kind and even gave her some candies now and then. The villagers on both sides, she knew them too. Uncle Lee from the west, Uncle Wang from the south. All very kind to her. At first, she didn't quite understand what these people were doing, but soon, she covered her mouth, preventing herself from screaming. Uncle Lee, struggling, was thrown directly into the Qingshui River by those people. Ripples appeared on the water's surface, then everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. What shocked her even more was that the one orchestrating all this was none other than her beloved Grandpa Village Chief. At that moment, despite the distance, she still felt the coldness and unfamiliarity of the village chief. Wasn't Grandpa Village Chief the guardian of the village? Wasn't he the most faithful believer in the river god? Every year during the River God Festival, he performed rituals and prayers without any doubt from the villagers. How could he do such a thing? She rubbed her eyes several times, but that was the truth. At that time, I was very scared and ran straight back home. I lay in bed, unable to sleep. I don't know how long passed. Grandpa Village Chief came back, and I quickly pretended to be asleep. After a while, I felt Grandpa Village Chief by my side. My heart was pounding, not knowing what would happen. However, he just gently tucked me in, his movements gentle, no different from usual. Hearing this, Su Chen and the others exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. So, the hypocritical river god had an accomplice after all? The village chief was his contact here. Collusion, brainwashing at 2 levels directly. He promised the village chief honor, status, and power. The village chief helped him secretly, using human lives for sacrifices. He even recruited a few helpers? Could such methods really be conceived by a human being? At that moment, the little girl shook her head more vigorously. Her lips quivered, eyes filled with fear. It seemed that she was even more unwilling and afraid to recall what would happen next. It was as if these events were just beginning and far from over. Su Chen swallowed hard. He had a feeling that this was far from the whole truth. It was just the beginning. Behind this, there were still many more things hidden. No one knew that his true sight had reached its peak at that moment. Ning Jing, Su Chen spoke softly. Ning Jing was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. A clear aura emanated from her hands as she gently floated towards Xiaoying. This aura had a calming effect. Indeed, after receiving the nourishment of water, Xiaoying's trembling body gradually calmed down. But the fear in her eyes was not something that could be dispelled in a moment. On the side, Xin Bing saw the scene and also bit her lip. It wasn't that she sympathized too much with the little girl, but I feel more and more useless. Like a piece of wood. On the other hand, Ning Jing remains calm, assessing the situation in critical moments, identifying the source immediately, and cooperating with Su Chen to reap the benefits. Now, she can still comfort the little girl. And what about her? Just standing there foolishly. Apart from having long legs, it seems she doesn't have any other strengths. After the little girl calmed down, she continued her story. Since that day, even though I didn't say anything, I always felt that the people around me were acting strangely. Although everyone was still nice to me, I just felt something was off. It wasn't just that one night. I woke up alone in bed several times. Over the years, I've seen several villagers being thrown into the river. And one of the people thrown in was Uncle Lee, who had thrown others in before. Hearing this, both Su Chen and Ning Jing were shocked. Their own people were being thrown in? Was there a conflict among the village chief and his men? Otherwise, why would this happen? Logically, shouldn't the village chief and his helpers unite against others? Aren't they afraid of breeding resentment? Seeing Su Chen and the others' shocked reactions, Xiaoying's eyes dimmed even more. These things were just as incomprehensible to her. I gradually felt that Grandpa Village Chief was becoming more and more unfamiliar, even though he was still the same towards me. That night, I saw Xiaro, who grew up with me, being thrown in. The next day, her parents were crying, saying Xiaro had disappeared. The villagers went to comfort them, but no one went to search, as if avoiding the topic. Even when the missing person was their own family member. I thought they didn't know. I couldn't bear it anymore. I started telling the adults who were usually kindest to me about this, revealing the truth. But they seemed not to understand, even shouted at me not to speak out, and began to distance themselves from me. I told more and more people, but no one believed me. Everyone started isolating me. I don't know if I did something wrong, maybe I'm really sick? Xiao Ying trembled as she spoke. That day, Grandpa Village Chief found me, his eyes no longer as gentle as before. I thought he also knew about this and was going to harm me. I was very scared. But he didn't hit me, nor did he scold me. He just said, "Not everything your eyes see is necessarily true." After that day, he still treated me with the same love and care as before. Maybe I was really wrong. As the little girl's voice fell silent, the atmosphere around them became suffocating. Especially Suchin, his gaze turned icy. Whether others understood the situation or not, he did. Were those villagers really unable to comprehend? Were they all deceiving themselves, pretending to be ignorant? In simple terms, the river god was their deity of wishes. Over time, the villagers grew accustomed to living under the protection of the river god. They attributed all their prosperity and stability to the deity's grace, and the village chief was their intermediary with the god. Gradually, some people came to realize that maintaining this prosperous and stable life required a certain price to be paid. This price was sacrificing a person regularly. However, these people believed that since the village had many inhabitants, they wouldn't be the ones sacrificed, and it wouldn't affect their good life. They feared the wrath of the deity and the disappearance of their pleasant life. So, everyone tacitly understood this. They were the most faithful followers of the god. How could they question it? And then, the little girl exposed this to them. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the deity. It would enrage the deity. Their beautiful things would be taken away. Therefore, in their eyes, the little girl became disloyal, a traitor. To maintain the status quo, to appease the deity's anger, they began to ostracize this traitor. If it weren't for the fact that the little girl was the village chief's adopted daughter, they might have already united to persecute her. Because she was disloyal. She was different. A breeze passed by, sending a chill down a few people's spines. Su Chen's face darkened. At this moment, he seemed to have a new understanding of that phrase, "The pitiful always have something despicable about them." How could these villagers? But then again, what could they do? In such a big environment, they had many constraints and things to consider. Who could make a direct choice to break free like the little girl? Without strength, they would be the first to be targeted. Apart from going with the flow, it seemed they had no choice. Phew! With that thought, Su Chen exhaled deeply. Ultimately, it was because these people were too weak. Many problems existed because their strength was not enough. Little Shadow's words continued, making Su Chen and the others increasingly uneasy. On the night before the River God Festival, the village chief came to Little Shadow's room with a complex expression, gently waking her up. Little Shadow looked at the village chief, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Because at this moment, the village chief's expression was very complex, somewhat different from usual. There seemed to be guilt and helplessness in his eyes. But Little Shadow did not show fear on her face. The village chief took out a beautifully wrapped candy and handed it to Little Shadow. "Little Shadow, this is the last candy Grandpa is giving you." The village chief's voice was low, tinged with a tremor. "Eat it and have a good sleep." Little Shadow looked at the candy, remaining calm. She knew that if she ate this candy, she might never wake up again. Perhaps she would be thrown into the river? But a faint smile appeared on her face. If she was truly wrong, would they forgive her after she was thrown in? Little Shadow raised her head, looked at the village chief, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. She didn't know if the village chief's love for her was genuine, but she had always loved the village chief. She slowly stood up, walked to the village chief, and gently hugged him. Then she took the candy without hesitation and put it in her mouth. Almost instantly, a strong drowsiness swept over her, and Little Shadow's consciousness gradually dissipated. She felt her body becoming heavier, and the surroundings blurred. Perhaps, this is how it ends. Lowering her head again, Little Shadow didn't know what happened next. When she woke up again, the village had become what it was now. She ran out of the house at that time. She saw a misty, lifeless village and felt very scared. Then she ran over here, saw Su Chen and the others, and also saw the fallen villagers. She was afraid. She started to run away, which led to the scene where Su-chen caught up with her earlier. As she finished telling her story, quiet tears flowed from her eyes, and she was embraced by those around her. Shinbing stood aside, frowning, sensing the oppression in the air. Only Su-chen, with slightly narrowed eyes, seemed to have a more tragic past than his own. He empathized, but not excessively. Something seems off. There were some parts that didn't quite add up, and his true sight saw things that the other two girls didn't see. At that moment, a siren sounded in the distance. The group looked in that direction. With the altar damaged, the fog that had shrouded the village had become thin. In the twilight, the outline of the police cars was clearly visible. Ning Jing gently patted Little Shadow's back, trying to comfort her and ease her worries. The tires rubbed against the mud, and 4 police cars quickly stopped beside them. The doors opened, and a group of uniformed police officers stepped out. Leading them was Director Wang. Long Pingyan and Wang Qian were also there. As for the others, they were the special police officers from the Special Investigation Bureau. Su Consultant, are you all okay? Officer Wang's voice was low, with a hint of concern in his gaze. It's nothing serious. In the following 10 minutes, Su-chen briefly explained the whole story to Director Wang. Long Pingyan and Wang Qian beside him also listened attentively. The expressions on their faces were extremely shocked and unpleasant. How could someone from a village die like this? And where did these supernatural beings come from? How could they manipulate human nature like this? The rumors of the River God Festival have been around for many years, so why did such a thing happen now? When did all this planning start behind the scenes? The information was overwhelming for them to absorb all at once. It was foreseeable that a bunch of senior officials would have to work overtime tonight. Su-chen, the creator of overtime. So, should we hand over this little girl to our investigation bureau as well? Director Wang asked Su-chen. Logically, this little girl had intricate connections to this village and should be handed over to them. But all the credit belonged to Su-chen after all. Moreover, Su-chen's advisory status was actually higher than theirs, so asking for his opinion was just basic respect. No problem, you can take her away. Su-chen nodded and started operating his phone. Then, he handed the phone screen to Director Wang. Director Wang was a bit puzzled and looked at the screen. His pupils then constricted, because on Su-chen's phone screen, 3 lines were written. Investigate this girl carefully, discreetly, and inform me of any news. It may not be as simple as it seems on the surface. She is a trailblazer. Previously, he had seen the fluctuation of energy on Xiaoying through his true sight, and that fluctuation was particularly intense when she described the villagers being thrown into the river. The feeling that fluctuation gave him didn't seem entirely like fear or terror. When he had battled the river god before, such an energy fluctuation seemed to occur only when the other party was extremely angry. According to Xiao Ying's previous story, she didn't know if she was right or wrong, appearing more confused and scared, looking very innocent. Her angry state of mind didn't quite match the character she had set for herself. And why wasn't she thrown into the river in the end, unlike those villagers who all died by the Qingshui River? What unforeseen events had occurred during this time? She said she didn't know. Did she really not know? Or was she hiding something? How could she emerge unscathed from the massacre in the village? Moreover, when they first entered the village, although they didn't go door to door, they walked through many houses. They didn't sense any signs of living people. Normally, the village chief's house should be prominent, and they should have visited it. But there was no little girl inside. She said she woke up earlier, then ran over here. Was it just a coincidence? Besides all this, there was one crucial point that Su-chen still couldn't figure out. Why did a wooden board suddenly fall from the beam to the ground after they left the house? Was it really blown by the wind? Or was there someone behind it? Including the strange bird that had cast illusions on them before, they hadn't seen it again since. Was it possible that the strange bird and the river god were not working together, but were in cahoots with this little girl? Thinking of this, Su-chen looked toward Xiaoying, who was not far away with Ning Jing. He always felt like he couldn't see through this little girl. Not simple at all. In the next hour, everyone remained busy without rest. The special police teams began to search house by house. They verified the deceased villagers, reported information to the higher-ups, and made various records. It was a massive undertaking. The entire village's population was gone, all involved in some kind of sacrificial activity. This was truly shocking and bizarre. If this information leaked out, it would cause a huge uproar. Fortunately, Director Wang had arranged in advance, and there were plenty of people from the nearby town to assist, seamlessly connecting everything. It could be said that he was able to be a director for a reason. Being prepared and organized is essential. Without compliance, there is no progress. Su-chen quickly recorded more information on site, making everything clear. Consultant Su, I just had a conversation with the higher-ups. Director Wang's expression was serious. What do they want with me? Su-chan was surprised. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to be related to Sakura country. Do you know about the major earthquake that happened there? According to our further investigation, it's not as simple as it seems. Su-chan nodded. He had come across a lot of news about Sakura country on the way here. From the information revealed, it was indeed suspicious. However, why did the higher-ups want to discuss this with him? This earthquake had nothing to do with him. Could it be that they wanted him to go to Sakura country? That shouldn't be possible, right? Nowadays, there weren't enough personnel to spare, let alone sending someone abroad. Was it even necessary to participate in some ridiculous rescue mission? Nevertheless, since the higher-ups said to focus on the current situation, he decided not to dwell on the matter for now. Greediness leads to no good. Later on, Su-chan personally went to inspect the houses of these villagers, especially the one pointed out by Xiaoying, the village chief's house. Surprisingly, the house was located deep inside the village, not among the few that looked best from the outside as he initially speculated. They hadn't been to these houses before, but that didn't mean Xiaoying could clear herself of suspicion in his mind. He mentioned a few more things to Director Wang, urging him to investigate discreetly to uncover any clues. If this little girl was as extraordinary as he imagined, using deceitful tactics like deception and trickery wouldn't be difficult for her. If she could deceive once, she could naturally do it again. His true sight saw the spiritual fluctuations on Xiaoying. It couldn't be fake. He needed to see how long she could hide and what excuses she would come up with. It's better to be safe than sorry. A cautious mind is necessary. Around 10 p.m., Su-chan, Ning Jing, and Bing prepared to leave. During this time, Bing, accompanied by a few special police officers and Long Ping'an, went to her hometown, not far from there. To avoid drawing attention, only Long Ping'an got off the car with Bing. They walked around the village and greeted several people. These villagers were amazed. The little girls from back then had grown into such beautiful young ladies? Even Long Ping'an was considered Bing's boyfriend by them. Bing just smiled politely at them, without any melodramatic scenes or conflicts. These villagers didn't seem affected by the Qingshui village incident at all. This further indicated that the incident there hadn't happened long ago. After returning to her old house, Bing only took a photo album from the drawer and returned to Qingshui River with Long Ping'an. Alright, Consultant Su, stay safe on your way and contact us if anything comes up. Director Wang waved to Su-chan and his group. As for them, they couldn't leave yet, they had to wait for further instructions from above. Soon, Su-chan and the others got into the car, ready to head back. Bing was still driving, and their destination was Su-chan's villa. In other words, it was assumed that she would stay there tonight as well. After all, it was already late when they returned. It wouldn't be right for someone who had been running around all day to end up without a place to stay. As soon as they got in the car, Su-chan closed his eyes slightly. Bing, wait a few minutes before leaving. Bing and Ning Jing were puzzled, unsure of what Su-chan was up to, but they complied. It was at this moment that Su-chan opened the biological encyclopedia from his heart. He wanted to see if the catalog obtained from killing the river god could provide any clues. He had been busy before and hadn't had a good opportunity to examine it. It's not that there isn't any time to spare. It's just that in this not particularly critical situation, he wanted to find a comfortable environment to take his time. Isn't that a kind of enjoyment? Biological Encyclopedia, 8, Shadow Cat Demon, Void Rift Mosquito, Azure Sea Melody Fish, Thunder Dragon, Dark Eroding Winged Bat, Charming Shadow Fox Cub, Blood Vine Demon Insect, Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. Among the new entries, naturally, it's the Blue Abyss Spirit Fin. That self-proclaimed river god scum. Blue Abyss Spirit Fin, category, water attribute, divine envoy, tier, legendary creature, a mysterious being from the deep blue abyss, with a human-shaped upper body and a fishtail covered in spirit fins. When the spirit fins move, they can resonate with water elements. Master of profound water spells, capable of summoning surging waves and turning water into ice. Su-chan looked at the contents of the encyclopedia, feeling a tightness in his heart. This scum thing, is it really a divine envoy? Is that thing even worthy? Divine envoy, messenger of the gods? If these so-called divine envoys are like this, then they are unnecessary beings, just hypocritical playthings. But this group seems not easy to deal with. Su-chan's eyes flickered. River god. It doesn't sound like a very strong divine envoy. If the other divine envoys also appear one by one after the resurgence of spiritual energy, how terrifying would their strength be? But in the end, these divine envoys are all nonsense. They are just stronger individuals, surpassing all living beings. But where is this deep blue abyss? Su-chan looked at the encyclopedia introduction, slightly puzzled. Are there other beings like the Blue Abyss Spirit Fin in that place? Where is that place now? If it's not a good place and harbors many individuals, Suchen really wants to take advantage of the fact that they haven't fully recovered yet and eliminate them all at the source. Let's go, back to the mansion. Suchen opened his eyes. Although he got some clues, they were not useful for the time being. Shinbing didn't say anything, just nodded and started the car. This trip out was truly an eye-opener for her. She originally thought that the president of their spiritual energy association was already at the top level of existence, and she herself was among the best of the best. But today's encounter truly made her feel embarrassed. Suchen goes without saying, he's too outrageous, slapping her countless times. Even Long Pingan, who returned to the village with her today, exuded a faint aura that made her extremely frightened. It seemed like he could crush her at any moment. The two of them looked about the same age, so why was there such a big gap between them? Of course, what she didn't know was that besides being at a higher realm, Long Pingan also had a restraining effect on her in terms of attributes. Her extreme ice attribute was indeed top-notch, but in front of Long Pingan's blazing sun, it was still not enough. He firmly suppressed her. Along the way, the few of them didn't speak much, mainly because Suchen hardly spoke, and the two girls felt a bit embarrassed to speak. They were afraid of disturbing Suchen playing with his phone. After all, Suchen had just experienced a big battle and needed rest. Moreover, so many people died at the Clearwater River, which might have some impact on their mood, dampening their spirits. After all, the current main tone in society is stability and prosperity. The contrast between these two aspects is too great. Regarding his views on Xiaoying, Suchen roughly told Ning Jing and Shinbing a few words. He advised them to be more cautious and not be fooled too badly. After all, even he couldn't fully grasp the truth about that little girl. Ning Jing nodded immediately. Although she felt sorry for Xiaoying, she still trusted Suchen more. When the group returned to the villa, it was already past 3 a.m. With the moon and stars shining faintly, Ning Jing took Shinbing to stay in the empty room on the right. Suchen, alone, went to the spirit light divine tree. The divine tree seemed to have grown a bit taller compared to noon. However, it appeared to have passed its fastest growth period and was now stabilizing. After a bit more time, I should be able to sit here every day for absorption, right? Compared to that spirit gathering array, mine is clearly much more advanced and basically consumes nothing. Feeling delighted. After watching for a while, Suchen returned to his bedroom. Although he was already at the 8th star of the chi refining realm, his body and mind still felt fatigued, and basic rest was still necessary. Especially after arriving in Qingshui village and encountering such complex situations, he needed time to digest it all in his mind. After a simple wash, Suchen lay back on his bed. It was close to 4 in the morning. Tonzi, extract the new illustrated handbook reward. Extracting the Abyssal Blue Abyss illustrated handbook, gaining the ability Abyssal Blessing Flow. Abyssal Blessing Flow, with the essence of water and the blessing of the Divine Messenger, greatly enhance combat ability and recovery speed for a short period, transform form, and manifest divine power. Within 5 minutes, embodying the power of the river god, gaining the following divine gifts. Water Flow Shield, automatically forms a water shield around the body, absorbing some damage and converting it into life force. Spirit Fin Thrust, when in close combat, there is a chance to trigger Spirit Fin Thrust, causing additional water attribute damage and briefly immobilizing the target. Divine Oppression, imposes pressure on surrounding enemies, reducing their combat will and slowing their movements. Divine Baptism, during embodiment, can purify all negative effects and conditions once. Embodiment effects are related to charm. The higher the affinity and effectiveness. Cooldown, 72 hours. Damn! After reading the illustrated handbook, Suchen jumped straight out of bed. This thing, isn't it a bit too outrageous? Is this a legendary creature? Is this a divine messenger? Suchen admitted that he was somewhat shocked. It seemed like a single ability, but in reality, there were several minor abilities to use. Moreover, he seemed to understand the hidden purpose of the attribute, charm. Extremely extraordinary. Looking handsome was secondary, he was already quite handsome. Most importantly, this charm seemed to be somewhat similar to the power of faith. The higher the charm, the stronger his own power of faith. This was also why, during his battle with the river god before, the pale blue divine power on the river god had no effect on him because his charm value, that is, the power of faith, was higher than the river god's at that time. Alright, this is awesome. Suchen was genuinely excited. I admit, your power of faith is strong, but my charm is stronger. Kill the divine messenger, seize the ability. This bandit leader, Suchen had decided. After a while, Suchen calmed down again and lay back on the bed. He checked the current panel attributes. Suchen, realm, 8th star of the Qi refining realm, strength, 30, constitution, 20, spirit, 21, agility, 20, charm, 22, abilities, abyssal screech, shadow assault, song of the tides, thunderous judgment, paralyzing toxin, shadow domain, crimson tide, abyssal blessing flow, bonds, 1st tier dark attribute illustrated handbook, 1st tier wood attribute illustrated handbook, 1st tier energy attribute illustrated handbook, 1st tier assassin class illustrated handbook, achievements, testing, the waters, overall evaluation, has a little something, but not much. Suchen smiled. This panel was truly pleasing to the eye. Some things only get stronger with time. He was very satisfied. But what exactly are these divine messengers, and what conditions are needed to become one? The revival of spiritual energy has only just begun. Why does it feel like their layout has been going on for a very long time? Is the rumor of the White Dragon River really as it is being spread now? The daughter of the Lord of Jiangzhou City, by Ling, the village chief of Qingshui Village. River God, Thunder Dragon. Suchen swallowed his saliva, dared not continue thinking further, afraid of overheating his own CPU. From now on, Jiangzhou adds to its scenic beauty, on the White Dragon Bridge vows for Changning. If the White Dragon River incident is also for some ulterior motive, manipulating the common people, then how ironic are these lines of poetry? Lost in his thoughts, Suchen eventually drifted into slumber. At 4 in the morning in Jiangzhou, all was quiet, with only a few streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. The streets were empty, occasionally a light breeze would blow, lifting a few fallen leaves. No one would notice a cherry blossom, out of season, falling into a pile of soil. The next morning, Suchen woke up from bed. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8. Although he had only slept for a little over 4 hours, he felt mentally almost restored. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, Suchen was startled. Besides the tranquility, there was another pair of panda eyes. You two didn't sleep at all last night? Young people these days, really? Suchen didn't know what to say. Ning Jing and Shenbing exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They naturally knew that neither of them had slept at night, because the two of them had chatted all night in their little group, basically pulling an all-nighter, except for Zhao Lei with the user named Toolman Thunder outside. Beautiful girl warrior Yao-Ting-Ting, cold and elegant woman Zhou Jin, all chatted with Ning Jing and Shenbing all night. Their gossiping souls burned, keeping them awake all night. They never expected that. Shenbing had only recently joined Ning Jing, and her attitude had changed so quickly. She even started praising that Suchen guy. Anyone who disagreed was met with arguments. And just like Ning Jing, she moved into that villa too. The explosion of this situation was something they had never thought of before, couldn't even imagine. Even in a pyramid scheme, it's not this terrifying, right? Who on earth is this Suchen? They were considering calling the police. After a while, Suchen and the others arrived at the villa entrance together. The vegetable delivery guy drove up and brought today's vegetables. However, the complex look in his eyes couldn't hide anything. Smack! After he got back into the car, he couldn't help but give himself 2 big slaps. This young boss Su actually had another top-notch girl in the villa? All 3 of them together? And she had that favorite icy queen style he liked, with such long legs. Beast, too much of a beast. On the other side, Suchen, as usual, checked all the vegetables. No harvest. Ning Jing continued to cook and water the plants. Shenbing silently helped her. These household chores were still too unfamiliar to Shenbing. She had never done them before. This made her feel a bit embarrassed now. If I continue to be this useless, will Suchen kick me out? Just a while after waking up, she had told her secretary Li Wei from her company that she probably wouldn't be going back for a while. If her employees saw their icy boss in such a lack of confidence, they would probably be shocked. After breakfast, Suchen received a call from Director Wang. It seemed like he needed him for something and was getting ready to go out. You two arrange things for the morning. I'm going out for a bit. I'll let you know if I'll be back for lunch. Ignoring the 2 girls, Suchen rode his bike towards the Jiangzhou Special Investigation Bureau. Half an hour later, he arrived at the bureau's entrance. The disguised special police guard naturally recognized Suchen and didn't stop him. Soon, Suchen made his way to the office. Inside the office were 3 people. He knew them all. Director Yuan, you're here too. Suchen smiled and shook hands with Yuan Chang. The other 2 were Director Wang and Long Pingan. Now that everyone's here, I'm ready to get down to business. Yuan Chang cleared his throat, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Suchen. Suchen was slightly surprised. What was he about to talk about? It was surprising that Yuan Chang had to come in person to speak. And it wasn't just Yuan Chang. From the eyes of Director Wang and Long Pingan, he could see a hint of seriousness. Things were probably not simple. Everyone should be clear that since the beginning of the era of spiritual energy resurgence, our lives can no longer be as peaceful as before. Calling it the greatest upheaval in 100 years, 1,000 years, or even in our known history is not an exaggeration. And now, I believe several of you have also sensed that the situation is escalating rapidly and intensifying. This includes us so-called leading cadres. It's impossible to rest properly, as we can't keep up with handling the situation. Last night, the higher-ups held several emergency meetings again to conduct a comprehensive assessment and analysis of the current national spiritual energy resurgence situation. Yuan Chang's expression was serious, with a hint of urgency in his tone. Based on the information received from various regions, we have conducted overnight evaluations of the level of spiritual energy resurgence in cities across the country. Currently, a total of 5 levels have been tentatively established. From low to high, they are awakening level, fluctuation level, surge level, outbreak level, and catastrophe level. Awakening level indicates that signs of spiritual energy resurgence have just begun to appear in the area, meaning the average abnormal energy value detected by instruments exceeds 5 points. Fluctuation level indicates that spiritual energy resurgence is starting to affect some natural phenomena and biological behaviors in the area. Surge level means that spiritual energy resurgence has already had a significant impact on the local society, with typical events occurring. Outbreak level indicates that abnormal events triggered by spiritual energy resurgence are frequent, with anomalies popping up in various places like mushrooms after rain, posing a serious threat to local order. And catastrophe level is currently the most severe level established, indicating that a region has experienced large-scale catastrophic events that are difficult to control, resulting in great suffering. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Although these things had not occurred before, it was important to predefine these concepts and levels. Having such standards in place would make it easier and more efficient to adjust and improve things. One should not go into battle unprepared. According to the ratings, we are starting to establish special military districts and branches of the Spiritual Energy Association in each city. Currently, all cities in the country have entered the awakening level as of 9:13 this morning. The average abnormal energy value has exceeded 5 points. Yuan Chang said this, and Su Chen was slightly surprised. He could anticipate this day, but he hadn't expected it to come so much sooner than he had imagined. The implications were self-evident. Currently, all regions of the country seem to be like active volcanoes, ready to erupt at any moment. Yuan Chang sighed, looking somewhat helpless. These matters had indeed been giving him a headache these past few days, but he had to continue speaking. The higher-ups have decided to assign a guardian to all cities rated fluctuation level and above. These guardians will be the captains of the vanguard in each city, responsible for coordinating and managing local spiritual energy resurgence affairs. Su Chen listened attentively. As a special advisor to the National Special Investigation Bureau, it was necessary for him to understand these things. After all, he couldn't just idle away his days doing nothing, could he? However, the number of guardians who currently meet the requirements in terms of strength and character is in short supply. Far from being able to assign a guardian to every city rated fluctuation level. So, the guardians are currently being dispatched to cities rated surge level. With that said, Yuan Chang looked at Su Chen, his eyes showing a touch of respect. Zhangzhou City is currently one of the cities rated surge level. And, it's also because of having you, Consultant Su, that many events have been preliminarily controlled. Otherwise, Zhangzhou might very well be considered for the first outbreak level city. This place is so damn strange. Su Chen and the others weren't surprised by Yuan Chang's foul language. Even if it were them, they would have cursed too. The Zhangzhou subway incident, the Bailong River incident, the West Forest incident, the Qingshui village incident. These damn 4 things have all hit them. Even looking at the whole country, they are all currently unique, naturally attracting abnormal situations. Moreover, these 4 incidents don't seem to be over yet, with significant implications behind them. Can't mess around. Yuan Chang calmed down a bit and continued speaking. Currently, there are over 30 cities identified as fluctuation level cities. And like Zhangzhou, there are 4 cities rated as surge level cities. They are Kunyang City, Bibo City, Nanha City, and Tianqi City. Yuan Chang's expression turned serious. These cities being rated as surge level like Zhangzhou have naturally encountered very bizarre things. To suppress public opinion in these places, the PR work has been non-stop, almost going bald. Then, the news of the natural disaster on the Sakura countryside came, indirectly diverting some attention and easing some pressure. Are the people of Sakura country, who are not having a good time, indirectly doing good deeds? Although public opinion has been barely suppressed, the incidents in these cities, in terms of their strangeness, are no less than the abnormal events in Jiangzhou. Hearing this, everyone was shaken. Especially Su Chen, who even swallowed his saliva. Su Chen had personally experienced these Jiangzhou incidents and naturally knew how troublesome and complex they were. The Jiangzhou subway incident, which was supposed to be the city's transportation lifeline, unexpectedly became a stage for anomalies. First, innocent passengers mysteriously appeared on the subway, thinking everything was fine, only to be corroded by the soul-eroding mist after observing for a while, and had to be killed by him. Then he and Long Ping and Wang Chen boarded the train. The subway went out of control, passing through a light circle into the wrong space. Then fleeing through the ancient street, facing the scythe-wielding Black Reaper, sensing a mysterious figure before exiting the circle. The Bailong River incident, where legend and reality intertwine, is full of mysteries. In the seemingly beautiful river, the truth sinks deep, elusive. The river surged, reaching the sky. Amidst thunder, he angrily slew the thunder dragon. The West Forest incident, a storm caused by disappearances. He and Daoist Qingsong ventured deep into the forest, thundering waves of bats. Venturing alone, the alluring shadow of a fox cub clumsily transformed into the appearance of Lin Xiyu, wanting to confide in him. Enraged, he swiftly used a set of silky moves, not giving a chance to catch a breath, and killed it directly. The Qingshui village incident, where the legend of the river god came true, but in a dark version. The villagers were caught in a terrible sacrificial conspiracy, all ending up in life and death. It was not just a challenge to human nature but also a touch on the bottom line of social morality. They encountered strange birds along the way, cut blood-red vines, ended the river god, and met Little Shadow. These 4 incidents, one more exhausting than the other, seem to hide some hidden truths behind them. The source, or rather the mastermind behind the scenes, has not been unearthed, not completely eradicated. Now, Yuan Chang says that the incidents in those surge-level cities are as bizarre as this? That's really a headache. Seeing that everyone had roughly finished pondering, Yuan Chang slowly spoke up. So now, I will roughly tell you all what happened in these 4 cities. Except for Director Wang, Su Chen and Long Pingyan became more serious. Director Wang just wore a wry smile. He was also present at the meeting last night. Through a video conference, he saw the heads of the special investigation bureaus of those cities, each looking darker than the other. Although Jiangzhou had more peculiar incidents than those other places, they had advisor Su here. Those other places did not. Let's start with Biboshi City. Yuan Chang spoke while pointing at the display screen of the all-in-one machine. Above the screen, the map of Biboshi City lit up, with a specific area marked by a halo. It should be the location where the unusual incident occurred. Biboshi City, a coastal city whose economy relies on marine resources, encountered a so-called tsunami the day before yesterday. Yuan Chang's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Obviously, this tsunami was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. As he operated the machine, some blurry video clips appeared on the screen. This video clip was taken by fishermen on the shore at that time. In the video, a huge water column appeared on the sea, accompanied by a deafening roar. The sea water soared into the sky, forming massive whirlpools. Although these images are not very clear, they are enough to prove the abnormality of this incident. Even after checking with the weather department, such a large tsunami-like situation should not have occurred. There must be some other energy that triggered this tsunami. Advisor Su, this looks somewhat like the water-draining phenomenon you encountered at Bailong River that day, but the principles are completely different. Look here. In the video, there were quite a few boats on the sea at that time. And in the next moment, some huge black shadows seemed to be churning in the sea. The movements of these shadows seemed swift and powerful. Occasionally, boats were dragged into the whirlpool and never seen again. The video paused here, and Yuan Chang pointed to the black shadows, zooming in on the video footage. These black figures are what we will call sea beasts later. Although it was claimed externally that someone photoshopped the images and deleted them from various channels, warning those people, and barely suppressed the matter. But in reality, they do exist. Indeed, many abnormal marine creatures have appeared. Su Chen and Long Pingyan stared at the screen, a hint of shock flashing in their eyes. From the footage, these sea beasts seem to be of considerable size, numerous, swift in movement, and each unique. Clearly, they were not ordinary marine creatures. Due to these creatures, the port of Biboshi City suffered severe and adverse effects, Yuan Chang continued. Ships were destroyed, and the people on board basically had no chance of survival. The sea was raging, and even the bodies could not be found. The news was quickly blocked, and after claiming it was just a regular tsunami incident, the people in that area were urgently relocated far away. Now, that area has been completely taken over by the military. The screen switched to some photos of the rescue scene. Some wreckage of boats could be seen on the water. After all the civilians were evacuated, the military's subsequent actions followed. The first batch mobilized over 40 well-trained special police. Among them were 2 Chi Refinement Stage 1-star pioneers. Our military personnel engaged in combat with those sea beasts. Those sea beasts are extremely fierce, highly aggressive, and seem to possess a certain level of intelligence. Yuan Chang's tone grew increasingly serious. After causing chaos for a while, they charged towards the shore. At that moment, our first batch of military forces were almost ready, and the first wave of direct conflict erupted. As Yuan Chang narrated, the screen switched to some intense battle scenes. His voice tensed, pointing to several blurry giant figures in the footage. Not only are these creatures immensely powerful, but their movements are exceptionally agile, swiftly maneuvering through the sea, making it difficult to accurately track their movements and trajectories. In the footage, the sea beasts churn in the water, creating towering waves shooting towards the special police on the shore. Special forces dodged and sought cover while using their firearms to fight back. Bullets poured down on the sea beasts like a storm, causing splashes on the sea surface. Some smaller sea beasts had blood splattering from their bodies, being killed by the bullets. However, a part of them, exceptionally cunning, or directly resisted. Some sea beasts have exceptionally tough skin, making it difficult for ordinary firearms to cause effective damage to them. Moreover, they seem to be able to sense danger. When they notice our firepower concentrating, they quickly retreat to the deep sea area. On the display screen, whenever the special forces concentrated their firepower, the sea beasts would dive underwater. They used whirlpools and water currents as cover to evade attacks. They did not stay far away but lurked in the sea, occasionally launching attacks again, putting immense pressure on the special forces. Furthermore, they used seawater as cover to launch ambushes. Yuan Chang continued to describe, rubbing his temples. The attacks of these creatures are actually quite aggressive. Even the water pillars they shoot out from the sea are high pressure and cannot be directly resisted. This battle of wits and must-hold-the-line battle made the special forces very uncomfortable. Su Chen and Long Pingan stared at the display screen, frowning. The behavior patterns of these sea beasts were obviously much more complex than they had anticipated. However, upon careful consideration, Su Chen felt relieved. The creatures he was killing seemed to be quite intelligent. Enemies without brains are not actually terrifying. It is precisely because they have brains that they are unstoppable. We have tried various tactics, including setting traps and using special weapons, but the effects have not been very good, Yuan Chang sighed. These sea beasts have a high adaptability to the environment. For the time being, there is no better way, only a stalemate. The scene on the display screen changed again, showing some special forces patrolling by the sea. They had serious expressions, holding weapons in their hands, vigilantly watching the sea. Currently, we are not only deploying more personnel over there, but also strengthening vigilance in all coastal areas nationwide, while seeking more solutions. Yuan Chang furrowed his brow. Although their actions were swift, resources were limited after all, coupled with the extremely complex situations in various regions. If the problem cannot be fundamentally solved, the threat of these sea beasts will persist. On the other hand, they would only become more exhausted from fighting, morale would be low, and the consumption would be enormous. Su Chen pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with some hesitation. In the current situation, it seems that we need pioneers to take the lead, right? In this environment, using larger-scale thermal weapons is not only difficult to conceal from the public, but the effectiveness is also not necessarily very good. It is easy to cause panic. Apart from these, with today's technological means, it is not easy to gain a deeper understanding of these sea beasts and find their weaknesses. And if there are strong pioneers who can directly make close contact and engage in combat, the feedback of information will be more timely. Yuan Chang nodded in agreement with Su Chen's words. Exactly, this is also the focus of our current research. The higher-ups have organized an expert team to conduct further research on the behavior patterns and physiological structures of these sea beasts. If there are not enough pioneers, we can only make up for it with numbers. The longer this tug-of-war drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for us. We must quickly find a solution. Following that, Yuan Chang opened another file. The screen focused again, this time on a series of close-up shots capturing the appearance of the mysterious creatures known as the sea beasts. These few sea beasts were captured from multiple angles. They are currently the most troublesome ones. Yuan Chang's voice carried a hint of seriousness as he pointed to the still shots in the frame. The first thing that caught the eye was a close-up of a sea beast's head. It resembled a sea snake but more ferocious, with a huge body. The head was wide, the eyes a deep red, gleaming with a cruel light. Its skin was covered in thick scales, each scale marked with dark stripes, making it exceptionally tough. This sea creature, we temporarily call it the red-eyed sea serpent. Its head is extremely hard, our bullets barely have any effect on it. And its eyes, you can't stare into them, anyone who locks eyes with it, especially the special forces, will be mentally dazed for a good half day, losing combat capability almost instantly. Next, the scene switched to another sea creature. Its body was flat, resembling a giant stingray, but with sharp serrations along the edges. Its back also had a row of sharp spikes. When it swam in the water, these spikes would stand up, resembling a row of sharp blades. This one, we call it the sawtooth devil ray. Just last night, it effortlessly tore apart several unmanned surveillance ships we sent out to sea. In addition, Su-chen and the others also saw a peculiar and enchanting translucent jellyfish on the screen. Although they didn't know its specific abilities yet, there was a saying, the more beautiful something is, the deadlier it tends to be. Su-chen's eyes flickered, feeling restless. He wanted to go out and explore. On one hand, to see if he could be of any help, perhaps even resolve this crisis. On the other hand, these were all living illustrations. With so many sea creatures, how many water attribute and marine biology illustrations could he unlock? He could fill up on them in one go, becoming significantly stronger. Director Yuan, how about sending me to take a look? Su-chen spoke up at this moment, feeling a bit eager. Seeing Su-chen's volunteering spirit, Director Yuan felt genuinely pleased. Truly worthy of being their national advisor. Look at this self-awareness. Look at this selflessness, willingly stepping up to the front line. However, Director Yuan ultimately shook his head. Advisor Su, the situation in Biboshi City is relatively stable compared to others. The higher-ups want you to go check out another place first. Hearing this, Su-chen's heart tightened. They had only mentioned Biboshi City so far. The more challenging places were likely still ahead. And there were damn experts there too. Phew. Su-chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. It was chaotic. But it was a crisis. And also an opportunity. Seeing Su-chen's attitude, Director Yuan nodded inwardly. Although Advisor Su was strong, he was still willing to follow orders most of the time, not arrogant because of his strength. Truly outstanding. Advisor Su, as I mentioned before, protectors have been assigned to cities rated as surging level. Let me show you the information of the protector heading to Biboshi City. After some operations, the information was displayed on the screen. Name, Lin Chen. Age, 23 years old. As for his realm, it was the same as Long Pinyin, reaching the 3-star Qi refining realm. Looking at the picture, he had a resolute face, with a hint of charm. Is it this kid? Beside him, Long Pinyin suddenly exclaimed. Su-chen was surprised and turned to look at Long Pinyin. You know him? Long Pinyin nodded. This kid used to be in our military camp. Back then, before the resurgence of spiritual energy. His family conditions were not good, but he was exceptionally hardworking. His determination during training impressed everyone. I remember during a wilderness training, he accidentally sprained his foot, but he gritted his teeth and completed the entire course. Too tough, luckily he didn't leave any lasting injuries. But he was stubborn, yet his mind was sharp, always hitting the nail on the head with tactical analysis. Not to brag, during the time in the training camp, only he could match me. Later, due to his outstanding performance, he was transferred to another war zone. Otherwise, our Southeast war zone would have been dominated by him alone. Just didn't expect that this kid would also become a pioneer, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement just like me. Long Pinyin sighed with some excitement. He couldn't compare to Su-chen now. But he could always challenge that kid Lin Chen, compete with him, and see who was stronger, right? Yuan Chang took over the conversation, nodding. Indeed, it's him, that kid is truly outstanding. With the revival of spiritual energy, Lin Chen has also encountered his own opportunities. How can a golden dragon be confined to a pond? When a storm comes, it transforms into a dragon. He was the first in that military district to sense the spiritual energy becoming a pioneer. Moreover, his spiritual energy attribute is extremely unique. It's a dual attribute of ice and thunder. And having these two attributes together is extremely rare nowadays. He can condense solid ice crystals and release powerful thunder and lightning energy. In battle, he can perfectly combine ice and thunder, even creating his own ice-thunder domain. Within this domain, the enemy's movements are slowed down, while enduring the bombardment of thunder and lightning. He can also attach thunder and lightning to ice crystals, turning them into powerful ice-thunder arrows with tremendous penetrating power. Yuan Chang spoke with some admiration. He truly admired the creativity and insight of these young people nowadays, feeling a bit inadequate himself. When he thought about their spirited moments, it was all about facing gunfire and bullets. But now, he couldn't quite understand it. Relying on his unique spiritual energy attribute and his own strength, Lin Chen has participated in many abnormal events handled by the military district. A few days ago, in a deep mountain forest with exceptionally high energy, he used ice and thunder to instantly suppress a small beast tide organized on the mountain. He bought extremely valuable time for the subsequent support troops. If it weren't for him, those 10 or so military personnel would probably have perished. However, because he has been dealing with abnormal events all along, his progress has been rapid, and the higher-ups are willing to invest more resources in him. Yuan Chang's face showed a hint of appreciation as he spoke. Only the younger generation with such excellent character and strength would receive more resources for cultivation from the higher-ups. To get better feedback. On the side, Long Pingin's eyes sparkled more and more as he listened. When he had the chance, he would go find Lin Chen, catch up and maybe spar a bit. Alright, back to the main topic. After a brief rest, Yuan Chang's expression turned serious again. Advisor Su, the higher-ups and I actually prefer you to make a trip to Manhwa City. Su Chen remained silent, listening quietly. The situation in Manhwa City, compared to Biboshi City, has caused much less public opinion and influence. Moreover, even now, the resources allocated by the higher-ups to that area are not abundant. It seems that the crisis level there is not high. But appearances can be deceiving, because once you delve deeper, you will find that the situation there is more urgent and must be resolved quickly. The problem in Manhwa City started in a park in the city center. Yuan Chang's voice was low, each word filled with urgency. About a month ago, anomalies began to appear in the plants in that park. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su Chen interrupted Yuan Chang's narrative. He remembered a news he had seen online. That day, he had just received his assignment and started browsing through those abnormal events online. Among them was a report, in a park in Manhwa City, the flowers seemed to defy natural laws. Even after the peak flowering period, they remained in full bloom without withering, prompting botanical experts to investigate. Su Chen voiced his thoughts. Yuan Chang was somewhat surprised but nodded. That's right, it's there. Also, about a month ago, that area was sealed off, preventing ordinary people from entering. Initially, although the higher-ups had it on record, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, a thriving environment is always better than a lifeless one. In society, even if there are rumors circulating, people would find it very rare and astonishing. At that time, specialized personnel went to collect a flower from there to prepare as a sample. However, when the flower was collected from above, it withered rapidly, its vitality fading away. Preliminary speculation suggests that this anomaly is related to the soil there. Once away from that soil, the vitality was lost, and the overall problem was not significant. However, starting about a week ago, that place suddenly changed. It became shocking to everyone. Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly, not interrupting. Shocking? What on earth happened? Fortunately, Yuan Chang no longer beat around the bush. Advisor Su, just look at the pictures directly. Hiss. Su Chen looked at several pictures in succession, finally taking a sharp breath. These pictures were all taken in the same location, but he couldn't recognize it immediately. They were all taken in that park. In the first picture, the vibrant flowers bloomed against their natural cycle, showing no signs of withering. In the second picture, the flowers were still there, but the lush trees and grass around them had turned yellow, devoid of life. In the third picture, the yellowing spread beyond that small area and started to extend to the surroundings. The once green lawn was now covered with withered leaves, and the trees were dried up. In the fourth picture, the area of decay expanded further, reaching even the plants that were originally far from the center of the park. In the fifth picture, the entire park no longer showed a hint of green. All the plants had withered, the soil cracked, and it was desolate. In the last picture, the withering even affected areas outside the park. Trees along some nearby streets also began to show signs of yellowing. It was getting closer to being deserted. From the first picture to the last picture, it only took a week. Yuan Chang's voice was low, but with just one sentence, Su Chen and Chen Pingin's pupils constricted. Just a week like this? The speed of this spread is terrifying. What on earth is it? Is it related to those flowers? This desolation and decay are spreading at a visible rate every day. Faintly visible is a layer of gray-green gas. Experts have tried various methods, but so far, no effective means of containment have been found. It's like borrowing life before, and now having to pay back double. It's a bottomless pit. Those affected by this are not just plants, even small animals that didn't leave in time are showing abnormalities, even death. In these past few days, we have sent soldiers in protective gear to try to penetrate deeper inside. But even fully armed, once they come into contact with that gas, they faint after a few steps, with no one spared. In the end, pioneers were sent to bring them back out. Even the pioneers, even with spiritual protection, couldn't stay on the periphery for long, let alone go deeper. As for the culprit, those abnormal flowers at the very center, no one knows what has become of them now. Our drones and exploration machines are not affected and can go in. But they can't go deep. Once inside, the signal is completely lost, and no images can be received. And from the satellite view, the central area is covered in a gray-green mist, with no specific details visible. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Indeed, quite tricky. But according to this description, the culprit should still be those flowers with abnormal life cycles. Unusual occurrences must have a cause. The subsequent decay in the surroundings should be its doing. We shouldn't delay any longer. Let's go now? Su Chen said in a deep voice, taking out his phone and messaging Ning Jing. Not going back for lunch. At this spreading speed, every second delayed could make the situation more dangerous for the residents there, possibly more complex and uncontrollable. He has never liked giving people room to grow, including the initial encounters with the Jiaolong, fox cubs, etc. Once encountered, they must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. As for that eerie flower, if given more time to grow, it won't just be a matter of a park anymore. The entire city area, even the whole city, could become a dead zone. Yuan Chang looked at Su Chen's reaction, feeling nothing but relief. Let's not rush. The spread actually follows a pattern. It always starts late at night when the moon is bright. By sunrise, the spread stops. We'll take a helicopter later and go straight there. Hearing this, Su Chen could only temporarily contain his impatience. With a dedicated aircraft dispatched, it would probably take about an hour. Since the higher-ups were not in a hurry, there was no need for him to get worked up. As for the city protectors of Manhwa City, you'll meet them when we get there. Let's talk about the last two surge-level cities directly. With Yuan Chang's click on the console, Su Chen and Long Pingan both looked over. First off, let's talk about Kunyang City. Kunyang City is known as the City of Flames, with extremely hot summers every year. However, the people there are used to it. They go about their days as usual, just dealing with the heat. But 2 nights ago, a sudden disaster shattered the city's peace. The iconic building in the city center, the Sunshine Tower, caught fire that night. The fire spread rapidly, painting the entire night sky red with flames. Yuan Chang pulled up a video from the night of the fire. On the screen, the tower was ablaze, casting a red glow over half the sky. It was truly a Sunshine Tower now. There was no way to save it. The arrival of the fire trucks was futile. The situation was completely out of control. The fire caused massive casualties. There were quite a few people inside at the time. The fire was fierce and fast. They couldn't escape in time. Many people, even now, have not been found, their bodies possibly turned to ashes. This incident received extreme attention locally. After all, it was a central landmark of the city with very high foot traffic. But after discovering the abnormal energy levels there, our military took over the resource deployment. After a night of firefighting, the flames were finally extinguished. The screen switched to the Sunshine Tower after the fire. The once magnificent building now lay in ruins. The outer walls were charred, revealing twisted steel reinforcements inside. Some floors had no windows left, just dark hollow spaces. The interior decorations and facilities, including elevators, staircases, and office partitions, were mercilessly destroyed by the flames, leaving only piles of ashes and debris. The entire Sunshine Tower and its surroundings, once bustling with people and businesses, had now been subjected to mandatory actions due to this incident. Starting from the tower, areas were restricted and sealed off. In terms of social opinion and impact on people's quality of life, the actual consequences might even surpass the tsunami in Biboshi City. Our personnel have been investigating the cause of the fire since the first incident. But up to now, we have not found the source, publicly stating that it's still under investigation, possibly due to the influence of the high temperatures. Through our own detection, we found abnormally high energy levels in the tower, reaching nearly 30 points. This means that the fire is not as simple as it seems, but rather related to the current resurgence of spiritual energy. Currently, we have dispatched military scouts to enter the tower for investigation. Whether we will have any findings in the end, we are not sure, and the danger level is very high. As for the city protector selected for Kunyang City, it is still being finalized, but they are all 3-star refinement realm experts. Yuan Chang paused, taking a deep breath. At first glance, the fire is over, and the focus now is on the aftermath and investigation work. But in fact, there have been other threats emerging. New threats? Su Chen muttered softly. Yuan Chang nodded, his expression somewhat serious. Shortly after the fire, there was a large-scale electromagnetic interference around the Rizhao Tower. The screen displayed traffic surveillance footage. Many vehicles were seen losing control on nearby streets, leading to multiple traffic accidents. We have publicly announced that this is due to the influence of the sun's magnetic field. But we know this is just a stopgap measure. After all, this explanation sounds quite far-fetched. Although Kanyang City is known for its heat, this incident actually has little to do with the weather. The impact of this electromagnetic interference goes far beyond this. Yuan Chang's voice was solemn as he switched the images on the screen. Around the Rizhao Tower, mobile signals have become extremely unstable, even completely cutting off in some areas. Our military personnel have faced significantly increased mission difficulties due to this interference, which is very inconvenient. Look here, Yuan Chang pointed. On the screen, there were images of malfunctioning traffic lights. Red and green lights were flashing randomly, causing chaos in traffic order. Vehicles were stuck at intersections or dangerously crossing without signal indications. Just mentioned multiple traffic accidents, it's no wonder those drivers were blamed. There were malfunctions in the traffic lights. Some drivers suddenly lost navigation and communication signals while driving, forcing them to make judgments in chaos. And the most bizarre thing is that some vehicles started losing control on their own, such as brakes not working, erratic flashing of lights, and more. The closer to the Rizhao Tower, the more evident these situations become. That's why our containment zone is expanding, and nearby residents are being urgently relocated. Yuan Chang sighed again at this point. As the level of spiritual energy continued to rise, these incidents became increasingly bizarre, and it became harder to conceal them. One day, these incidents will be made public, but now is clearly not the most suitable time. We are not prepared yet. For Kanyang City, 2 level 3 chi refiners have rushed over. It's still undecided who will become the city's protector. Listening to Yuan Chang's description, Su Chen also sighed. Despite his strength, hearing about these incidents was quite overwhelming. It's not just about suppressing them with power. It requires using one's intelligence to uncover hidden truths, unravel them, and uproot them completely. Otherwise, it's like a wildfire that can't be extinguished, springing back to life with the wind. The last one is Tianqi City. Yuan Chang looked visibly tired. There's not much to say about this city, let Director Wang tell you. I'll take a break. With that, Yuan Chang found a chair, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. This move left Su Chen and Long Pingyan bewildered. What did he mean by not much to say? Can a city with nothing to say be rated as a surging level city? At that moment, Director Wang smiled wryly and took over from Yuan Chang. Advisor Su Pingyan, Tianqi City hasn't really encountered anything extraordinary yet. But now, dozens of pioneers from the military district and the Spiritual Energy Association are heading to Tianqi City. Among them, there are 3 top-level 3 chi refiners. Hearing this, Su Chen and Long Pingyan exchanged a glance. They both saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Currently, there shouldn't be many pioneers under the military or the Spiritual Energy Association who can be mobilized, right? Sending dozens of pioneers directly there seems like revealing a lot. And in other cities experiencing abnormal situations, at most, 2 level 3 chi refiners were dispatched. Why does Tianqi City get 3 at once? Just because it's a rapidly developing municipality? It doesn't seem likely. Director Wang seemed to have noticed the confusion of Su Chen and the others, and didn't beat around the bush. Although there haven't been any major abnormal incidents in Tianqi City so far, but it's currently our biggest headache. Because the distribution of abnormal energy throughout Tianqi City is extremely even, and the values are also very high. According to the data from 8 a.m. this morning, the average abnormal energy in the entire Tianqi City has reached 20 points. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Su Chen and Long Pingyan couldn't help but gasp. An average of 20 points of abnormal energy, what does that mean? At that time, when they were on the subway, the highest reached 30 points of energy, which sounded higher than 20 points. But in Tianqi City, the entire city hovers around 20 points. This means that the citizens of Tianqi City are somewhat like living in that out-of-control, inexplicably accelerating subway of theirs. It's fine if nothing happens, but once something happens, it's unimaginable. Tianqi City could directly turn into Heaven City. Shouldn't we evacuate the residents before anything happens? Long Pingyan's eyes flickered, his expression not looking good. As a witness to the subway incident, he naturally knew what 20 points of abnormal energy meant. It's definitely not something ordinary people can withstand. Director Wang glanced at Yuan Chang, found him still silent, sighed again, and helplessly began to explain. Evacuating residents sounds like an ideal solution. But in practice, it's much more complicated than we imagine, and it's not possible. Director Wang's voice was low. The current range of the cordon is also a precautionary measure. Director Lin explained. At this distance, according to the current algorithm, the range should continue to expand 3 days later. Of course, these are all just estimates. Although the cordon range looks good on the surface, it's very troublesome in practice because it involves the evacuation of surrounding residents. If possible, we hope it doesn't spread any further. Director Lin's voice sounded bitter. They had actually thought about what kind of disaster it would be if this spread didn't stop. Su-chen nodded without comment, his gaze passing through the cordon and towards the general direction of the park. Although at this distance, he couldn't see the situation inside the park. However, he could already sense the oppressive atmosphere and some abnormal aura. Having experienced so much now and with the strength of reaching the 8th star of chi refinement, he was very sensitive to these things. Advisor Su, shall we wait here for a while? They will be here soon. In addition to the pioneers, I have also called in 2 groups of military personnel, ready to be deployed at any time. Director Lin's tone was still so sincere, not slackening because of Su-chen's age. Alright, let's wait then. Su-chen didn't choose to make things difficult at this moment. They were already around the destination, so waiting a little longer was not a problem. It didn't take long before 2 police cars slowly arrived. About 10 police officers in uniform got out of the 2 cars and lined up neatly. Then, another police car drove in from another direction. The door opened, and 4 people in plain clothes got out. Although dressed casually, the temperament exuded by these few people was even more fierce and dignified than the previous police officers, because they not only came from the military district but were also pioneers. They're here, Su-chen murmured to himself. The leader was burly, with a resolute face and firm eyes. His hair was short and neat, and his skin had a healthy wheat color. Without surprise, this person should be Huiyan, the 3rd star chi refinement city guardian mentioned by Director Lin. As he assessed the few people, they were also assessing him. Huiyan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He hadn't expected that this consultant sent by the higher-ups would look so young, probably not even 20 years old. What's more, he appeared so carefree, even indifferent when meeting him. This kid, could he be some kind of privileged brat, brought out by the elders to see the world? Ridiculous, Huiyan thought, feeling somewhat annoyed. He had always been straightforward and detested these second-generation types, extremely difficult to serve. Let's go take a look. Huiyan took a deep breath and instructed the other 3 pioneers beside him. Soon, the 2 groups converged. Not only Huiyan, but even the several pioneers behind him also showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. There was even some confusion and displeasure. Previously, when they were told that a consultant was being sent to them, in their impression, it probably meant those useless experts. They had no real skills but talked as if they knew everything, forcing you to believe them. Utter nonsense. Now that they had come, instead of mingling with them in the investigation bureau first, they directly called them to the scene, such a show of authority. The key point was that now, at first sight, he was still so young, a proper greenhorn. The oldest of the pioneers behind Huiyan could even be this Su consultant's father. What skills could such a young kid have? In such a serious mission, they didn't send experienced, reliable senior personnel. Instead, they chose this inexperienced young one. It was truly a case of the higher-ups oppressing the lower ranks. Utterly absurd. Captain Hua, this is Consultant Su, who just rushed over from Jiangzhou City. He will be joining us in investigating the unusual events in the park. Director Lin smiled amiably, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Huiyan nodded, glanced at Su-chen once again, and spoke slowly. Consultant Su, welcome to Nanha City. I am Huiyan, the guardian of Nanha City. Su-chen smiled faintly. Just call me Su-chen. As for the people behind Huiyan, Su-chen didn't bother to ask about them. Since they didn't introduce themselves, he naturally didn't bother to say much to them either. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to enter the park. Su-chen's voice remained calm, his gaze turning towards the park. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the several pioneers showed even more disdain and annoyance. Were they playing house? Just go like that? They couldn't last long inside. Yet this so-called Su consultant spoke so casually? Did he really think that place was his own home? Alright, take Consultant Su to have a look. At this moment, Huiyan spoke up decisively. Although this young man was not very sensible, he was still proactive. Once he truly experienced how terrifying that place was, he would naturally not be so casual anymore. By then, he would take the lead. Let this Su consultant just be a figurehead and not interfere with their work. Led by Director Lin and Huiyan, the group began to move towards the park. Su-chen followed them unhurriedly, his eyes no longer as indifferent as before, showing a lot more seriousness, his true vision activated. The other pioneers and about a dozen special police officers followed closely behind. Their expressions were the most serious, evidently not daring to underestimate the situation they were about to face. After all, if things went wrong, they might lose their lives here. As the team advanced, the surroundings gradually changed. The lively streets were gradually replaced by dense vegetation, and there was a strange tranquility in the air. The ground beneath their feet had not yet been eroded by the gray-green gas. But if not dealt with promptly, perhaps the day after tomorrow, or even tomorrow, this place would also become a restricted area. After walking for a few more minutes, everyone stopped in their tracks. "Consultant Su, we have arrived." Director Lin's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Su Chen remained silent, his gaze piercing ahead. He saw those gray-green gases. They flowed slowly in the air, like living entities. Wherever the gas reached, all signs of life were devoured. And in the park at the other end of the street, the scene appeared even more terrifying and eerie. A dead silence enveloped the area, devoid of any signs of life. The grass was withered and yellow, as if scorched by a fierce fire. The once tall and majestic trees now stood bare, with peeling bark and fallen leaves, leaving only naked branches reaching out like desperate hands towards the sky. "Change your clothes," ordered Director Wang at that moment. All the special police officers sprang into action, opening the boxes they carried. Inside were sets of protective suits. At the same time, two special police officers approached Su Chen and his companions with the boxes. "Consultant Su, the gases inside pose a serious threat to our bodies. These protective suits can offer some resistance, but their effectiveness is limited," Director Wang said as he began changing. Not only him, but the few one-star pioneers also hesitated no further and silently changed into the suits. Su Chen shifted his gaze to Hua Yan. "Captain Hua, aren't you going to change?" Hearing Su Chen's question, although Hua Yan felt a bit annoyed, he suppressed his temper. "The effects of this thing on me are minimal, and it might even hinder my movements, so I won't use it. Consultant Su, if you plan to get a closer look later, you should change now too, or it will be very dangerous. Of course, if you really don't want the trouble, then just stay back later and watch from behind." Hearing the hidden meaning in Hua Yan's words, Su Chen just smiled and said no more. A few minutes later, everyone except Su Chen and Hua Yan had transformed into what looked like big whites, dressed in their protective suits. "Alright, I'll go take a look first," Su Chen said in a single breath, stepping forward. "No!" This sudden move shocked both Hua Yan and Director Lin. Su Chen, without wearing protective gear, was rushing in like he was invincible? An ordinary person would faint within seconds in that gray-green gas, let alone stay conscious. Even a regular pioneer would deplete their spiritual energy significantly inside, lasting only a few tens of seconds. Even Hua Yan, with his strength as a 3-star chi refiner, could only stay on the outskirts for a few minutes. Going deeper was simply impossible. The further in, the higher the concentration of the gray-green gas. However, the next moment left everyone stunned. Su Chen, who had been in front of them, suddenly shot forward like a cannonball, directly crossing the almost contaminated street and plunging into the outer edge of the gray-green gas. The speed at which he burst out was so fast that they couldn't catch up, let alone stop him. Even Hua Yan, at this moment, took in a sharp breath. It seemed faster than his full burst of speed. "Director Lin, you stay here with the team and guard this place. I'll follow in to take a look." Hua Yan couldn't stand still at this point and ran towards the park. He admitted that he had underestimated Consultant Su before. Even with his Earth attribute spiritual energy, he could only stay inside for a few minutes at most. Even if this Consultant Su's realm was similar to his, he shouldn't be able to last long inside. He was afraid that Su Chen's youthful arrogance would lead to trouble. Back at the spot, Director Lin and his team were somewhat dumbfounded. On the side, the only female pioneer pinched her arm and then poked Director Lin with her finger. "Director Lin, is this Su consultant really that strong? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Director Lin, upon hearing this, was also bewildered. He had thought before that Su Chen, at such a young age to be a consultant, must be quite talented in certain fields or very professional, but he never imagined that someone so young could possess such terrifying strength. Blaming himself, he could only attribute it to Su consultant being too formidable. Now is not the time to think about these things. Stay alert and be ready to assist Consultant Su and Captain Hua at any moment. Director Lin changed the subject, urging everyone to focus on the situation. Despite the shock, it was not the time to be distracted. On the other side, Su Chen had already entered the outer edge of the gray-green gas. These gases are quite interesting. He could feel that these auras were indeed strange, eroding his spiritual energy. But it was different from the soul-eroding mist in the 9 great black mists. The soul-eroding mist gradually eroded the vitality and soul of individuals, causing them to undergo transformation. It was more like a parasitic entity, contaminating the soul to manipulate it. However, the gray-green gas he encountered now, like countless tiny tentacles, purely absorbed vitality to further strengthen itself. Just like a vampire. However, Su Chen's spiritual energy was vast like an ocean. These tentacles, upon contact, were easily dissipated, causing little impact. Just at this peripheral level, even if I stay here for 10 days or half a month, there shouldn't be any problem, Su Chen muttered softly, calculating in his mind. Also, he had now seen the spiritual energy of many people and gained some discernment. Like the earth attributes spiritual energy on Huayan, its purity was not high. At the same realm, the effectiveness of each person's spiritual energy should vary. Just like when he was at the 3 stars Qi refining realm, his spiritual energy was abundant and pure, far beyond what Huayan could compare to. Among the pioneers he had seen, the only one whose spiritual energy purity could match his was Long Pingan. At this moment, Huayan, surrounded by Earth's spiritual energy, approached Su Chen. His expression was slightly off. Even though Su Chen had strength, such impulsive behavior was still too risky. Rushing in without making decisions first was truly taboo. Advisor Su, you are being too reckless. Come back with me now, let's discuss a plan. Huayan's voice carried a hint of reproach. Wasn't this just wasting spiritual energy for nothing? He couldn't stay here for long anyway. Su Chen glanced at him, his tone calm. It's fine, I have a plan. He could see that the spiritual energy emanating from Huayan was rapidly eroded by the gray-green gas. It probably wouldn't hold for long. But Huayan wanted to say something but found Su Chen reaching out his hand towards him, placing it directly on his shoulder. What's this for? Huayan was puzzled, but before he could ask, his pupils widened in shock. A tremendously powerful and vast spiritual energy surged all over him. The strength of this energy made him tremble with fear. The aura emanating from Su Chen was like an endless ocean, unfathomable and vast. In comparison, his own spiritual energy felt like a small boat in a raging storm, insignificant and helpless. His throat felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making breathing difficult. How is this possible? Huayan was shocked, unable to believe everything he was experiencing. He had thought he was one of the best among the pioneers, but now Su Chen seemed like a godly figure. Is this really happening? While Huayan was in shock, Su Chen remained calm, murmuring softly. He had just had a sudden idea to use his spiritual energy to create a shield, isolating the gray-green gas outside. The test subject was Huayan. And now, according to what he saw with his true sight eye, the idea was feasible. Guided by the true sight eye, he created a protective circle with spiritual energy and wrapped it around Huayan. This way, he could lead people deeper inside. Once the spiritual energy in the circle was depleted, he could replenish it again. Very useful. Wait for me here. With these words, Su Chen disappeared, leaving Huayan still in awe at the spot. Meanwhile, he quickly returned to where Director Lin and the others were. Hiss! Director Lin and his group watched Su Chen return swiftly, looking calm and composed, and they all felt a bit unsettled. Each of them gasped in shock. What was going on? Especially the few pioneers who had harbored resentment towards Su Chen and had been skeptical of him before. At this moment, they seemed frozen in place, as if under a spell. There was no longer any trace of disdain or contempt in their eyes. In its place, there was only deep reverence. They could feel the spiritual fluctuations that had just come from over there. Even though there was a considerable distance between them, it still filled them with immense horror. These people had always valued strength above all else. They had previously thought that the so-called advisors were just using connections to gain prestige or experience. Now, as if awakening from a dream, they realized how foolish and ridiculous their thoughts had been. Would the higher-ups not understand urgent and important matters better than them? Would they not take these matters seriously? Thinking this, each of them blushed with embarrassment. I plan to go in with Captain Hua to see if there are any imaging devices. I'll take some pictures for you. Su Chen remained calm and composed as he spoke. He had heard Yuan Chang mention it before. These people had used drones and other methods to transport equipment in before, but halfway through, they had already lost the signal. Now, he would personally bring these gadgets in and take pictures to show them. What could possibly go wrong? Soon, Su Chen received a camera from Director Lin. Alright, you guys wait here. Su Chen wasted no time and swiftly returned to the park, a man as swift as the wind. Leaving behind the astonished crowd, Su, the advisor, was truly terrifying. Compared to him, what were they worth? Nanha City should be saved. Director Lin swallowed hard, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. On the other side, Su Chen returned to Huayan's side. At this moment, Huayan was still in shock, unable to recover. Su's methods were truly frightening. He directly released spiritual energy, enveloping him in a circle, and it had barely dissipated for so long. What kind of incredible power and skill was this? Take this. Su Chen handed the camera to Huayan. The reason for having this guy follow along was obvious. He needed a tool to assist him. He couldn't possibly film it himself, could he? Huayan took the camera, fiddled with it lightly, and accepted his new role. It wasn't too complicated, just simple to film with. Let's go! Su Chen walked towards the depths of the park. This time, Huiyan had no trace of his usual temper or skepticism and immediately followed. He still had to film for Su, after all. From now on, anyone who dared to say a word against Su would have to deal with him. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly slowed his pace, because in his mind, he heard the long-lost voice of Tongzi. Little host, you're quite impressive, actually resisting the breath of gray extinction with sparse spiritual energy. New Black Mist Class Encyclopedia collected. Breath of gray extinction? Su Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing Tongzi's message. At this critical moment, Tongzi was finally coming through for him. With that in mind, Su Chen made a gesture to Huiyan to stop, preparing to check the contents of the encyclopedia in his mind. Huiyan was a bit confused, but he followed suit, focusing his mental energy to the extreme. Although he didn't understand why they had to stop here, Su, the advisor, surely had his reasons. He just couldn't sense it due to his weak strength. With that in mind, Huiyan held the camera, capturing every detail of the surroundings, leaving nothing out. If he couldn't find anything amiss, he planned to review the footage slowly after returning. Strong individuals are always learning. Beside Huiyan, Su Chen had already opened the encyclopedia. Black Mist Class Encyclopedia, Breath of Gray Extinction, one of the 9 major black mists. The Breath of Gray Extinction is relatively rare among the 9 major black mists, originating from ancient natural imbalances or the grudges of certain creatures. When moonlight penetrates the clouds and falls upon the earth, the mist awakens from its slumber, beginning its deadly spread. This mist only expands under moonlight, serving as the messenger of the moon god, roaming in the night, greedily absorbing all life force, converting it into its own power. Its spreading speed and erosion power increase, creating a vicious cycle. Wherever it goes, life withers, and all things wilt. If not promptly contained, all things in the world will be mercilessly devoured by it, turning into a lifeless realm of death. Interesting. Su Chen finished reading the message and gave his assessment. This was the second type of the 9 great black mists he had seen. Even in Qingshui village before, the mist there did not seem to belong to the 9 great black mists. It showed the value of these 9 great black mists. Natural law imbalance? What does that mean? Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. But what made his scalp tingle the most was the line in the introduction, "This breath of ash extinction is the messenger of the moon god." What does that mean? Is it like the river god? Both are troublemakers, existences that bring calamity to the world. The river god didn't seem to affect him much, but the moon god was different. In people's long-standing perception, the moon has always been endowed with countless beautiful and romantic meanings. It represents the deep homesickness in the hearts of wanderers in a foreign land. It embodies the earnest anticipation of reunion between loved ones. It symbolizes romance in the eyes of lovers and serves as inspiration for poets. The pure moonlight that bathes the earth, like a gentle veil, soothes all things and brings tranquility and peace. It easily stirs the warmest and softest emotional ripples in people's souls. And now, because of the appearance of the breath of ash extinction, it has cast a shadow over its image like the fangs of a demon, ruthlessly devouring vitality. It is a breeding ground for death and disaster. Such an evil existence, is it really a subordinate of the seemingly pure and flawless moon? It's hard to accept. The sun symbolizes unstoppable brightness, boundless power, and vigorous vitality, while the moon embodies profound mystery, dreamlike softness, and capriciousness. To be compared with the sun is enough to show the unfathomable and vast power hidden within the moon. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. If this breath of ash extinction truly belonged to the moon god's messenger, then the power of this moon god must be beyond imagination, and it must conceal an unknown side. If he really had to confront such an existence, would he stand a chance at all? Phew! Let's keep going. After a while, Su Chen took a deep breath and signaled for Huiyan to continue. Regardless of the actual situation, it seemed they had no retreat. Instead of living in fear and gloom all day long, it was better to be bold. After all, aren't they divine messengers? He had killed before. It was still afternoon, and the sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a pale light on this place shrouded by the breath of ash extinction. It was somewhat bleak. As they delved deeper, the surrounding gray-green aura became denser. It seemed to form a substantial barrier, blocking their path. Su Chen's expression grew more solemn, his spiritual energy surging around him, resisting the encroaching aura. Compared to before, the spiritual energy in this place was eroding much faster. Even on Huiyan's side, he reinforced the protection with another layer of spiritual energy. Otherwise, if he accidentally harmed Huiyan, he would not forgive himself. Extracting a new Black Mist class guide, Su Chen muttered to himself. Originally, he had planned to open it in an auspicious place and time, but now there was no other way. If what came out could help in an emergency, that would be great. Extracting the guide for the Breath of Ash extinction, reward, special item Wu-Wei Key Mold. Wu-Wei Key Mold, an extremely special material mold that is not corroded by any kind of black mist, and can increase the number of transformations into a Wu-Wei Key form by one time. Su Chen was at a loss for words. He had thought about this possibility before, because when he extracted the Mist of Soul Erosion, which was also one of the 9 great black mists, he was rewarded with this item. At the same time, he felt his pocket heating up. Without looking, he knew that the instigator was the Wu-Wei Key. Because of that thing, he sensed a new energy that could be absorbed. These ashes of extinction, can they also be absorbed? Su Chen pondered. If that's the case, then this reward is not bad. It's just that this time, what form should this useless key be transformed into? He hadn't figured it out yet. Mainly because in his previous cognition, he wouldn't think about these things all day long. The long sword was transformed based on the sword that slayed the dragon in that dream. The scythe of the Grim Reaper was inspired by his love for watching movies about the Grim Reaper. He found the scythe to be a sinister and cool weapon. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen decided to enter the depths first and deal with the mastermind later. With no chance to modify, it had to be done just right. If these lingering ashes in the air could really be absorbed, there was no need to rush for the moment. They wouldn't dissipate inexplicably either. Besides Su Chen, Huiyan was closely following with a camera. The high concentration of the gray-green gas here made him feel alarmed. If it weren't for Su Chen's spiritual protection, he would probably have turned into a dried-up corpse long ago. Even the footage captured by the most advanced camera was not very clear due to these gases, almost like it had a mosaic effect. As the two delved further, the once silent environment began to echo with low, mournful wails. It seemed as if countless tormented souls were struggling and crying out. Su Chen's heart couldn't help but quicken, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this point, even his spiritual energy had to work frantically to defend against it. He kept channeling waves of spiritual energy towards Huiyan. I am a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, much stronger than Huiyan. And my spiritual energy purity is extremely high, yet it's still somewhat challenging. To be called one of the 9 black mists, it's truly extraordinary. Fortunately, it seemed that there were no abnormal creatures appearing here, otherwise, a battle would be inevitable. If a fight did break out, the consumption of spiritual energy would be the fastest. Su Chen suddenly felt nostalgic for the spiritual energy amplification scrolls he had obtained before. I wonder how I can get my hands on more of these scrolls. Su Chen began to scheme in his mind. We should be getting close, Huiyan whispered at that moment. The gray-green mist around them thickened, swallowing even the sunlight, leaving only a cold and desolate atmosphere. Countless withered branches extended like twisted claws from all directions, as if they wanted to drag them into endless darkness. Shortly after, Su Chen and Huiyan arrived at a wide area. This used to be the center of a park, but now it had turned into a desolate wasteland. Their footsteps came to a halt here, because not far ahead of them, the scenery seemed somewhat different. In this gray-green world, a remarkably exotic flower caught their eyes. Just one flower, yet it was captivating. Its colors were so vivid that they seemed unnatural. Enveloped by the ashes of extinction, it appeared strikingly out of place and eerie. Radiant and colorful, it stood out against the surrounding silence and decay. Like two different worlds colliding, it instilled fear in those who beheld it. Is this thing causing all this? The petals of this flower were deep red, with a hint of eerie purple along the edges, as if soaked in mutated blood. There seemed to be a few glistening dewdrops on the petals, reflecting faint light. Huiyan, being sensible, immediately raised the camera and focused on the flower. He suddenly found himself falling in love with photography. Quite intriguing. Su Chen's true vision eye quickly captured the flower entirely within his sight. Even he felt palpitations from the aura emanating from the flower. It was the source of the ashes of extinction, the ruler of this land of death. Through the true vision eye, the gray-green mist slowly rotated, forming small vortices. And this flower was at the center of the vortex, absorbing their essence. It was like a grand tribute.